Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Curse returns. I'm going to kill Su Nuo, the special grade 1. Part 1. Achieve a happy ending with your white moonlight or possess special grade strength and participate in the culling game. Jia Jian, lying on the sofa scrolling through a certain musical note app, grinned at a silly video he came across. Is this even a choice? Once your special grade, who cares about a white moonlight? Bored, Jia Jian casually chose the second option. He wanted to see if Sukuna was really that hard to beat. However, the moment he finished posting his comment, a sudden, blinding white light exploded from his phone screen. Jia Jian felt a powerful suction coming from his phone, and in the next instant, his entire body was pulled inside. A moment later, only the phone remained, lying lonely on the floor. There was no trace of Jia Jian left in the room. What the heck happened? Jia Jian opened his eyes dizzily. The intense white light from before had blinded him, but when he opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer in his original room. He was now in a room where all four walls were stark white. Although there weren't any windows or lights on the ceiling, the room was incredibly bright. Where on earth did I end up? Is this even still China? A bewildered Jia Jian blurted out a curse, looking around in confusion, completely unable to fathom how he had gone from his home to this place. Just then, a beep jolted Jia Jian's senses. A translucent status panel screen materialized right in front of him. Name: Jia Jian. Rank: Monkey. Cursed energy: extremely sparse. Cursed technique: none. Skills: none. Evaluation: cursed energy is extremely low, only a fraction stronger than a common monkey. You can barely see cursed spirits, just enough to know what killed you when one attacks. Along with the panel, an emotionless mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations, host, on arriving in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. You will now become one of the players in the culling game. Please defeat the King of Curses, Ryomen Sukuna. Before the voice in his head could finish, Jia Jian hurriedly interrupted. Wait. System, hold on a second. Where did you say this is? Jia Jian didn't know what the voice in his head was, so he instinctively called it a system. This is the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. The system's voice was quite accommodating. It answered his question without the slightest hint of annoyance at being interrupted. Where did you say? The world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Jia Jian double-checked in disbelief. To be precise, this is not yet the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. This is an independent space that cannot be observed by outsiders. The host may take a short rest here before being formally sent into the barrier of the culling game. As soon as the words fell, Jia Jian jumped up in a panic. Why do I have to go to the Jujutsu world to participate in the culling game? This is kidnapping. I'm reporting this to the authorities. Was it not the host who chose to go to the culling game to challenge Sukuna? The system's words left Jia Jian speechless. He finally remembered what he had done before arriving here. Between the choice of achieving a happy ending with his white moonlight and possessing special grade strength to participate in the culling game, he had chosen the second one. Was this really the reason he was here? Jia Jian instantly became the king of anxiety. No, bro. I was joking. How could you actually send me here? It's fine to talk big online, but who in their right mind would actually want to go and give Sukuna a tickle in reality? Isn't this like lighting a lamp in a toilet, looking for shit? Bro, I was wrong. I actually still want to achieve a happy ending with my white moonlight. Can you send me back? At this moment, Jia Jian's heart was full of regret. He never imagined that while he had commented on various choose your ability posts before, and they never had any effect, this time it actually happened. Was it just because my name is so similar to that old Gurgur's? I'll change my name as soon as I get back. Just don't send me to the Jujutsu world. However, Jia Jian's extravagant hope of returning home would never be realized. I am sorry, I cannot fulfill the host's request. Please prepare yourself quickly, you will soon be sent to the culling game barrier. The system's voice was cold and heartless, instantly shattering Jia Jian's last remaining illusions. With a grim expression, Jia Jian stood up and paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Suddenly, he pointed at his panel, slapped his thigh, and shouted. Wait, system, didn't you say you'd give me special grade strength? My rank isn't special grade at all. You didn't pocket my rewards as a kickback, did you? Jia Jian's baseless accusations didn't anger the system, it continued speaking in a serious tone. The host's body contains infinite potential waiting to be unearthed. Once the host adapts to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, you will automatically possess special grade strength. Will I really adapt? Jia Jian asked abruptly. You will. The system's groundless confidence was a bit hard for Jia Jian to swallow. He didn't understand why the system had so much faith in him. Did it think he was Mahoraga? Able to adapt to anything? Besides, even Mahoraga has things it can't adapt to, like the Tiger Emperor's mysterious farmhouse fun. Helpless, Jia Jian asked tentatively. If I don't adapt, will I die? Yes. If I'm dead, then everything's gone. The system's ruthless voice left Jia Jian completely at a loss. However, just as he was sinking into despair, the system's next words pulled Jia Jian back from hell to heaven. It is not that everything will be gone. Upon death, the host will return here and participate in the culling game once more. Huh? Jia Jian snapped his head up and asked back in disbelief. You mean if I die in the culling game, I can start over? Yes. No limit on the number of times. There is no limit. The host can be resurrected and start over infinitely. Holy crap. Why didn't you say something so important sooner? Jia Jian stood up excitedly. He hadn't expected the greatest reward to be waiting for him here. According to the settings, I was originally going to say it, but since the host proactively interrupted the conversation, I assumed the host did not wish to know. How could I not want to know? Jia Jian shouted helplessly, then quickly asked the system if there were any other mechanics. As the system continued its explanation, Jia Jian finally understood all of its functions. His current situation was similar to a game with infinite save loading. The ultimate goal of the game was to defeat Sukuna. Once he did, he could return to his original world. If he died during the process, he would return to the initial point in time and start the challenge again. Meanwhile, all skills, experience, and memories gained during his participation in the culling game would be retained. Furthermore, after each death, the system would evaluate his battle and issue different rewards based on his performance. In other words, Jia Jian could continuously challenge Sukuna to increase his strength until he was capable of defeating him. Holy crap! What do I have to be afraid of then? Jia Jian was completely thrilled. If he couldn't die, what was there to fear? System, send me to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen right now. I want to join the culling game immediately. Understood. The system's voice came through. Host is about to be sent to the Jujutsu world. Teleporting, please be prepared. Bring on Sukuna. He's exactly the one I'm going to beat. Jia Jian shouted excitedly. He couldn't wait to see if Sukuna was really as hard to fight as they said. However, in the next second, his smile vanished. Because he realized he had appeared in the sky and was falling at high speed. Holy shit. The gale was so strong that Jia Jian couldn't even open his mouth. Even though he wanted to curse, he couldn't get the words out. Holy shit, why is the ground getting closer and closer? You fool system, where the hell did you send me? Is this even the culling game? Adrenaline surged wildly through Jia Jian as he plummeted. He had never felt the world so clearly before. The buildings below grew larger in Jia Jian's eyes. He tried his best to steady his posture, attempting to stop himself. However, everything was in vain. In midair, Jia Jian could only shout as he watched the concrete ground draw nearer and nearer, unable to do anything. Splat. Accompanied by a loud crash, Jia Jian slammed his head hard against the concrete, losing his life completely and ending his sinful life. Inside the system space, Jia Jian suddenly bounced up from the floor. Is my head still there? He gasped for air, his face covered in cold sweat. His face went blank like SMLZ as he frantically checked his head. The sensation of his body elbow striking the concrete was too intense. Jia Jian simply couldn't forget it in the short term. Just as he was checking his body, a translucent light screen unfolded before him, and the system's mechanical voice rang out. Number of failures, 1 inch. Cause of death, host attempted to challenge concrete with his head. Evaluation, the trashiest of trash. Died before even officially participating in the culling game. Rewards, a small amount of cursed energy, slight increase in physical resistance. The system's voice snapped Jia Jian out of his panic from falling to his death. He pointed at the light screen and cursed angrily. You fool system, you have the nerve to say that. Where did you send me? Was that even the culling game? The system's voice remained cold and heartless as it explained clearly. The place the host went to was indeed the culling game. The host was randomly teleported into the air by the culling game's barrier. Reminded by the system, Jia Jian suddenly remembered the rules for participating in the culling game. Players participating in the culling game are called players. When a player enters the culling game's barrier, they are randomly teleported to one of 9 points within the barrier. And some of those teleportation points are quite sinister, they're in midair. If a teleported player has bad luck, they get to experience being a human projectile for free. If they can't land safely, they'll fall straight to their death. Not a few people died directly this way in the entire culling game. Clearly, Jia Jian was one of those unlucky fools. After figuring out the situation, Jia Jian took a deep breath. At this moment, he had a very serious question he wanted to confirm. System, since you can make me from another world do a transmigration into Jujutsu Kaisen, can't you choose a safe landing point for me? I am sorry, host, I cannot do that. The system's cold voice came through. The culling game is a special barrier. I have no authority to modify its rules. The host's landing point each time you enter the barrier can only be random. Jia Jian grit his teeth in pain and finally sighed helplessly. Fine, if I can't choose, I can't choose. Anyway, he wouldn't actually die. He'd just treat it as experiencing bungee jumping without a rope. Besides, it wasn't all bad news. Jia Jian asked the system. System, is it a random teleportation every time I enter the culling barrier? Yes, it is random every time. The system's voice made Jia Jian breathe a sigh of relief. Although the original work didn't go into detail, Jia Jian remembered that among the players in the culling game, there were some with quite poor skills. From a strength perspective, it was impossible for these people to survive a mid-air drop. Therefore, among the barrier's teleportation points, there must be some that aren't dangerous. As long as it's random every time, Jia Jian has a chance to land on a safe teleportation point next time he enters the culling barrier. Having resolved this issue, Jia Jian looked at the light screen that had just finished calculating. Seeing the evaluation, the trashiest of trash, Jia Jian gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry, my bad for being such trash. There was nothing he could do about falling to his death. He was just an ordinary person right now. If he was sent directly into the sky, how could he possibly survive? Even if you brought Kobe here, he'd still crash. After his helpless grumbling, Jia Jian looked at the rewards on the panel with a bit of anticipation. A small amount of cursed energy and a slight increase in physical resistance. To be honest, Jia Jian didn't feel any cursed energy at all. He called up his system panel. In the cursed energy column, it still said, monkey, without the slightest change. Jia Jian clenched his fist and struck his own chest. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he felt his body was indeed a bit sturdier. Suddenly, an idea popped into Jia Jian's head. Hey, system, if falling to my death once can increase my physique, if I keep dying, could my body reach Itadori's level? I am sorry, host, I have no way of knowing that. The rewards for each settlement are related to the host's performance and must be explored by the host. Alright then. Jia Jian curled his lip. The system was too retarded, it knew nothing. What a waste. He stretched his body, his face falling into hesitation again. Not for any other reason than that he was considering whether he should enter the culling game again. Although he wouldn't truly die, the sensation of falling to death felt incredibly real. Thinking back to the scene of his elbow strike on the ground, Jia Jian still felt some lingering fear. While Jia Jian was feeling conflicted, the system's voice spoke up. Is the host ready to challenge the culling game again? The system's voice made Jia Jian's heart tremble. He took a deep breath. Whatever, if I die, I die. No gambler loses every day, and no child cries forever. I refuse to believe my luck will be this bad every time. He had to go in sooner or later, staying in the system space forever wasn't an option. System, send me to the culling game. Understood. As the system's voice faded, Jia Jian disappeared from the system space once again. After a flash of white light, his vision returned. Looking at the familiar scenery and the concrete ground enlarging below, Jia Jian shouted his first and last words of this challenge. You fooly thing, didn't you say it was random? Why is it here again? As the familiar, splat, sound rang out again, Jia Jian returned to the system space once more. Number of failures, 2 inches. Cause of death, host attempted to challenge concrete with his head. Evaluation, the trashiest of trash. Died before even officially participating in the culling game. Rewards, a small amount of cursed energy, slight increase in physical resistance. It was the same old recipe, the same familiar taste. Not only was the process identical, but even the final settlement was the same. Jia Jian stared at the panel and spoke expressionlessly. System, is the teleportation really random? It is random. Then why have I ended up at the same teleportation point twice? Perhaps it's just the host's bad luck. Host can try again, maybe it will change next time. It better actually change. Jia Jian took a deep breath. Being a frequent flyer twice in a row had given him a bit of immunity to elbowing the earth. The only good news now was that falling to his death again would still increase his physique. If he kept dying like this, he might actually boost his physique to the level of an athlete like Itadori. After adjusting his mood, his third culling game journey began. With a flash of white light, Jia Jian entered the culling game barrier once more. The moment his vision returned, the surrounding scenery entered Jia Jian's sight. The good news, the respawn point had changed. The bad news, this respawn point was still in midair. Watching the scene below change from empty concrete to a shopping mall building, Jia Jian reached out and flipped the bird. That idiot Kenjaku never intended for ordinary people to survive the culling game. With a thud, Jia Jian's body slammed hard onto a rooftop, ending this challenge once again. Failure count, 3 inches. Cause of death, host attempted to smash a building with his head. Evaluation, trash. Rewards, small amount of cursed energy, slight increase in physical resistance. In the system space, Jia Jian sat up with a face full of rage, shouting indignantly. Again, I don't believe I can't land safely. The 4th time, Jia Jian fell to his death in an unfinished building. The 5th time, Jia Jian fell to his death in a stadium. The 6th time, Jia Jian respawned at the very first point and once again attempted to challenge the concrete ground. The consecutive deaths were starting to make Jia Jian break down. He suspected he wasn't here to challenge Sukuna, but was clearly here to play a falling simulator. Returning to the system space once more, looking at the 9 on the failure count, Jia Jian's eyes were nearly lifeless. Sigh, let's continue. I want to see how many more times I can fall to my death. Jia Jian listlessly had the system send him to the culling game again. However, just as he opened his arms, prepared to welcome his 10th death, the situation changed. To his joy, Jia Jian discovered that below him was no longer a building, but seawater. His respawn point this time was over the sea. Water, it's water. Jia Jian was ecstatic. He wasn't far from the surface now, though he couldn't calculate it precisely, he estimated it was about several dozen meters. Jia Jian had no time to think and quickly adjusted his posture. The wind whistled in his ears as the sea surface drew closer and closer. With a loud boom, Jia Jian's body slammed hard onto the water. Without training, he naturally couldn't enter the water straight like a professional diver. A huge splash erupted on the sea. Jia Jian felt as if he had hit a wall, and his head felt dizzy. But this level was acceptable. The bonuses from his previous consecutive deaths now came in handy. His significantly improved physical resistance allowed Jia Jian to withstand the impact by force. The moment Jia Jian successfully landed, he almost cried out of excitement. Wahoo! I successfully landed. However, this joy only lasted for a single second. The next second, a howl instantly sent him falling from heaven to hell. He looked down into the distance and saw a massive fish-like cursed spirit pouncing toward him. Only then did Jia Jian remember that when Kenjaku designed the culling game, he released a large number of cursed spirits into the barriers. And the ocean contained even more fish-like cursed spirits. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Jia Jian shouted, not daring to delay for a moment, and immediately swam toward the shore. Cursed energy is highly attractive to cursed spirits, and coincidentally, Jia Jian also possessed a significant amount of cursed energy. Attracted by the cursed energy, all the cursed spirits in the sea noticed Jia Jian's presence. They rushed toward Jia Jian one after another, even colliding with each other because there were so many. By now, a fish-like cursed spirit had already reached Jia Jian's back. He turned his head and saw the cursed spirit opening its bloody maw, about to bite him. The cursed spirit's roar entered Jia Jian's ears clearly. He could almost sense the peculiar rotting stench unique to cursed spirits. No way, brother. Am I going to die right after landing? This is too ridiculous. Having finally landed successfully, Jia Jian's heart was filled with unwillingness. He would not accept that after dying 9 times just to land, he would die so pathetically in the mouth of a cursed spirit. The desire to survive began to surge in Jia Jian's heart. He couldn't accept this ending, he had to live. Jia Jian clenched his fist and swung it violently toward the cursed spirit. He didn't want to die. This was his struggle for survival. Jia Jian gave a loud roar, and an invisible power erupted from the depths of his heart. The next moment, a surge of blue cursed energy appeared on Jia Jian's fist. The moment his fist hit the cursed spirit's fish face, a massive force erupted from it, and the fish-like cursed spirit was actually sent flying. Jia Jian looked down at his fist in surprise. This is cursed energy. I used cursed energy. Many people have cursed energy in their bodies, but truly mobilizing it is difficult. However, there is an exception. When people fall into extreme emotions, it is possible to forcibly mobilize the cursed energy within them. Jia Jian had clearly met that condition just now. Seeing the cursed spirits still attacking from afar, Jia Jian had no time to further contemplate the cursed energy in his hand and hurried to swim toward the shore. With the enhancement of cursed energy, Jia Jian felt his body become extremely agile. In just a few breaths, he successfully swam to the shore. After landing, looking at the fish-like cursed spirits splashing in the sea, Jia Jian's lips curled into a wide grin. Come here then. You can't get up, can you? Ha ha ha. Having escaped death, Jia Jian panted heavily, his mood excellent. As he relaxed, the cursed energy that had covered his body also disappeared. Not noticing this, Jia Jian looked around and found that his current location seemed to be in a port, with a large number of shipping containers around him. Just then, a bang sounded in his ear. A puff of white smoke flashed, and a small white insect with a pair of tiny wings appeared in the air. Yo! I'm Kogan. Congratulations to the player for becoming a player and successfully participating in the culling game. Oh, holy crap. Jia Jian was startled by the voice, reflexively thinking it was his system talking to him. But on second thought, that wasn't right. His system's voice always echoed in his mind, and it was a mechanical voice without any emotion. But this voice clearly sounded right in his ear, and the tone was full of cheer. Jia Jian focused his gaze and immediately caught sight of the Kogan flying beside him. So it's a Kogan. People participating in the culling game are called players. And the Kogan is the personal, customer service that every player has. Players can not only use it to check or add rules for the culling game but also ask it simple questions. The Kogan looked at Jia Jian with some confusion. It didn't understand why the person in front of it, despite participating in the culling game for the first time, seemed to already know of its existence. The Kogan flew in a circle in the air and hovered in front of Jia Jian. Is there anything you would like to ask me? Jia Jian subconsciously shook his head. Don't underestimate his information network. Regarding the culling game, he had already seen it all in the anime. In terms of the culling game, he could now be said to be the most well-informed person in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. The Kogan nodded somewhat disappointedly. Then I'll head back. Please call me again when you need me, master player. Just as the Kogan was about to disappear, Jia Jian suddenly remembered something. He suddenly reached out and shouted. Wait, I have a question. The Kogan's eyes lit up. What is your question, master player? Which colony of the culling game is this? There are a total of 10 colonies in the culling game, and Jia Jian didn't know where he was yet. The Kogan tilted its head. Didn't the other party walk into the colony themselves? How could someone not know where they were? Despite some confusion, as a personal assistant, the Kogan straightforwardly answered Jia Jian's query. Master player, this is Tokyo No. 2 colony. Tokyo number 2 colony. Jia Jian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He hadn't expected to end up here. He thought he would enter the first colony, just like the protagonist Itadori. There are 10 colonies in the entire culling game. Among them, 4 colonies are described in the plot: Tokyo 1st, Tokyo 2nd, Sendai, and Sakurajima. Beyond those, 6 other colonies were only briefly mentioned. They are Gosho Lake, Niigata, Nagoya, Kyoto, Osaka, and Hiroshima. Kenjaku placed ancient curse techniques for incarnation and resurrection in each colony, and who is the most famous person in the second colony? Naturally, it's the ancient sorcerer from 400 years ago, Kashimo Hajime. Jia Jian subconsciously looked at the rows of containers around him, a guess vaguely forming in his mind. Could these be the containers where Hikari Kinji and Kashimo Hajime fought their great battle? Thinking of this, Jia Jian gasped, and his expression became a bit more solemn. If he encountered Kashimo Hajime at his current stage, he probably wouldn't be able to give Kashimo Hajime a satisfying fight. Jia Jian shook his head. Forget about Kashimo Hajime for now, exploring the colony was the priority. However, there was one small thing that struck Jia Jian as quite strange. He discovered he could communicate with the Kogan without any barriers. Shouldn't it be speaking Japanese? Logically, he shouldn't be able to understand it, right? Suddenly, a voice explaining through the system flashed in his mind. During the culling game, all of the host's conversations are processed. Communication with humans, special grade cursed spirits, and other intelligent beings will be automatically translated into a language the other party can understand. Oh, naruhodo. Jia Jian nodded. He hadn't expected the system to be so considerate. He just wondered if he spoke to 2 people from different countries at the same time, which language the system would translate into. Jia Jian casually wrung out his clothes and officially began his journey of exploring the colony. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you okay? Jia Jian turned his head and saw an office worker in a suit watching him from behind a container. Seeing that Jia Jian didn't answer, the man asked anxiously. Do you know what happened? When I was going to work today, a lot of people suddenly disappeared. Where did everyone go? Jia Jian sized the other person up and thought to himself. A normal person. There are some normal people in the culling game, some were in the colony from the start and didn't have time to leave, while others entered the colony by mistake. Although everyone has a Kogan to answer questions after entering, the Kogan itself is a creation of cursed energy. So, if the person involved is a normal person, even though they are forced to become players, they can neither see nor hear the Kogan. Jia Jian gave him a pitying look. The culling game is no good place, the probability of a normal person surviving until the end is not high. Although his own strength wasn't great either, he could resurrect and start over. This is a colony of the culling game. Be careful, find a place to hide, and maybe you'll survive in the end. Jia Jian wasn't the kind of person like Yuta Okatsu who was willing to protect others, giving him a piece of advice was already his parting gift. After saying that, Jia Jian prepared to turn and leave, but his final glance at the office worker made him stop in his tracks. At this moment, the confusion and anxiety from before were gone from the office worker's eyes. Instead, a look of guilt appeared in his eyes that confused Jia Jian. Huh, what kind of look is that? Does he have something to be sorry to me about? However, the next moment, Jia Jian knew why. A flash of white light came from his peripheral vision, and a massive force instantly struck his temple. At the last moment before his consciousness faded, Jia Jian vaguely heard the office worker's terrified voice. I'm sorry, they forced me to do this. Number of failures, 10 inches. Cause of death, ambushed by a player hiding in a corner. Evaluation, a lamb to the slaughter with 0 alertness. Rewards, moderate cursed energy increase, cursed energy usage techniques, slight increase in combat skills, slight increase in damage resistance. In the system space, Jia Jian stood up from the ground, speechless. Those fools actually played dirty with a sneak attack. He looked at the evaluation on the settlement panel, how could he not know what had happened now? Since the entry points in each colony of the culling game are fixed, a group of people who camp at these entry points has emerged. They deliberately camp near the entry points, waiting to ambush players who have just entered the culling game and haven't figured out the situation yet. In the plot, Itadori encountered such ambushers when he entered the colony. Jia Jian didn't expect he would get the same treatment. Jia Jian subconsciously touched his temple. To be honest, the feeling of getting headshotted wasn't great. Although he didn't know the exact means of attack, it might have been some kind of firearm. This method of attack is not uncommon. Before a jujutsu sorcerer reaches a certain rank, ordinary firearms are still effective against them. Zenin Mai from Kyoto Jujutsu High uses a handgun in her daily life. After taking a long breath, Jia Jian pushed the frustration of being ambushed to the back of his mind. Just you wait, I'll see if I don't take you guys out the next time I respawn at the containers. He turned his gaze to the rewards this time. This time was different from the previous challenges. The cursed energy given to him was no longer a small amount, but moderate. It seemed that his action of repelling the fish-like cursed spirits in the challenge had brought him a significant evaluation. Jia Jian opened his personal panel with great anticipation. Name: Jia Jian. Rank: Grade 4 Jujutsu Sorcerer. Cursed Energy: Grade 4. Cursed Technique: None. Skills: None. Evaluation: has reached the basic level of a grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerer and barely stepped into the world of Jujutsu. Although without a cursed technique, can become a qualified piece of cannon fodder. Although his evaluation was still a bit poor, Jia Jian's eyes lit up when he saw his rank become grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerer. I've become a Jujutsu sorcerer. Woohoo! The system's rewards didn't stop there. In Jia Jian's view, the most crucial reward this time wasn't the medium cursed energy, but the second one. Cursed energy manipulation techniques. Jia Jian calmed his mind, and suddenly felt his body gain a new instinct, much like breathing. He raised his hand, and a moment later, a pale blue cursed energy directly enveloped his palm. Just as I thought. Jia Jian felt a surge of confidence. Although cursed energy is extracted from negative emotions, and extreme emotions make extraction easier. A jujutsu sorcerer cannot live in a state of extreme emotion forever. Therefore, every jujutsu sorcerer needs to learn how to extract cursed energy from ordinary, everyday negative emotions. During the last challenge, although Jia Jian had managed to use cursed energy by chance while facing the fish-like cursed spirit, he knew that such a state was unsustainable. It was something he only achieved under an extreme will to survive. He couldn't maintain that extreme survival instinct indefinitely. After he reached the shore, Jia Jian clearly lost the ability to continue manipulating cursed energy. If he could have maintained his cursed energy, he might not have been caught off guard by the jujutsu sorcerer hiding in the shadows. Jia Jian couldn't wait to control his cursed energy and spread it over his body. Cursed energy has a significant strengthening effect on the body. Sensing that the cursed energy coverage was complete, Jia Jian performed a standing jump. To his surprise and delight, he leapt over 3 meters high from a standstill. Oh ho ho ho. Jia Jian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked at his personal status panel again, feeling as though he was becoming invincible. Think about it, how many times had he challenged? In just 10 attempts, he had become a grade 4 jujutsu sorcerer. Following this trend, wouldn't he become a special grade sorcerer after another 40 rounds? If there was anything to be dissatisfied with, it was that Jia Jian still didn't have a cursed technique. Looking at the system's evaluation of him as mere cannon fodder, Jia Jian couldn't help but ask the system. System, how can I obtain a cursed technique? Rewards are related to the host's performance in challenges. When the host defeats a jujutsu sorcerer who possesses a cursed technique, there is a probability of obtaining one. Really? Jia Jian's eyes lit up. How does this probability work? Do I get it just by defeating them? The probability of the host obtaining a cursed technique is related to the difficulty of the battle. The more difficult the fight, the higher the probability of acquisition. Hearing this, Jia Jian nodded, not feeling particularly surprised. In other words, the probability was higher if he defeated a jujutsu sorcerer of a higher rank than himself. Jia Jian continued to ask. System, is there a limit to the number of cursed techniques I can obtain? He had originally just asked casually, not expecting the system to actually have an answer. No. Each time the host defeats a different jujutsu sorcerer, there is a probability of dropping a cursed technique similar to the opponent's. The system's reconfirmation made Jia Jian even more excited. If I defeat Satoru Gojo, wouldn't I have a chance to get the 6 eyes or the limitless technique? It is possible. Rewards will be related to those aspects, but please refer to the actual results for specifics. Jia Jian nodded, his excitement undiminished. Finally, he asked his last question. Can I use all the cursed techniques I obtain freely? In Jujutsu Kaisen, cursed techniques are engraved into the jujutsu sorcerer's brain. Under normal circumstances, each jujutsu sorcerer can only use one cursed technique. Jia Jian wasn't sure if the cursed techniques rewarded by the system followed this rule. The host's rewards can be used freely. No matter how many cursed techniques you have, you can use them at will. The system is awesome. At this moment, Jia Jian had no more doubts. He stood up, his eyes full of battle intent. System, I want to fight again. He couldn't wait to farm a dozen or so cursed techniques and then go put on a hell of a show for that 1,000-year-old fossil, Sukuna. With the system's confirmation, Jia Jian once again disappeared from the system space. With a flash of white light, Jia Jian's vision returned. He immediately observed his location. Multiple, bungee jumping, experiences had already taught him how to control his emotions while high in the air. With a quick scan, Jia Jian immediately confirmed his respawn point for this round. Regrettably, he wasn't over the sea this time, so he couldn't immediately find that backstabbing dog to get his revenge. His respawn point this time was above a shopping mall, the same as his third challenge. If it were before, Jia Jian would have already been prepared to wait for death and start the next run. But now, he was no longer the same weakling. Now, he was a grade 4 jujutsu sorcerer with cursed energy. Jia Jian instantly curled his body into an impact-resistant posture. At the same time, he condensed cursed energy to wrap around his entire body, enhancing his defense. Watching the roof get closer and closer, there was nothing more Jia Jian could do, he could only leave the rest to fate. Bang! Jia Jian's body smashed violently through the glass of the mall's rooftop, falling directly into the building. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Jia Jian seized the moment, quickly rolling his body to dissipate the force as he tumbled to the side. After rolling several times on the floor, Jia Jian's body finally came to a stop after hitting a wall. Jia Jian hissed in pain, supporting his waist as he got up from the ground. With a face full of lingering fear, he looked up at the large hole he had smashed through the ceiling, feeling incredibly lucky. It seems being a grade 4 jujutsu sorcerer is still not quite enough, that fall almost killed me. At that moment, a familiar, pop, sounded in his ear once again. The Kogan appeared before Jia Jian once more. Yo! I am the Kogan. Congratulations to the player for becoming a player and successfully participating in the culling game. Jia Jian gave the Kogan a thoughtful look. The Kogan's opening line was exactly the same as the one by the shipping containers on the coast last time. It seemed that every time he entered the culling game, he was a stranger to the people of this world, there was no such thing as them having extra memories of him. Jia Jian nodded inwardly, he was relieved that no one knew his origins. Being able to infinitely resurrect and restart was his greatest trump card, it would be troublesome if someone found out. Jia Jian didn't wait for the Kogan to continue speaking and told it to leave quickly. At the same time, ignoring the pain in his body, he rubbed his bruises and quickly ducked behind a railing to check his surroundings. No wonder he was so cautious, the mall was also a respawn point, and who knew if there were any fools camping here. Jia Jian scanned the mall. It was quite large, 5 stories high, with a sizable atrium in the center. The power had long since been cut, and the overall lighting was poor, making the place look rather gloomy. However, after observing for a long time, Jia Jian didn't see anyone appear. Is this respawn point not being watched? He muttered to himself curiously, feeling somewhat surprised. He continued to watch for 10 minutes, by which time his body had mostly recovered. After confirming that no one was showing up, Jia Jian propped himself up and prepared to head out. Whether someone's here or not, exploring the barrier quickly is the way to go. The rewards after each challenge were related to his actions during the challenge. Jia Jian didn't have much time to waste, he had to get out there and have a good fight. Jia Jian began to walk toward the exit of the mall, and the journey was very quiet. He found neither humans nor cursed spirits. Suddenly, as he passed a corner, Jia Jian's footsteps paused, and his expression became solemn. For no other reason than that a dead person's head had appeared in front of him. So there really are people here after all. Jia Jian frowned. The fact that someone had died here meant this spawn point was occupied. His eyes quickly scanned the area, noting numerous battle marks on the surrounding walls. Clearly, a fight had taken place here. Jia Jian took a deep breath. As a modern person, he still wasn't quite used to seeing such scenes. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he tiptoed and carefully continued forward. You don't know until you go, and once you do, it's a shock. Similar scenes were in more than one place. After just a few corners, Jia Jian saw several different corpses lying on the ground. Their deaths were gruesome, the bodies were more or less mangled, missing either a hand or a foot, with not a single intact corpse among them. Jia Jian continued his exploration without stopping, but paused slightly upon reaching the west side of the mall. He looked down and stepped on a pool of blood. The sticky sensation instantly told Jia Jian that this blood hadn't been there long. The person had died recently. Thinking that the killer might be nearby, Jia Jian's breathing grew shallow. Normally, he should turn around and evacuate immediately, getting far away from this area. With his current strength, he wasn't yet capable of facing an opponent of this caliber. He could find some weaklings to boost his combat power before coming back. But that is the thinking of a loser. A powerhouse. It's precisely powerhouses like you I'm after. Anyway, it's not like I'll actually die, so what's there to fear? Just treat it as gathering intel in advance. A smile played on Jia Jian's lips. Not only was he not afraid now, he was actually very curious about who exactly had taken out so many people nearby. He strode forward with heavy steps, intending to exert some pressure on the killer. Ahead, a door blocked Jia Jian's path. Without a word, he went up and pushed the door open. However, in the next moment, Jia Jian's body froze. He had arrived at an outdoor terrace on the west side of the mall. In the center of the terrace, a figure stood with its back to Jia Jian. Jia Jian didn't know if the other person hadn't noticed him or simply didn't care. At the person's feet, a mangled corpse lay behind them. While they crouched on the ground unconcernedly, biting their finger and muttering indignantly. Where on earth are you, Sukuna? Hearing the name, Sukuna, Jia Jian's heart leapt into his throat. Not many people in the culling game dared to look for trouble with Sukuna. Jia Jian quickly sized up the person. Seeing the blue Neja-style hair and the iron rod-like weapon on their shoulder, he immediately recognized them. Could you be Kashimo Hajime? Hearing someone call his name, Kashimo Hajime turned his head to look back. He looked Jia Jian up and down with suspicion. You know me. In his view, not many people in the culling game should know him. He was a reincarnated sorcerer. Aside from jujutsu sorcerers from his own era, only Kenjaku would know him. And the person in front of him didn't look like a reincarnated ancient jujutsu sorcerer at all, nor did he have stitches on his forehead, so it wasn't Kenjaku. So how did this person know him? Jia Jian's heart was racing. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to actually be Kashimo Hajime. Why aren't you, Kashimo Hajime, heading deeper into the colony? What are you doing at a spawn point? Is a guy with such prominent features like you camping the spawn point too? However, Jia Jian had misunderstood Kashimo Hajime. He wasn't intentionally camping the spawn point, he just happened to be here. In fact, Kashimo Hajime had seen Jia Jian from the sky just as he landed. But Jia Jian had so little cursed energy that Kashimo Hajime didn't even bother to look for him. Facing Kashimo Hajime's inquiry, Jia Jian scratched his head. Maybe it's because my intelligence network is a bit better than others. As Jia Jian spoke, he held out his index finger and thumb to form a fingertip universe. After confirming Jia Jian was a modern jujutsu sorcerer, Kashimo Hajime sized him up and spoke with some disdain. Are modern jujutsu sorcerers all of your caliber now? Jia Jian laughed awkwardly. Sorry for being so weak. Kashimo Hajime had no desire to attack someone as weak as Jia Jian, but he was quite interested in the intelligence network, Jia Jian mentioned. Hey, do you know where Sukuna is? Kashimo Hajime asked casually. Jia Jian hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. I actually do know that. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. There wasn't much point in hiding things from an old-timer like Kashimo Hajime. He could judge whether someone was lying just by the pauses in their tone. Where? Tell me quickly. Hearing that Jia Jian knew Sukuna's whereabouts, Kashimo Hajime's eyes lit up. The reason Kashimo Hajime was willing to sign a contract with Kenjaku was to fight strong opponents. He couldn't wait to let Sukuna witness his mythical beast Amber. Jia Jian didn't feel the slightest psychological burden about selling someone out. He was just curious. The system's ultimate goal was for him to challenge Sukuna. But if Sukuna was killed before he could challenge him, how would the system settle the final score? Sukuna should be at. Just as Jia Jian was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something and immediately summoned his Kogan. Kogan, are you there? I'm here. Is there something I can help you with? Jia Jian's Kogan appeared with a pop, happily flying around him. Could you tell me what date it is today? Although he had participated in the culling game many times, Jia Jian still didn't know the specific timeline. Kashimo Hajime didn't interrupt, just stared at Jia Jian quietly. The Kogan paused for a moment, circled in the air, and then quickly replied. It is currently November 1, 2018. Jia Jian nodded. So the culling game has only just begun. According to the Jujutsu Kaisen timeline, the Shibuya incident ended on October 31, 2018. And Kenjaku also captured Immortal Master that same night and initiated the culling game. Jia Jian looked up at Kashimo Hajime. Kashimo, Sukuna is still inside his vessel, Itadori Yuji, and hasn't come out yet. Kashimo Hajime frowned. He didn't care about Jia Jian calling him Kashimo, and continued to ask. Itadori Yuji. Where is he now? Jia Jian looked up and thought for a moment, then said solemnly, he should be in Tokyo. Kashimo Hajime's face instantly darkened. This was basically nonsense. Tokyo was huge, how was he supposed to find him? Why didn't you just say Itadori is on Earth? You're playing me. Kashimo Hajime looked at Jia Jian with an unfriendly expression. Jia Jian hurriedly waved his hands. How could I, Kashimo? I'm famous for not lying to people. According to the timeline, Itadori hadn't emerged from the Shibuya incident yet and was following his big brother Choso, hunting cursed spirits released by Kenjaku in Tokyo. It wouldn't be until November 12 that Itadori and his group would officially enter the Tokyo No. 2 colony. So Jia Jian really didn't know where the current Itadori specifically was. Listening to Jia Jian's explanation, Kashimo Hajime's expression did not soften much. Seeing this, Jia Jian hurriedly added. Kashimo, I know you're anxious, but don't be just yet. Sukuna is currently being suppressed by Itadori and can't come out at all. It's useless for you to look for Sukuna right now. Kashimo Hajime looked surprised. He had only signed a contract with Kenjaku. Kenjaku hadn't told him any of the specific details. He wasn't clear on Sukuna's current state, he only knew that Sukuna, like himself, had turned into a cursed object and then incarnated to be resurrected in this era. In Kashimo Hajime's worldview, theoretically, no one should be able to maintain their self-awareness after consuming an incarnated cursed object. Just who on earth was this Itadori Yuji, to actually be able to suppress Sukuna's consciousness? Kashimo Hajime suddenly looked at Jia Jian, the words he had just spoken flashing through his mind. What do you mean by, currently? Are you saying that Sukuna will escape Itadori's suppression later? Jia Jian paused. He hadn't expected Kashimo Hajime's reaction to be so sharp, being able to spot such a small verbal slip-up. I guess so. Jia Jian nodded reluctantly. He wasn't sure if saying too much was appropriate or if it would attract Kenjaku's attention. That old geezer Sukuna has been waiting for a chance to escape Itadori's body. You know about binding vows, right? A binding vow. I know about those. Kashimo Hajime nodded with a frown. As a jujutsu sorcerer from 400 years ago, he was well aware of things like binding vows. If you know, then it's easy to explain. Jia continued without hiding anything. Sukuna knows he can't break free from Itadori's suppression, so that old geezer set a trap for Itadori. He signed a special binding vow with Itadori. As long as he says the word, in chain, control over Itadori's body is unconditionally handed over to Sukuna for 1 minute. Sukuna has been waiting for the right opportunity to take control of Itadori's body and use that minute to transfer his soul into another person's body and incarnate once again. Reincarnation. Kashimo Hajime couldn't help but exclaim. Incarnation sounds simple, but it is actually a very complex matter. To incarnate, one must turn their own soul into a cursed object. And in Kashimo Hajime's memory, only Kenjaku was capable of this technique. He hadn't expected Sukuna to be able to do this as well. But when Kashimo Hajime thought of Sukuna's status as the king of curses, he was instantly enlightened. Sukuna was already so powerful, it wasn't exactly unacceptable that he would know this. Compared to the information itself, Kashimo Hajime was more curious about Jia. Who exactly are you? How do you even know about something like this? Other information was one thing, but the news of Sukuna wanting to reincarnate and be resurrected was simply too shocking. Jia laughed and scratched his head. Ha ha ha, didn't I say not to underestimate my intelligence network? I'm very well informed. Kashimo Hajime stared at Jia for several seconds. Even with all his experience, he couldn't tell if Jia was lying. After a moment, Kashimo Hajime took a breath. He didn't care about Jia's information source anymore. In any case, his purpose for signing the contract with Kenjaku was to challenge the strong. He didn't care about anything else. He looked back at Jia and asked bluntly. Tell me where I can find strong people right now. Jia didn't mind Kashimo Hajime's attitude and immediately lowered his head in thought. There are 4 colonies in the entire culling game, and there didn't seem to be any particularly famous players in the Tokyo No. 2 colony, where Kashimo Hajime was located. There only seemed to be 2 named Jujutsu sorcerers in the plot here. Aside from Kashimo Hajime, there was only the manga artist Charlie Bernard, who had fought Hikari Kinji. Thinking of this, Jia looked at Kashimo Hajime with some difficulty. Kashimo, there don't seem to be any particularly powerful Jujutsu sorcerers in this colony. What? Kashimo Hajime shouted in disbelief. Didn't Kenjaku incarnate and resurrect many ancient Jujutsu sorcerers? How can there be no powerful ones? Jia hesitated for a moment. He didn't quite understand this issue himself. Kenjaku had placed resurrected ancient Jujutsu sorcerers in every colony, but in the Tokyo No. 2 colony, there didn't seem to be any especially powerful presence besides Kashimo Hajime. At least based on the results, Kashimo Hajime hadn't encountered any decent battles until Hikari Kinji and the others entered. He offered a tentative guess. I feel like that old fellow Kenjaku was wary of your strength, Kashimo, so he deliberately didn't place too many powerful ancient Jujutsu sorcerers in this colony. This speculation wasn't without merit. Kenjaku didn't want the culling game to end too quickly, so he intentionally limited the number of powerful Jujutsu sorcerers in each colony. However, Kashimo Hajime didn't need compliments, what he wanted were heart-pounding, blood-pumping battles. At the thought of not being able to fight anyone, Kashimo Hajime felt a surge of irritation, and the cursed energy on his body began to crackle involuntarily. Feeling that unique, electric cursed energy leaping around Kashimo Hajime, Jia repeatedly backed away and shouted. Kashimo, don't be anxious. Even though there are no strong people here, you can go to other colonies to find them. Kashimo Hajime's irritation vanished instantly, and he immediately turned to look at Jia. Tell me which colony has the most strong people. Feeling the pressure vanish, Jia breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about the situation in each colony. If one were to say which of the 4 colonies had the most powerful ancient Jujutsu sorcerers, there was only one answer. Sendai Colony. Jia looked at Kashimo Hajime. Kashimo, there are 4 very powerful Jujutsu sorcerers in the Sendai Colony. You might have even heard of their names. Who are they? Jia stopped being coy and enthusiastically introduced them to him. They are, Dhruv Lakdawala, who has been resurrected through incarnation for the 2nd time, Uro Takako, the captain of the Sun, Moon, and Stars Squad, an assassination unit from 1,000 years ago, Ishigori Ryu, an ancient Jujutsu sorcerer from your era, and Kuromushi, the cockroach special grade cursed spirit released by Kenjaku using cursed spirit manipulation. Hearing these 4 names, Kashimo Hajime's eyes lit up. Aside from the special grade cursed spirit Kuromushi, whom he hadn't heard of, he had heard a bit about the other 3. Especially Ishigori Ryu, whom Kenjaku had evaluated as having ridiculously high cursed energy output. Unfortunately, he was already old at that time and didn't have the chance to see it for himself. But now, that opportunity had come. He had to find Ishigori Ryu and fight him right this instant. Kashimo Hajime immediately summoned his Kogan. Kogan, change colonies for me. I want to go to the Sendai colony. However, the Kogan did not agree to Kashimo Hajime's request. It shook its head with difficulty. I'm sorry, Lord Kashimo, players are forbidden from leaving their colonies. I cannot send you to the Sendai colony. Kashimo Hajime's face darkened. Just when he thought he wouldn't be able to enjoy a good fight, Jia Jian suddenly interjected. Actually, there is a way. Why not just add a rule to the culling game that allows players to freely enter and leave colonies? Is that for real? Kashimo Hajime looked at his Kogan expectantly. The Kogan thought for a moment, confirmed that this rule did not conflict with previous rules, and nodded. That's right, Lord Kashimo, this rule can be added. Having received confirmation, Kashimo Hajime was ecstatic. Kogan, how many points do I have now? Lord Kashimo, you currently have 76 points. You are still 24 points short of the 100 points required to add a rule. You can collect them after killing 5 more Jujutsu sorcerers. The Kogan immediately retrieved Kashimo Hajime's current score and even thoughtfully calculated how many Jujutsu sorcerers he needed to take down. 5 Jujutsu sorcerers. Kashimo Hajime murmured in a low voice. He suddenly turned his head to look at Jia Jian nearby and blurted out a question. Are you a Jujutsu sorcerer? The familiar question immediately triggered Jia Jian's memory, and he subconsciously replied. I think I am. The next moment, he remembered something, stepped back repeatedly, and stared at Kashimo Hajime with wide eyes. Kashimo, this is a bit unfair. I just gave you so much information, how can you be eyeing me? I'm not an old Beijing local, so why do I need to be so genuine? Kashimo Hajime casually defended himself, without a trace of embarrassment on his face. However, despite saying that, he still didn't kill Jia Jian. After all, he was short by 24 points, even adding Jia Jian's 5 points, he would still need to find more people. Jia Jian's information was still very valuable to him, there was no need to discard him so quickly. If he were exactly 5 points short, the situation might have been different. Seeing that Kashimo Hajime had no intention of making a move against him, Jia Jian immediately returned to his initial playful state. Since he could be resurrected infinitely anyway, Jia Jian didn't really care whether he lived or died. Although it hadn't been specifically verified, Jia Jian felt that his survival time in the challenge would likely affect the rewards after each challenge. So if possible, he still wanted to live as long as possible. He looked with interest at Kashimo Hajime, who was full of battle intent. Hey, Kashimo, do you really plan on going to the Sendai colony? Yeah, is there a problem? Kashimo Hajime said without looking back. Well, there's no problem. Jia Jian hesitated, then spoke with concern. It's just that those 4 people in Sendai are all special grade sorcerers who possess domain expansion. Are you really going to fight them? Don't you not know how to use domain expansion? When the time comes and they all expand their domain expansion together, won't it be a bit awkward if you can only use hollow wicker basket? Domain expansion could be called the ultimate profound truth of a Jujutsu sorcerer, representing their strongest understanding of their curse technique. After a Jujutsu sorcerer performs a domain expansion, the sorcerer themselves receives an unprecedented buff, while the enemy suffers a severe suppression effect. It could be said that a Jujutsu sorcerer who cannot use domain expansion is basically doomed to lose when facing a sorcerer who possesses a domain. The invincible Satoru Gojo once said that the best way to counter a domain is to also expand a domain. Kashimo Hajime glanced at Jia Jian. He hadn't expected the other's information network to be so extensive that he even knew Kashimo didn't have a domain expansion. However, Kashimo Hajime didn't answer Jia Jian's question, instead, he stared into his eyes. Because he discovered that this dog, Jia Jian, didn't seem to respect him very much. He called him Kashimo when nothing was happening, but called him Kashimo when something was. It was only because Kashimo Hajime was a battle-crazed martial idiot who only wanted the thrill of combat. If it were Sukuna, Jia Jian would have already restarted the game. Seeing Kashimo Hajime not speaking, Jia Jian thought he was Life Chi. Jia Jian immediately put on an awkward yet polite smile. Shao. Kashimo, why are you looking at me like that? Kashimo Hajime was silent for 3 seconds but didn't dwell too much on the topic. It's nothing. I didn't expect you to know so much. I indeed cannot use domain expansion. Kashimo Hajime did not deny the fact that he couldn't use domain expansion. His cursed technique was too special, it could only be used once in a lifetime. Under such circumstances, he simply had no chance to comprehend a profound truth related to his cursed technique like domain expansion. However, there was no trace of cowardice in his eyes. Instead, he said with absolute determination. But even without domain expansion, I am invincible. Jia Jian's mouth hung open for a moment, and he finally decided not to continue with that topic. It would be awkward if he made Kashimo Hajime life chi by talking. Jia Jian condensed his many thoughts into a single sentence. Right. That's what I think too. They are the challengers. 2.5 hours later, in the center of the Tokyo No. 2 colony. Since deciding to go to the Sendai colony, Kashimo Hajime had begun his point farming journey. Out of curiosity about whether Kashimo Hajime could defeat the 4 heavenly kings of Sendai, Jia Jian shamelessly followed behind Kashimo Hajime. In response, Kashimo Hajime didn't express any opposition, aside from giving Jia Jian a few looks. After all, he might still need Jia Jian's information network later. After undergoing another minor battle, Kashimo Hajime killed another Jujutsu sorcerer. At this time, it was already noon. Outside the battlefield, Jia Jian came running up, laughing loudly while carrying a basket. The basket was filled with food that Jia Jian had scavenged from a convenience store. Although Jujutsu sorcerers possessed superpowers, they were still human. Humans need to eat. With the culling game lasting over 10 days, one certainly wouldn't make it through without eating something. Kashimo is awesome. As expected, no one in the Tokyo No. 2 colony is a match for you. As Jia Jian spoke, he pulled a mango out of the basket and handed it over. It's lunchtime, so have something to eat. Look, I specifically found this mango for you. I feel like it suits you perfectly. Although Jia Jian's expression was very fawning at the moment. For some reason, looking at the mango in Jia Jian's hand that had been cut into a grid pattern, Kashimo Hajime felt a strange sensation in his heart. In the end, Kashimo Hajime did not take the mango from Jia Jian. Eat it yourself. I don't like sweets. Oh, really? That's such a pity. Jia Jian withdrew his hand with regret. Munching on the mango, Jia Jian spoke, Kashimo, by the way, how many points do you have now? I have 91 points already. Just 2 more Jujutsu sorcerers will be enough. Kashimo Hajime didn't even need to call out the Kogan, he remembered exactly how many points he had now. Jia Jian paused and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Ahahaha, is it really that fast? Then Kashimo, you continue. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. I won't disturb you. Kashimo Hajime glanced at Jia Jian with disdain, not bothering to expose his little move. What? Something to do? He was just worried that Kashimo would conveniently crush him like a speed bump. Suddenly, Kashimo Hajime called out to Jia Jian. Hey, why did you join the culling game? Me. Jia Jian pointed at himself in surprise, he hadn't expected Kashimo Hajime to ask that. Is there anyone else here? Kashimo Hajime looked at Jia Jian with annoyance. He spoke bluntly. Why would a Jujutsu sorcerer like you join the culling game? The culling game was extremely dangerous, and any Jujutsu sorcerer faced the risk of death. In Kashimo Hajime's view, aside from those unlucky souls who were marked by Kenjaku in advance and forced to join, no one would want to participate in the culling game of their own accord. And he could sense that Jia Jian wasn't a sorcerer modified by Kenjaku, he was a genuine, pure, wild, Jujutsu sorcerer. Given the information network Jia Jian had displayed, he certainly wasn't some clueless rookie who knew nothing. He wasn't an unlucky soul who had stumbled into the colony by mistake, he had entered the colony and joined the culling game voluntarily. Kashimo Hajime really couldn't figure it out. Jia Jian wasn't a battle maniac, so why join the culling game? Being pointedly called out on his lack of strength by Kashimo Hajime, Jia Jian scratched his head sheepishly. Ahahaha, well, the reasons are quite complicated. Jia Jian didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't exactly say he'd been forcibly dragged here to fight Sukuna just because he posted a comment online, could he? After thinking for a long time, Jia Jian could only say. I have a reason why I must challenge Sukuna. Challenge Sukuna. You. Kashimo Hajime felt like he'd heard something hilarious. He couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Hey! Jia Jian shouted, his face flushing red and veins popping out on his forehead as he argued. Challenging isn't just about strength, there are many ways for a Jujutsu sorcerer to fight. Then came more incomprehensible talk, things like, information warfare is also warfare, and, throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away counts as a challenge. This made Kashimo Hajime laugh heartily, and the scene was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Time flew by, and night soon fell over the culling game colony. After another afternoon of searching, Kashimo Hajime finally gathered 100 points after encountering a team of 3 sorcerers sticking together. Looking at the 106 points on his score panel, Kashimo Hajime showed an expectant smile. Kogan, I am here. Receiving the command, the Kogan appeared immediately, circling around Kashimo Hajime while waiting for his orders. I want to add a rule. Spend 100 points to allow all players to freely enter and exit all culling game colonies. Understood. New rule verification in progress. The new rule does not conflict with existing rules. Addition permitted. In the next moment, all players within the culling game colonies received a broadcast from their Kogans. Ding dong, ding dong. A player has added a new rule to the culling game. Rule 9. All players may freely enter and exit all culling game colonies. Shock appeared on the faces of all the players. One had to remember that adding a rule required 100 points. Killing Jujutsu sorcerers would require 20 of them. It was only the first day of the culling game, and someone had already gathered enough. How could they not be shocked? At that moment, Kenjaku, who was hiding somewhere while the culling game proceeded, looked up into the distance in surprise. A new rule has been added. Who gathered 100 points so quickly? Kenjaku hadn't expected a player to gather the 100 points needed to add a rule on the very first day. Although Kenjaku was the one who initiated the culling game, he didn't have complete control over it, he was more like an administrator. In the original plot, Kashimo Hajime had spent 100 points to add a rule making all players' names and scores public. But this time, Kashimo Hajime hadn't added that rule, so Kenjaku couldn't find out who added the rule by checking everyone's scores. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Regardless, this rule wouldn't cause any harm to his plans. Besides, interesting things might happen now that this rule had been added. Tokyo No. 2 Colony. Master Kashimo, who had been busy all day, looked at the new rule he'd added and nodded with satisfaction. It was already dark, and he planned to rest for the night before officially setting out for the Sendai colony tomorrow to challenge the 4 heavenly kings of Sendai mentioned by Jia Jian. Beside him, Jia Jian was also full of anticipation for this moment. He had previously spent a lot of time online reading various combat power evaluation threads about Kashimo Hajime. Among them, analyses of whether Kashimo Hajime could defeat the 4 heavenly kings of Sendai were numerous. But tomorrow, all these discussions would reach a conclusion. And he, Jia Jian, would be the witness. Thinking about seeing Kashimo Hajime battle the 4 heavenly kings of Sendai, Jia Jian felt incredibly excited. Being able to witness a battle of the strong with his own eyes was a rare opportunity. Even if he died this time, it would be worth the price of admission. However, just as Jia Jian was full of expectation, a problem suddenly occurred to him. In the original plot, because the abilities of the 4 heavenly kings of Sendai countered each other to some extent, they had formed a 4-way stalemate where no one could overcome the others. By the time the rule allowing players to freely enter and exit the colony was added, the 4 heavenly kings of Sendai had already been plowed through by the pure love war god, Yuta Okatsu. Among them, Druve had been insta-killed like a speed bump, Kuromushi had been exorcised, Ishigori Ryu was stuffed after a massive battle with Yuta Okatsu, and Yuro Takako had become well-behaved after being taught a lesson. So when the rule for free entry and exit was added, Ishigori Ryu and Yuro Takako had no compelling reason to leave. But it was different now. Currently, Ishigori Ryu was looking for people to fight everywhere, Yuro Takako just wanted to find a safe place to live for herself, and Kuromushi was forced into hibernation to avoid battle because of Druve's ability. Once the restriction of the colony on players vanished, it was hard to say for the first 2, but there was a high probability that Kuromushi would just bolt. Now, the only thing limiting the 2 humans and 1 spirit was the culling game rule stating that, if a player's score remains unchanged for 19 days after participating or scoring, their curse technique will be stripped, resulting in death. But with their abilities, they had certainly already scored points. Without the constraint of the colony, they could completely leave and go anywhere they wanted. The change in Jia Jian's expression caught Kashimo Hajime's attention. Just as he was about to rest, he turned to look at Jia Jian. What's wrong? Why has your expression become so strange? Jia Jian looked stiffly at Kashimo Hajime, a forced, awkward yet polite smile appearing on his face. Kashimo, there's something I might need to tell you. What's the problem? Kashimo Hajime asked with a frown. Jia Jian calling him, Kashimo, gave him a bad premonition. It's about that new rule you added. It applies to everyone. The 4 heavenly kings of Sendai might not necessarily stay in the Sendai colony anymore, they might run away. What did you say? Why didn't you say something this important sooner? Kashimo Hajime looked at Jia Jian with a face full of rage. If he didn't still have a use for Jia Jian, he would have loved to give him a good thwack with his staff. Seeing that old Kashimo was getting anxious, Jia Jian immediately stood up. I know you're in a hurry, but don't panic just yet. Jia Jian pulled a key from his pocket. I remember there's a car in the garage below. It's only the first day, I'll drive you to Sendai right now. The four heavenly kings of Sendai might not leave that quickly. Jia Jian and the others were currently staying in a villa. As a country bumpkin, he had noticed a luxury supercar parked in the villa's garage the moment he entered. He had also spotted the car keys by the door of one of the villa's rooms. Kashimo Hajime took 2 deep breaths. Things had already come to this, it was the only way. Sendai was quite a distance from Tokyo, and since he didn't have the ability to fly, driving was undoubtedly the fastest method. Where is the garage? This way, this way. I'll take you there right now. He immediately led Kashimo Hajime toward the garage, and before long, Jia Jian was sitting inside the sports car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jia Jian gripped the steering wheel with both hands, then suddenly froze in place. Let's go. What are you just sitting there for? Ah, Kashimo, a small problem has suddenly come up. What problem? Is the car out of gas? No, actually. I don't know how to drive. Although Jia Jian had a driver's license, he had earned it back when he was in college. Since then, he hadn't touched a car for nearly 7 or 8 years, his driving skills were long gone. Kashimo Hajime took a deep breath. You don't know how to drive and you're sitting in the driver's seat. Get out. Jia Jian hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. In truth, he hadn't intended to drive and had planned to sit in the passenger seat. But in Japan, the driver's seat is on the right, so he had subconsciously hopped into it. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jia Jian looked with surprise at Kashimo Hajime, who was currently buckling his seatbelt. He hadn't expected Kashimo Hajime to follow traffic rules so well, even knowing to wear a seatbelt. Suddenly, Jia Jian asked out of curiosity. Kashimo, I didn't expect you to know how to drive. Kashimo Hajime buckled his seatbelt with a dark expression. Just sit there quietly. Don't say another word. Even though he was a jujutsu sorcerer from 400 years ago, it didn't mean he was an old fossil who knew nothing. Having been reincarnated through a vessel, he possessed all the memories of the original body. As it happened, the original owner knew how to drive, so he had no issues operating the vehicle. Seeing that old Kashimo seemed angry, Jia Jian hurriedly nodded and mimed zipping his lips with his thumb and index finger, indicating he would shut up. After confirming the direction of Sendai using the car's built-in navigation, Kashimo Hajime started the engine. He drove the sports car all the way out. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jia Jian looked through the window and saw a few scattered people on the roadside who also seemed to be heading out. The cursed energy on them was very weak, most appeared to be ordinary people. With a bit of thought, Jia Jian understood. These people had no combat power. Once the barrier's restrictions on people vanished, their first thought was to flee this hellhole as quickly as possible. Before long, the black boundary of the barrier appeared before Jia Jian. Looking at the barrier stretching into the sky ahead, Jia Jian suddenly worried whether they would crash right into it. Fortunately, Jia Jian's concern was unnecessary. After Kashimo Hajime's new rule was added, the barrier no longer restricted the free movement of personnel at all. The vehicle passed through the barrier without any obstruction. As the car ride smoothed out, aboard Jia Jian began to observe the city of Tokyo. Before his transmigration, as a country bumpkin, Jia Jian never had the chance to travel to a foreign city like Tokyo. However, after watching for a few minutes, Jia Jian felt a bit bored. There was no other reason than the scenes outside being too dull. Even though night had just begun, Tokyo was currently very quiet. Along the way, Jia Jian saw no signs of people at all. It was like a ghost town. It seemed the start of the culling game had significantly impacted the people of Tokyo, the entire city's nightlife had vanished. Just as Jia Jian was getting bored and preparing to lean back in his seat for a nap, the car suddenly slowed down and stopped. Jia Jian looked forward and saw the street littered with the wreckage of overturned vehicles and broken masonry. This debris blocked most of the street, making it impossible to continue. Whoa, was there a war here? Why is it blocked so tightly? Jia Jian asked curiously, his eyes scanning around for potential danger. But Kashimo Hajime had no interest in this place, he only wanted to reach Sendai as quickly as possible to challenge the so-called four heavenly kings. He glanced left and right, finally locking onto the sidewalk on the right. It didn't matter if the street was blocked, the sidewalk was clear, and they could drive through there. However, just as Kashimo Hajime drove onto the sidewalk, a figure suddenly rushed out from the corner ahead. The person looked like an office worker. At this moment, he was running toward Jia Jian's direction with a face full of terror, screaming for help. Help! Something is chasing me. In the next moment, Jia Jian knew what was happening. A massive 4-meter tall cursed spirit smashed right through a wall and came charging out with a roar. Holy crap! Such a huge cursed spirit. Jia Jian was startled. He looked at Kashimo Hajime beside him. There was no surprise on his face, but rather a hint of irritation. Kashimo Hajime was different from Jia Jian. As a veteran jujutsu sorcerer, his perception of cursed spirits was far more acute. He had likely noticed the cursed spirit chasing the man long ago. However, Kashimo Hajime had no intention of getting out to help. This kind of cursed spirit was no challenge to him at all. Getting out would be a pure waste of time. But ignoring the cursed spirit wasn't an option either. Such a large creature blocking the path meant the car couldn't pass. Just as Kashimo Hajime was preparing to use a powerful move to blast away both the cursed spirit and the street, two more figures rushed out from behind the spirit. Jia Jian looked ahead and saw a young high school student leap high into the air. He swung his fist with all his might, and after gathering a massive amount of cursed energy, delivered a strike right to the cursed spirit's head. The immense force slammed the cursed spirit directly into the ground, causing the pavement to crater significantly. Under the young man's attack, the cursed spirit let out a wail before turning into ash and completely vanishing into the air. Whoa, so strong! Jia Jian shouted in admiration from inside the car. He looked at the young man, then at his own palm. They were both jujutsu sorcerers, so why was the gap so huge? In any case, at his current stage, he had absolutely no confidence in facing a cursed spirit of this level. Faced with Jia Jian's admiration, Kashimo Hajime in the driver's seat didn't react in the slightest. In his eyes, this was just an ordinary jujutsu sorcerer, not worth any extra attention. He started the car and floored the accelerator, speeding along the sidewalk. Ahead, the young man who had been reassuring the office worker that it was safe heard the roar of the engine getting closer. He looked up to find a car driving straight toward him. That's dangerous. The young man shouted and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, his face didn't show anger at nearly being hit, there was only dissatisfaction with Kashimo Hajime's reckless driving. But someone behind the young man was extremely displeased with Kashimo Hajime's driving style. He yelled at the speeding Kashimo Hajime. Do you even know how to drive? You almost hit my Yuji, do you know that? The young man named Yuji instead comforted the other person. It's fine, it's fine. They might just be in a hurry. Facing the accusations from behind, Kashimo Hajime had no intention of stopping. However, Jia Jian's expression in the passenger seat froze for a moment. He seemed to have just heard something incredible. He whipped his head around to look back through the rear window. Because of the glass, he couldn't see the faces of the two people behind them clearly. But he saw one thing clearly. The young man in the lead had a hood behind his neck. Considering this was Tokyo and combining it with the name, Yuji, the other person's identity was practically obvious. Holy crap, it's the mysterious hooded man. What mysterious hooded guy? Kashimo Hajime found Jia Jian's behavior a bit strange. The last time he saw Jia Jian so surprised was when the man first saw him. Although that young man's cursed energy seemed decent, that was about it. Could that young man from just now be some kind of powerhouse? At this moment, Jia Jian realized his form of address wasn't quite right and hurriedly explained to Kashimo Hajime. Kashimo, he's Yuji. Didn't you hear me just now? Yuji. Kashimo Hajime repeated the name with some confusion, he had never heard it in his memory. He spoke unhurriedly, oh, is he some very strong modern jujutsu sorcerer? Seeing that Kashimo Hajime still hadn't caught on, Jia Jian shouted. Yuji, Yuji, Yuji Itadori, Yuji Itadori. At this moment, Kashimo Hajime finally reacted. Isn't that the name of Sukuna's vessel? He slammed on the brakes, stopping in place, and abruptly turned his head to look back. Because they had been driving for over 10 seconds, they were now nearly 100 meters away from Itadori, and he could only vaguely see Yuji Itadori's silhouette. At this time, all the anxiety on Kashimo Hajime's face vanished. He hadn't expected to run into Sukuna's vessel here. Compared to Sukuna, the four heavenly kings of Sendai are just pieces of shit. With Sukuna around, who would want to fight them? Without the slightest hesitation, he kicked the sports car's door open, not even taking the time to unbuckle his seatbelt, and simply jumped out of the car, forcibly tearing it off. This sight made Jia Jian, who was watching from the side, feel a sharp pang of distress. Hiss. It's a supercar after all, show it some love. If you don't want it, you could have given it to me. In the distance, Choso, who was standing up for Itadori, suddenly had a change of expression. Yuji, be careful, there's an enemy. He immediately shielded Itadori behind him, looking toward Kashimo Hajime's direction with a solemn expression. There was no need for Choso's reminder. In the distance, Kashimo Hajime's churning cursed energy was expanding so much it was about to burst. It would be hard for Itadori not to notice. He looked at the salaryman behind him who was still in a state of fear and spoke with a serious gaze. Sir, please leave quickly. It might be dangerous here. The salaryman blanked for a moment, then hurriedly nodded repeatedly, running off into the distance in a panic. After sending the bystander away, Itadori shifted his focus back. A distance of nearly 100 meters is not long for a jujutsu sorcerer. In the time it took to have a brief exchange, Kashimo Hajime had already arrived 3 meters in front of Itadori and Choso. Kashimo Hajime's gaze bypassed Choso, looking at the protected Itadori with full battle intent. Are you Sukuna's vessel? Itadori's heart sank upon hearing this. Was this person also coming for the Sukuna inside him? As the saying goes, silence is a nod. Itadori's reaction made Kashimo Hajime extremely excited. This person really is Sukuna's vessel. He looked at Itadori and shouted impatiently. Quick, let Sukuna out and let me duel him. Hearing these words, Itadori's face darkened instantly. The memory of Sukuna just yesterday using his body to kill a large number of ordinary people in Shibuya was still fresh in his mind. Listening to Kashimo Hajime's words now, Itadori was suddenly filled with rage. What did he take Sukuna for? A game boss that can be challenged at any time. Just as he was about to lose control, a dark shadow blocked his path. It was none other than Choso. He stood in front of Itadori, looking at Kashimo Hajime with an angry expression. Who are you? Leave quickly, and I can act as if nothing happened. Kashimo Hajime looked at Choso with some surprise. Initially, he hadn't really noticed Choso's presence, but the powerful cursed energy now erupting from Choso's body suddenly piqued his interest. Kashimo Hajime tilted his head slightly and shouted. Hey, who is he? Choso was slightly taken aback. Who was this person talking to? Was he asking him? But the he in the sentence didn't seem like it was addressed to him. Just as Choso was confused, a complaining voice came from behind Kashimo Hajime. Kashimo, you run too fast. I can't keep up with you. Jia Jian ran up panting. He wasn't Kashimo Hajime, he couldn't cross 100 meters in a few breaths. He had run all the way. Kashimo Hajime didn't care if Jia Jian was tired or not. He looked at Choso again and asked impatiently. Isn't your intelligence network supposed to be amazing? Who is this person? Jia Jian looked at Choso in front of him with great interest. This was his first time seeing this big brother. In reality, he had quite liked the character of Choso before. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Of course I know who he is. Jia Jian patted his chest and immediately began introducing Choso. This person's origin is quite extraordinary. He is a special grade cursed object, one of the cursed womb, death paintings, created by that old fellow Kenjaku using his own blood and ordinary people while controlling Kamo Noritoshi. Although he looks human now, he's actually just like you, reincarnated through a cursed object. He not only inherited the Kamo family's ancestral technique, blood manipulation, but also possesses the physique of a cursed spirit. The cursed spirit physique allows him to convert cursed energy into blood, which means he won't suffer from excessive blood loss while using his technique. His combat power is terrifying. Hearing this, Kashimo Hajime also looked at Choso with surprise. He had thought Choso was just an ordinary grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer, but he didn't expect his background to be so significant. As one of the big three families, the Kamo family's ancestral, blood manipulation, has been passed down for 1,000 years. Even he had heard of the prestige of this technique. It's just that the flaws of this technique were too obvious, so its combat power had always been inferior to the Gojo and Zenin families. But that didn't mean blood manipulation was bad. It wasn't the technique that was lacking, but the people. Choso, meanwhile, looked at Jia Jian with a face full of astonishment. He had thought this Jia Jian, who looked to be only at the level of a grade 4 jujutsu sorcerer, was just a follower, but he didn't expect his intelligence network to be so formidable. The corners of Kashimo Hajime's mouth curled into a wide arc as he looked at Choso with interest. A descendant of the Kamo family. Looks like he's worth killing. However, Kashimo Hajime's words precisely touched Choso's sore spot. Don't mention Kamo to me. My name is Choso. Kashimo Hajime was stunned and glanced at Jia Jian. Jia Jian, knowing what had happened, immediately explained. Kashimo, although Choso was created by that old fellow Kenjaku, he hates Kenjaku very much, so he never considers himself a member of the Kamo family. A flash of realization crossed Kashimo Hajime's eyes, and he shook his head with a mock laugh. He clearly had no interest in these messy affairs. Jia Jian continued, adding with some regret. Since his birth, Choso lived with the other two cursed womb, death paintings, so he never received the formal education of the Kamo family. Regarding blood manipulation, he figured it out through self-study, so he can't compare to the results of the Kamo family's 1,000 years of development. This leaves Choso currently at the level of a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer. However, with his half-cursed spirit physique and a lifespan much longer than a human's, if given enough time, he still has a chance to reach special grade. A hint of wariness appeared in Choso's eyes as he looked at Jia Jian. The information from before could be considered semi-public, anyone with the will to investigate could have found it out. But this new information was a bit exaggerated. How did he, a plain and ordinary jujutsu sorcerer, know such intelligence? Unlike Choso's wariness, after hearing Jia Jian's words, Kashimo Hajime's interest in Choso instantly diminished by a fraction. Only a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer. That's a bit boring. He shook his head and shouted at Choso, step aside. Go back and practice some more first. I have no interest in you, I only want to find Sukuna right now. Jia Jian, standing behind him, curled his lip. What do you mean Choso is, just, a grade 1 sorcerer? You're talking as if you can definitely win. Didn't Hikari Kinji, another grade 1 sorcerer, send you flying with an elbow? You're acting a bit too cool there, old Kashimo. Jia Jian's small movements didn't attract the attention of the two men facing off. Or rather, they noticed, but they had more important matters to handle right now. Faced with Kashimo Hajime's suggestion, Choso rejected him without a second thought. However, I refuse. As long as I am here, I will absolutely not let you harm Yuji. Choso's declaration made the already impatient Kashimo Hajime even more dissatisfied. He looked at Choso with a gloomy expression. You naturally evil Kamo brat, it seems I'll have to deal with you personally. Don't call me by that name. My name is Choso. Majestic cursed energy emanated from both of them. Kashimo Hajime gripped his weapon as unique lightning cursed energy began to dance across the surface of his body. Not to be outdone, Choso pressed his palms together, ready at any moment to release, piercing blood, and give Kashimo Hajime a taste. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Yuji's hand suddenly patted Choso's shoulder lightly. Seeing Yuji step out from behind him on his own initiative, Choso shouted anxiously. Yuji, stay back, I can handle this person. However, Yuji did not speak. He walked out from behind Choso and looked at Kashimo Hajime with a calm expression. After Sukuna used his body to kill a massive number of ordinary people in Shibuya, he had fallen into a state of confusion regarding his life. He didn't know what his purpose for existing in this world was. He had also heard Jia Jian's words. Although he didn't know the person in front of him, there was a high probability that Choso was not his match. He didn't want anyone else to fall into danger because of the Sukuna inside him, so he didn't want to accept Choso's help. Yuji stared at Kashimo Hajime, cursed energy churning within him. Choso, thank you for your help. But this is my own business, it has nothing to do with you. Let me face it myself. Choso froze in place. He wanted to explain his relationship to Yuji, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to say them. After all, he only felt the call of their bloodline from Yuji's body, he couldn't clearly explain the specific relationship at all. However, at that moment, Jia Jian suddenly spoke up from the corner. Actually, it's not like you two have no relationship at all. Jia Jian's words drew everyone's attention. Yuji looked at Jia Jian in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Choso looked at Jia Jian in disbelief. Could he even know such secret information? Even a flicker of doubt crossed Kashimo Hajime's face as he slightly turned his head to look at the great master of intelligence behind him. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Jia Jian gave an awkward smile. Why are you all looking at me? Choso was the first to lose patience, asking Jia Jian, you say I'm related to Yuji. Do you know something? Seeing the questioning look in Yuji's eyes as well, Jia Jian coughed lightly and spoke with a hint of pride. Of course. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. He began by saying, you all know about Kenjaku, right? His ability is brain swapping, he can transfer his brain into a corpse's body to possess a new body. He pointed at Choso. Choso is a special life form born from Kenjaku's own body and the cursed womb, death paintings back when he controlled Kamo Noritoshi of the Kamo family. So, to a certain extent, Kenjaku is Choso's father. Jia Jian then pointed at Yuji. After the identity of Kamo Noritoshi could no longer be used, Kenjaku reoccupied the body of Itadori Kaori. Itadori Kaori. Hearing this name, Yuji Itadori subconsciously repeated it to himself. For some reason, it felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. The next moment, memories buried for years surfaced from the depths of his mind, and he suddenly snapped his head up. Holy crap! Isn't Itadori Kaori his mother's name? Seeing Yuji's expression, Jia understood that Yuji had realized it. He pointed at Yuji and made a somewhat sinister guess. Itadori, you guessed right. Itadori Kaori is your mother. Her cause of death is currently unknown, but I feel there's a high probability that old fellow Kenjaku had something to do with it. Afterwards, Kenjaku controlled your mother's body and gave birth to you with your father, Jin Itadori. So, to a certain extent, Kenjaku is your mother. Then, without waiting for Yuji to ask anything, he pointed at Choso and him. So, Itadori, you and Choso are, in a sense, half-siblings with the same mother. Ah, no. Same father, that's not right either. Jian's words suddenly got stuck in his throat. He didn't quite know how to categorize the familial relationship between Yuji and Choso. After scratching his head in frustration for a few seconds, Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and slapped his hands together. You are biological brothers with different fathers and different mothers. Going by time, Choso is your big brother. The words, big brother, completely shattered Choso's mental defenses. He finally knew exactly what his relationship with Yuji was. He looked at Yuji expectantly. He didn't know how Yuji would think of their relationship. Would Yuji accept him as this biological big brother with different parents? Choso's expression entered Yuji's sight, and he looked at Choso in disbelief. He hadn't expected that he and Choso would have such a connection. No wonder Choso had initially wanted to kill him but suddenly stopped at the end, and had been helping him unconditionally ever since. Big brother. Yuji spoke subconsciously, letting those two words slip out. Hearing the words, big brother, Choso felt as if he had been struck by something. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his hands trembling as he opened them wide and shouted toward Yuji. Yuji. Watching the scene of Yuji and Choso recognizing each other as brothers, Jian also shed tears of emotion. It really wasn't easy. However, Kashimo Hajime's expression on the side was a bit strange. He frowned, wearing an expression like that meme of the old man looking at a phone on the subway. He hadn't expected Kenjaku to be such a pervert. To actually play the role of a woman to have children with someone else. As expected of a jujutsu sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, he could easily do things others could not. The scene of Itadori and Choso recognizing each other as brothers was quite touching. However, it failed to move Kashimo Hajime in the slightest. He looked down at Jian with a low gaze and asked a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. What exactly is Kenjaku doing all this for? Back when Kashimo Hajime was still relatively young, Kenjaku had already approached him and proposed making a contract. But at that time, Kashimo Hajime never trusted Kenjaku, he could never see through what Kenjaku really wanted to achieve, and he certainly didn't want to become a mere pawn on Kenjaku's path. But as he aged and his life neared its end, he had no other choice and ultimately agreed to Kenjaku's request. Among the ancient sorcerers reincarnated through vessels by Kenjaku for the culling game, there were likely very few who truly signed the contract of their own free will. They were all on the verge of death and did it because they had no other option. Previously, Kashimo Hajime had thought it was an accident that Itadori became Sukuna's vessel. But upon hearing that Itadori's mother was Kenjaku, he realized instantly. All of this must be the result of that old fool Kenjaku's machinations behind the scenes. Itadori becoming Sukuna's vessel was no accident, there must be some unspeakable secret involved. Regarding Kashimo Hajime's words, Jian replied casually. It's nothing particularly special, he wants to create a world populated only by jujutsu sorcerers. Jian's words caught the attention of Itadori, who was standing nearby. Having not yet sought out Tengen, he didn't know Kenjaku's true goal. Hearing Jian's description, a shiver ran through his heart. He knew very well what kind of existences jujutsu sorcerers were. If everyone in the world became a jujutsu sorcerer, how terrifying would the world become? He couldn't help but ask. What exactly is Kenjaku's ultimate purpose in doing this? Jian was stunned for a moment by Itadori's question and scratched his head. Purpose. There doesn't seem to be much of one, maybe he simply thinks it's fun. Fun. Itadori only felt a sense of absurdity. To drag the entire world into a crisis of death for such a trivial reason. You've got to be kidding me. Unlike Itadori's anger, Kashimo Hajime's level of acceptance was much higher. Recalling his few interactions with Kenjaku, he suddenly felt that the reason of fun wasn't entirely unacceptable. Itadori took a few deep breaths and looked back at Jian. At this moment, he had only one question. Why did Kenjaku target me? My becoming Sukuna's vessel wasn't a coincidence, was it? It certainly wasn't a coincidence, Jian nodded. It has to do with your grandfather, Itadori Wasuke. My grandfather. Itadori was stunned. He didn't understand what his becoming Sukuna's vessel had to do with his grandfather. Kashimo Hajime also grew interested. Was this Itadori Wasuke some kind of powerful jujutsu sorcerer? Not exactly. Jia Jian shook his head, no longer keeping them in suspense. You all should know that Sukuna has 2 faces and 4 arms, right? Everyone nodded. They were well aware of Sukuna's most prominent characteristic. There's a reason why Sukuna has 2 faces and 4 arms. It's because before he was born, he was a twin. Twins. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they had heard such news. Jia Jian continued to elaborate. You should have heard that twins are considered ominous in the jujutsu world. Twins weaken each other, they split the cursed energy that should belong to one person between them, causing both parties' strength to decrease. While still a fetus, Sukuna devoured his own brother to sustain and enhance his own strength, which is also why he was able to become the king of curses later on. Hearing this, Choso's expression darkened. He could not accept someone harming a brother for the sake of power. Sukuna's behavior was absolutely unforgivable in his eyes. Jia Jian's voice continued. However, the soul of Sukuna's brother did not vanish, he was reincarnated, and now, 1,000 years later, he was reincarnated as your grandfather, Itadori Wasuke. Jia Jian looked at Itadori. Your grandfather's body and soul are very special, he was born with the ability to suppress Sukuna. So this is why Kenjaku targeted your father and even went so far as to occupy your mother's body to give birth to a child. Because only in this way could a body be born that is completely incapable of being taken over by Sukuna. Speaking of this, Jia Jian suddenly smiled. So strictly speaking, Sukuna could be considered your uncle. Jia Jian's final joke did not make Itadori laugh. He looked at his palm with a calm expression, he hadn't expected his origins to be so turbulent. Suddenly, a mouth emerged from Itadori's neck. It was none other than Sukuna's mouth. Who exactly are you? How do you know about such things? Itadori's suppression of Sukuna was not absolute. When he wasn't deliberately suppressing him, Sukuna could manifest a mouth on his body. At the same time, the Sukuna within Itadori could hear and see everything in the outside world through Itadori's body. Therefore, he had heard Jia Jian's words clearly from within Itadori. Even as the king of curses, there were many things Sukuna did not know. He hadn't expected this person named Jia Jian to possess so much information. He even knew that Itadori Wasuke was the reincarnation of his brother, something even he wasn't aware of. Intense curiosity compelled Sukuna to manifest a mouth on Itadori's body to ask who he truly was. Sukuna's sudden appearance gave Jia Jian a massive fright. Lord Sukuna, when did you arrive? Jia Jian was still somewhat afraid of the king of curses. He wasn't like Kashimo Hajime. In the eyes of this elder, the weak didn't even exist. Seeing the Sukuna he had been longing for finally appear, Kashimo Hajime's entire body trembled with the excitement of his cursed energy. Sukuna. You've finally appeared. Come out and fight me. Sukuna completely ignored Kashimo Hajime's provocation. In his eyes, there was only one jujutsu sorcerer worth his attention. That was the strongest jujutsu sorcerer of the modern era, the invincible Satoru Gojo. As for Kashimo Hajime, just some nobody on the side of the road, not worth wasting his time on. However, while he had no interest in fighting, he could still tease him. He smiled and said to Kashimo Hajime. Fine, as long as you can make me come out, I'll fight you. Itadori looked at the Sukuna emerging from his neck and finally snapped out of his thoughts. Hearing Sukuna's words, he slapped his hand over the mouth and shouted. Don't even think about it, Sukuna. I will never let you out again for the rest of my life. As Itadori focused his will, Sukuna sensed his control over Itadori's body rapidly fading. He gave a mocking laugh and prepared to retreat back into Itadori's body. However, at that moment, Kashimo Hajime's words left him stunned on the spot. Aren't you able to forcibly control the body for 1 minute? If you don't switch to a new body, I'll kill your vessel. The word, kill, immediately enraged Choso, who had just reunited with Itadori. His previously calm cursed energy surged again, his gaze fixed firmly on Kashimo Hajime. What are you talking about, you fool? I will never let you hurt Yuji. However, Kashimo Hajime didn't care about Choso's threat. His gaze shifted to the back of Itadori's hand, where a new mouth belonging to Sukuna had grown. What did you say? Sukuna's cold voice came from it. Hearing this, Kashimo Hajime smirked. Though he couldn't see Sukuna's expression, he knew very well that Sukuna was angry right now. This was the exasperation of someone whose plot had been exposed. As Kashimo Hajime spoke, his eyes flickered toward Jia Jian. He was right after all. You really are planning to switch bodies, Sukuna. Itadori's heart skipped a beat, and he froze in place, even forgetting to suppress Sukuna's influence on his body. He shouted at Kashimo Hajime. What did you say? What is Sukuna planning to do? Kashimo Hajime looked at Itadori with a sneer. It seems you really don't remember anything. Is the effect of the binding vow really that good? Remember what? That promise between you and Sukuna, of course. Their conversation caused Jia Jian, who was waiting to watch the show, to break into a cold sweat. Although he didn't mind being a troll, leaking information to characters in the story and watching their shocked reactions. Wasn't it a bit dangerous to call him out like this right in front of Sukuna? Sukuna wasn't as magnanimous as an ordinary character. It would be a shame if he were pushed too far and jumped out to attack him. He still wanted to see Kashimo Hajime fight the four heavenly kings of Sendai. At this moment, prompted by Kashimo Hajime's reminder, Itadori fell into deep thought. He vaguely remembered that after the juvenile detention center incident, Sukuna had shared a few, heart-to-heart, words with him. In order to come back to life, Sukuna had made some kind of promise with him. But as for what that promise specifically was, he couldn't remember it at all. So many days had passed that Itadori had almost forgotten about it. But with Kashimo Hajime's reminder today, he remembered it once more. Itadori looked at Kashimo Hajime with a solemn expression. What exactly do you know? Tell me everything. It was no wonder Itadori was anxious. Sukuna had caused far too much harm to him and to the world. He had to know what Sukuna was plotting in the shadows so he could stop him. Facing Itadori's command-like interrogation, Kashimo Hajime, for once, didn't get angry. He nonchalantly recounted what Jia Jian had told him earlier that day. Hearing the binding vow he had made with Sukuna from Kashimo Hajime's mouth, Itadori turned pale and took a step back. Although these memories had been subconsciously forgotten because of the binding vow, it didn't mean they had truly vanished from his mind. They were merely hidden in the depths of Itadori's memory. After Kashimo Hajime's reminder, the memories that were once buried deep in his mind surfaced before Itadori's eyes once again. He shouted distractedly, I remember. I remember everything. Meanwhile, inside Itadori, Sukuna's heart sank completely, and his last bit of hope vanished. These two people actually knew about the promise between him and Itadori. This was impossible. This promise was made between him and Itadori within his innate domain. How could an outsider know? He looked gloomily at the harmless-looking Jia Jian standing behind Kashimo Hajime. Kid, you know quite a lot. Where did you get this information? Facing the interrogation of the King of Curses, Jia Jian gave an awkward yet polite smile. Hee, if I said I just guessed it all, would you believe me, Lord Sukuna? Obviously, Sukuna didn't believe such nonsense. Or rather, who would? Your guesses were way too accurate. Kashimo Hajime looked at the angry Sukuna with schadenfreude. Sukuna, you'd better switch bodies quickly, or it'll be too late. Before Sukuna could speak, Itadori clamped his hand over the mouth on the back of his hand. Don't even think about it. Sukuna, I will never let you hurt anyone again. The binding vow Sukuna had made with Itadori had a lot of room for maneuvering. A binding vow isn't something that's completely unavoidable. In essence, it's a word game. As long as someone is willing to study it, they can find loopholes in a binding vow and use special methods to avoid its dangers. Once the people of the Jujutsu world knew the details of the binding vow between Sukuna and Itadori, they would be fully capable of using other methods to add a new binding vow to Itadori, preventing Sukuna from switching bodies during that 1 minute. Even in the immediate sense, for Sukuna to take control of Itadori's body, the primary condition was to say the word, in chain. And as everyone knows, you need a mouth to speak. As long as Itadori focused, he was fully capable of completely suppressing Sukuna's spirit within himself, giving him no chance to speak. A Sukuna who couldn't speak would have no chance to say, in chain, and thus no chance to switch bodies. Sukuna felt the pressure from Itadori, his mental energy was becoming weaker and weaker, and the mouth on the back of Itadori's hand was about to disappear. Through Itadori's eyes, he cast a gloomy glance at Jia Jian. It was this person right here who had completely ruined his plans. Itadori felt Sukuna's consciousness gradually fading. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a somber voice rang out in everyone's ears. In chain. Kashimo Hajime's spirit jolted. Because he felt a cold, evil cursed energy spreading through the air. He looked at Itadori, his grin widening to its limit in an instant. Ha ha ha. Sukuna, you've appeared. Choso whipped his head around, only to see that his originally cute and gentle brother had completely vanished. Replacing him was Sukuna, his face covered in black markings and radiating an evil aura. Sukuna. Get out of my brother's body. Without a moment's hesitation, Choso charged straight at Sukuna. He didn't use blood manipulation because the body before him was Itadori's, and he was worried about hurting him. Kashimo Hajime attacked at the same time. However, he had no intention of holding back. With his cursed energy fully released, he struck out mercilessly toward Sukuna. Sukuna looked coldly at Choso and Kashimo Hajime as they rushed toward him. Dismantle. In the next instant, Sukuna's unique slashing curse technique was unleashed, as powerful slashes were flung outward with him at the center. Feeling the power of the slashes, the two were startled and quickly jumped to the side to dodge. Seeing them dodge, Sukuna felt a sense of relief. According to the chain between Sukuna and Itadori, during the 1 minute he controlled Itadori's body, he could neither kill nor harm anyone. His slashes just now were only meant to force Choso and Kashimo Hajime back. He gambled that the two wouldn't actually try to tank his slashes head-on. Taking advantage of the gap as Choso and Kashimo Hajime retreated, Sukuna raised his right hand, grabbed the pinky finger of his left hand, and yanked it hard. All of Sukuna's power within Itadori's body gathered into Itadori's pinky finger. Sukuna's soul and power were refashioned into a cursed object. In the next moment, Sukuna flickered and appeared directly in front of Jia. He grabbed Jia's chin and lifted him off the ground. Looking at the Sukuna right in front of him and the pinky finger in his right hand, Jia suddenly had a bad premonition. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Don't you want Megumi Fushiguro's body? Why did you come to me? The name, Megumi Fushiguro, made Sukuna's already gloomy face darken even further. Who exactly are you, to even know about something like that? Megumi Fushiguro was indeed the next vessel Sukuna had secretly chosen. After incarnating, he could possess the other person's curse technique, and Sukuna had his sights set on Megumi Fushiguro's 10 Shadows technique. Choosing Jia's body now was a last resort. Of the 3 people present, Kashimo Hajime possessed special grade strength, and Sukuna wasn't confident he could force him to eat his finger within a minute. Meanwhile, Choso, like Itadori, was a special life form created by Kenjaku. Sukuna wasn't sure if Choso, like Itadori, also possessed the ability to completely suppress his soul. So, to be safe, the only person Sukuna could choose was the harmless-looking Jia in the back. Jia, who had been hoisted up, didn't explain the source of his information. Transmigration was something that couldn't be explained clearly, so he could only shout once more. Don't you dare underestimate my intelligence network. Sukuna's expression darkened. If you don't want to talk, I'll see for myself. The cursed technique for incarnation allowed him to possess all the body's memories. Sukuna had no more time to waste. If he wanted to know something, he would just see it for himself. Right now, Itadori's body was being controlled by the last of his power, and it would disappear soon. He had to complete the incarnation within this time. Seeing Sukuna tear off Itadori's pinky finger, Choso shouted in a fit of rage. You fool, what are you doing to Yuji? Having said that, Choso prepared to charge forward to stop Sukuna's next move. Although Choso didn't care about Jia's life or death, he knew that Itadori didn't want anyone to get hurt because of him. As Itadori's big brother, Itadori's business was his business. While Itadori was away, he had to stop Sukuna's actions on Itadori's behalf. But not everyone thought that way. Kashimo Hajime instantly blocked Choso's path, repelling him with a single strike. Hey, I can't let you interrupt Sukuna's descent. Although Kashimo Hajime didn't dislike Jia, his importance was far too low compared to Sukuna. He just wanted to fight Sukuna, and now that Sukuna was about to be officially resurrected, he naturally had no reason to stop it. Seeing this, Jia cursed loudly. You old Kashimo, just standing by while I'm in trouble, huh? Just you wait, next time all. Unfortunately, Jia didn't have time to finish his threats. Sukuna forced his mouth open and shoved his pinky finger deep into it. Feeling the foreign object in his throat, Jia knew he had swallowed Sukuna's finger. As a violent tremor shook his heart, Jia felt his consciousness rapidly fading. As expected, since he wasn't a protagonist like Itadori, he couldn't resist Sukuna's soul. Before his consciousness vanished, Jia raised his arm and slapped hard toward Sukuna. Since Sukuna was holding Jia's jaw with one hand and feeding him the finger with the other, he had nowhere to dodge backward and took a massive slap from Jia right on the face. With a smack, the sound echoed from Sukuna's face, and his expression instantly darkened even more. Seeing this, Jia was delighted and laughed loudly. Sukuna, you win this time, but we'll fight again next time. Sukuna frowned at those words. What? This time, and next time? What are you babbling about? Sukuna had no time to keep guessing. Although a minute hadn't passed yet, as Jia swallowed Sukuna's finger, Sukuna's power within Itadori completely dissipated. In the next moment, Itadori regained control of his body, and Sukuna fully revived within Jia's body. Waking up, Itadori looked at Sukuna in front of him and shouted in anger. Sukuna, what did you do with my body? Seeing another innocent person disappear because of him, Itadori was beyond furious. With his cursed energy fully released, he charged straight at Sukuna, determined to kill the king of curses. However, Sukuna's attention wasn't on Itadori at all. He simply twisted his body slightly, dodging Itadori's attack. At the same time, he kicked Itadori in the abdomen, sending him flying. It wasn't that Sukuna was showing mercy, it was that all his attention was currently focused on his own brain. At this moment, something happened that Sukuna completely couldn't figure out. Normally, an incarnated person would have full access to the vessel's memories. But what puzzled Sukuna was that in this body, he could only read memories starting from today. The earliest memory he could trace back to was Jia falling from the sky within the Culling Games barrier. Sukuna couldn't read anything prior to that at all. What the hell? What is going on with this brat's body? The flying Itadori was caught steadily by Choso. Go, Itadori, we need to retreat now. He looked at Sukuna ahead in terror. Although he didn't know why the other was attacking so casually, he knew this was absolutely not the time to keep fighting him. Choso remembered that Sukuna had now inherited the power of 15 fingers. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. If Jago was equivalent to 8 or 9 of Sukuna's fingers, he was at most like 6 or 7, or even fewer. Since Sukuna had already resurrected in Jia's body, there was no need to keep entangling with him. Retreating immediately and finding help was the way to go. Unlike Choso, Kashimo Hajime was filled with battle intent. He laughed and looked at Sukuna. Sukuna, I've been waiting for this day. The power radiating from Sukuna startled Kashimo Hajime. He had no intention of holding back and instantly activated his ultimate move, which could only be used once in a lifetime. Cursed Technique Release. Mythical Beast Amber. Kashimo Hajime's cursed technique began to reconstruct his physical body. His strength and agility were instantly boosted significantly, and in just a moment, his body completely surpassed the human domain. He let out a roar and charged toward Sukuna, essentially becoming a pea-shooter. Sukuna, who was pondering what on earth Jia was, felt the cursed energy from Kashimo Hajime and raised his head irritably. You're annoying, brat. In the next moment, Kashimo Hajime and Sukuna collided, and a massive shockwave erupted from between them. Feeling the two of them fighting fiercely at the center, Choso pulled Itadori again and ran outward. Go. While they're fighting, let's get out of here. Itadori was somewhat reluctant to leave, but Choso's next words changed his mind. We're no match for Sukuna. We're going to rescue Satoru Gojo. Only he can stop Sukuna from hurting more people. Choso was right. Itadori took a deep breath and took one last, unwilling look. I understand. Let's go and bring back Gojo-sensei. 2.5 hours later. The once peaceful and quiet streets of Tokyo had long since become a scene of devastation. The streets were covered in slash marks from cleaving attacks. The buildings on both sides had also suffered large-scale collapses. Only Sukuna remained on the street. Itadori and Choso had already taken advantage of the gap during the great battle between Sukuna and Kashimo Hajime to make their escape. Sukuna was sitting atop a fragment of a building that had fallen to the ground, while beside him, the just now energetic Kashimo Hajime lay collapsed on the earth. His body bore square, grid-like slash marks. From a distance, he looked very much like a diced mango. Judging by Sukuna's state, it was clear that Kashimo Hajime had failed to satisfy Lord Sukuna's desire for a good fight. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a giant fish-shaped cursed spirit could be seen swimming rapidly through the air above the city. When the cursed spirit arrived above Sukuna, a figure wearing a kimono jumped out, seemingly unable to wait a moment longer. With a loud boom, the figure landed on one knee before Sukuna. Lord Sukuna, I have arrived late. I beg for your punishment. The newcomer was none other than Sukuna's most loyal servant, Uraum. Upon sensing Sukuna's awakening, Uraum had immediately rushed toward this location. However, due to the great distance, they still wasted some time getting here. Hearing the familiar voice, the irritation on Sukuna's face lessened slightly. Oh, it's Uraum, Sukuna said with a wave of his hand. It's fine. There's no need for punishment. I thank Lord Sukuna for his forgiveness. Uraum thanked Sukuna with the same respectful tone before carefully pulling a cloth bundle from their robes. They carefully opened the bundle, revealing 3 of Sukuna's fingers lying inside. Lord Sukuna, these are the 3 fingers I have collected. Please consume them. At the same time, Uraum spoke with a face full of guilt. I am sorry, Lord Sukuna. No matter what I did, I could not find the final finger. I have failed you, I beg for your mercy. Sukuna swallowed the 3 fingers with an air of indifference and waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. The last one is definitely in Satoru Gojo's hands anyway. It's normal that you couldn't find it. In the gap of their conversation, another figure stepped out from the fish-like cursed spirit. Yo, it's been a while, Sukuna. The newcomer was the culprit behind the culling game, Kenjaku. Kenjaku's nonchalant attitude provoked Uraum's anger. What is that attitude? Apologize to Lord Sukuna immediately. However, Sukuna didn't care about that. He looked at Kenjaku expressionlessly. So it's Kenjaku. Why are you here too? The corners of Kenjaku's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke with curiosity. I was just curious why you changed bodies so quickly. I thought it would be a bit later. Kenjaku's words stirred up unpleasant memories for Sukuna. His expression darkened as he pointed to his current face. Do you know this man named Jia? At this moment, Sukuna's body was still that of Jia. Kenjaku looked him over carefully and shook his head. No, I have no memory of a jujutsu sorcerer named Jia. Despite being curious, Kenjaku didn't ask Sukuna what had happened. Sukuna didn't have the habit of answering questions for just anyone. If he wanted to speak, he would. But clearly, Sukuna was in a bad mood today and had no intention of enlightening Kenjaku. As Sukuna stood up to leave, Uraum suddenly knelt on the ground. I am so sorry, Lord Sukuna. I have not yet prepared the bath. Please punish me. The bath was a special ancient jujutsu ritual that could suppress the original soul within the body of an incarnated sorcerer, strengthening their control over the vessel. As Sukuna's most loyal servant, Uraum had known for a long time that Sukuna would need the bath to improve control over his body. But because Sukuna had awakened too early, they hadn't prepared the bath yet. Sukuna waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. I won't need the bath so soon. I don't plan on continuing to use this body anyway. Although the incarnation of a jujutsu sorcerer had 3 major limitations, soul consumption, physical compatibility, and cursed energy residue, and the difficulty would increase with each incarnation. Sukuna could still withstand doing it a few more times. Sukuna didn't want to continue using Jia body, he wanted to use Megumi Fushiguro's body for another incarnation. He looked at Kenjaku. Where is Megumi Fushiguro? Take me to him. As an old fox, Kenjaku knew exactly what Sukuna was planning as soon as he heard that. Suddenly, he spoke with a mischievous grin. Sukuna, you want to take over Megumi Fushiguro's body, don't you? Instead of looking for him directly, I have a better way. In the next moment, under Sukuna's puzzled gaze, he led Sukuna and Uraum to a hospital ward. Sukuna looked at a sleeping woman in the ward and suddenly felt she looked somewhat familiar. Just as he was observing her, the woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up and looked over Kenjaku and Uraum, finally stopping her gaze on Sukuna. She stared at Sukuna for a second, then suddenly became ecstatic. She jumped up and instantly threw herself onto Sukuna. Sukuna, you've come to find me. The woman's sudden movement provoked Uraum's anger, and they launched a frost attack at her. Insolent. How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Sukuna? The woman's actions finally jogged Sukuna's memory, and he looked at her with a sudden realization. So it's you, Yorizu. The woman before him was just like Sukuna, an ancient jujutsu sorcerer brought back through incarnation, and from the same era. Even though Sukuna's face was still that of Jia, he hadn't expected Yorizu to recognize him at a single glance. It must have been hard for you, Yorizu, to recognize me at a glance. Why do you think that is? Don't make me guess everything, Sukuna shouted impatiently. Yorizu no longer hid it. She clutched her chest and said with a look of infatuation. It's love. It's love. Sukuna sighed helplessly. Although it wasn't the first time, seeing Yorizu again still made him feel like he was about to lose his composure. This woman's head isn't quite right. Sukuna looked at Kenjaku, his eyes asking why he had been brought to find Yorizu. Kenjaku smiled slightly. Sukuna, you probably don't know, but the vessel Yorizu incarnated into is Megumi Fushiguro's older sister. Megumi Fushiguro usually cares about his sister more than anything. Hearing this, Sukuna looked at Yorizu with interest. He finally knew what Kenjaku had brought him here for. If one wanted to lower the difficulty of an incarnation, it was best for the vessel being taken over to be in a state of mental despair. If Megumi Fushiguro learned that his sister was already dead, his spirit would definitely suffer a massive blow. At that time, taking over Megumi Fushiguro's body would become simple. Listening to their conversation, Yorizu, who possessed the body's memories, also understood why they had come to find her. Sure thing, Yorizu said, looking at Sukuna with predatory eyes. I can help you call Megumi Fushiguro over, but what will you give me, Sukuna? Sukuna scratched his head impatiently at her words. Anything. As long as you can defeat me when the time comes, I'll agree to any of your conditions. Anyone with eyes could see that Sukuna had no intention of agreeing to Yorizu's request, because he didn't think for a second that he would lose to her. But Yorizu, at this moment, acted as if she had just heard a confession, her eyes instantly becoming burning hot. Then let's get married. Late at night. Megumi Fushiguro arrived at the hospital with a tense expression. Not long ago, he had received a call from his stepsister, Sumiki Fushiguro. On the phone, Sumiki Fushiguro sounded panicked and terrified, saying that some monster at the hospital seemed to be watching her and that she was very scared. Megumi Fushiguro's heart tightened upon hearing this. Because he could faintly hear the roar of a cursed spirit coming from the other end of the line. Realizing his stepsister had been targeted by a cursed spirit, Megumi Fushiguro didn't have time to think and rushed toward the hospital immediately. But when Megumi Fushiguro arrived at the hospital, he noticed something strange. It was very quiet here, it didn't seem like a cursed spirit was around at all. Megumi Fushiguro followed his memory to Sumiki Fushiguro's ward. As soon as he entered, he saw his stepsister standing alone by the window. He tentatively called out in a soft voice. Sumiki. Hearing the voice behind her, Sumiki Fushiguro slowly turned around. You're here, Megumi. Seeing his sister unharmed, Megumi Fushiguro looked her over in confusion. Quote. Sister, what's going on? Sumiki Fushiguro gave an awkward smile. She lowered her head. I'm sorry, I lied to you. I wasn't actually in danger. I called you here because there's something I wanted to tell you in person. Megumi Fushiguro breathed a sigh of relief, though his face looked somewhat helpless. Couldn't you have just said whatever it is over the phone? Did you really have to make me come all the way here? Megumi Fushiguro's tone seemed a bit impatient at the moment, but he didn't mean it that way in his heart. He simply didn't know how to get along with his sister and sounded a bit cold, much like someone going through a rebellious phase. Sumiki Fushiguro looked at Megumi Fushiguro with a beaming smile. Megumi, actually, I'm no longer your sister. Megumi Fushiguro froze on the spot, a drop of cold sweat instantly sliding down his forehead. What are you talking about? What do you mean you're not my sister anymore? Looking at Megumi Fushiguro, who was unwilling to accept reality, Sumiki Fushiguro, or rather, Yorizu, looked at him with a hint of pity. You there, you've probably already guessed the reason, haven't you? Are you unwilling to accept reality? How cute. Megumi Fushiguro refused to accept this fact and shouted. Who the hell are you? Me. Yorizu pointed at herself. My name is Yorizu. If there are any old-timers left, they might still remember me. Hearing the mockery coming from that familiar face, Megumi Fushiguro finally accepted it. The person in front of him who looked exactly like his sister was not his sister, Sumiki Fushiguro, at all. She was like those incarnation players in the culling game, an ancient jujutsu sorcerer. Megumi Fushiguro looked at Yorizu with a face full of despair. Why did you lie to me when you woke up this morning? Yorizu tilted her head and thought for a moment. Yeah, why indeed? She looked at Megumi Fushiguro with a smile. Because I thought you were too boring and didn't want to keep playing with you. The moment she finished that sentence, Megumi Fushiguro froze in complete despair. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Who is it? Before Megumi Fushiguro could react, he felt a powerful force grip his jaw. In the next instant, something was forcibly shoved into his mouth. Immediately after, Megumi Fushiguro felt his consciousness slowly fading away. The moment before he lost consciousness completely, he saw who his attacker was. Although the face was slightly different from his memory, the unique markings on it allowed him to recognize the person at a glance. Sukuna, why are you here? What happened to Itadori? Unfortunately, Megumi Fushiguro's questions went unanswered. Before he could hear anything, his consciousness had completely vanished. Megumi Fushiguro's body trembled for a moment, and then Sukuna's unique tattoos began to surface on his face. Seconds later, his head lifted again. Ha, this is the body I wanted. At this moment, Sukuna had finally obtained the body he desired. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jia Jian's body began to tremble. Jia Jian felt very confused. He had thought his challenge journey would end after Sukuna fed him his own finger. But when his consciousness began to fall into slumber, he didn't return to that familiar system space. He felt as if he had fallen into a boundless black space. He could vaguely hear sounds from the outside, but he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, he felt like he could move his body again. Jia Jian struggled to control his body, and the next moment, he felt like his physical form had returned. He snapped his eyes open, gasping for breath. Hey, that Sukuna guy is pretty wild. Whatever he fed me almost made me puke. Jia Jian thought he was back in the system space, so he complained subconsciously. Just as he was wondering why the system's challenge settlement announcement hadn't come out yet, he suddenly realized the surrounding environment didn't seem quite right. The system space was clearly very bright, but this place looked pitch black. Jia Jian looked up in confusion and found several figures standing around him. Yo, you're awake. How do you feel? The one greeting him was Kenjaku. He was the only one present willing to speak to Jia Jian. Jia Jian was in no mood to answer. He looked to his right and saw a person looking down at him from above. Although Jia Jian hadn't seen this face before, he recognized those unique tattoos at a glance. Isn't this Sukuna? Sukuna squinted at Jia Jian, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Jia Jian remembered that he had seemingly given Sukuna a slap across the face, and he gave an awkward smile. Hehe, can we settle this peacefully? Sukuna's answer to Jia Jian was a swift slash. Toward people like Jia Jian who didn't respect him, Sukuna always struck with full force. Hey, new account, don't do this. Jia Jian had no way to resist. He could only shout one last sentence before suffering a regrettable defeat. And so, before Jia Jian could even figure out what was happening, his challenge journey officially came to an end. System space. Jia Jian shook his head as he stood up within the space. The feeling of a slash passing through his body was quite strange. It was very different from Theosplat, of falling to his death. He still hadn't figured out exactly what had happened by the end. How was he on the streets of Tokyo being controlled by Sukuna one moment, and then in a place that looked like a hospital the next? Just as he was filled with confusion, Jia Jian's all-powerful system brought him the answer. The host's body was possessed by Sukuna. He then took your body to the hospital, lured Megumi Fushiguro out using Sumiki Fushiguro, and switched to Megumi Fushiguro's body through a sneak attack. Oh. Jia Jian nodded in sudden realization. So that was how the story developed. That Sukuna guy really, what was the point of switching? He could have just used my body to fight Gojo Satoru. Maybe if Sukuna got killed later, I could have even snagged an assist. While Jia Jian was lost in thought, the settlement from the system began. The challenge has ended. Now calculating your settlement, calculating. Jia Jian's attention was drawn by the system's voice, and he immediately began rubbing his hands together in anticipation. What kind of reward will I get this time? I did have a big battle with Sukuna, after all. The reward should be pretty generous, right? Although the big battle Jia Jian spoke of was just him slapping Sukuna while Sukuna's hands were full. But technically, it was a legitimate attack that landed. However, the moment he saw the reward list, Jia Jian froze in place. It wasn't because the rewards were too few, but because there were too many. There were so many rewards he couldn't finish reading them all. Number of failures, 11 inches. Cause of death, killed by a slash during battle with Sukuna. Evaluation, a pity this time. The opponent was heavily damaged, you almost won. Rewards, massive cursed energy increase, significant increase in cursed energy usage techniques, significant increase in combat skills, significant increase in strike resistance, curse technique, immortal mad thunder, skill, reverse curse technique. What happened? How are there so many rewards? Jia Jian stood there dumbfounded. He had absolutely no idea what had happened, he could only feel the power within him continuously rising. Everything in the reward list was a massive boost, and it was a delightful feast for Jia Jian. Not only that, but the rewards also included a curse technique he had been longing for a long time. Didn't the system say that curse techniques could only be obtained when he defeated a jujutsu sorcerer? But he hadn't defeated any jujutsu sorcerers. The system even rewarded him with a reverse curse technique. Just as Jia Jian was filled with confusion, the omnipotent system cleared things up for him. Due to the host defeating the special grade ancient jujutsu sorcerer Kashimo Hajime, based on Kashimo Hajime's lightning curse technique, the host is rewarded with the curse technique, Immortal Mad Thunder. When did I defeat Kashimo Hajime? Before Jia Jian could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something. He definitely hadn't defeated Kashimo Hajime, but he had. Although he hadn't seen the process, Jia Jian knew that since Sukuna had revived, Kashimo Hajime would certainly not let go of the opportunity to fight Sukuna. If Sukuna was still alive in the end, then the one who died must have been Kashimo Hajime. Jia Jian stiffly swallowed his saliva, and a crazy conjecture rang in his mind. Could it be that the system also counted the actions Sukuna took while possessing his body as his own? Is this reasonable? In the end, Jia Jian didn't ask this question. He was afraid that if the system took a moment to think and realized it actually wasn't reasonable, it might take all the rewards back. Whether this counted as a bug or a loophole, since the rewards had already been issued to him, Jia Jian had no reason not to accept them. Ha 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 ha. Jia Jian laughed a few times, scratching his head with a natural expression. Right, I defeated Kashimo Hajime. I defeated him so easily that I forgot. It's a good thing you reminded me, system. Now everything made sense. Since Sukuna was the best of the best in terms of cursed energy, combat techniques, and physical strength. The system identified the state of his body after Sukuna possessed it as his own, and issued everything Sukuna did as a reward to him. Not only that, but Jia Jian also obtained Sukuna's reverse curse technique. The reverse curse technique could be said to be one of the most broken abilities in Jujutsu Kaisen. It involves reversing the negative energy in cursed energy, outputting it as positive energy, and then using that positive energy to heal oneself. In its most basic form, the reverse curse technique can repair severed limbs. It is the only healing skill in the Jujutsu world. It can be said that having this skill is equivalent to having an extra life. A more advanced reverse curse technique can also develop into curse technique reversal or reverse curse technique, emission, which is simply incredibly powerful. Jia Jian couldn't wait to look at his status panel. At this moment, his panel had changed drastically. Name: Jia Jian. Rank: Special Grade. Cursed Energy. Special Grade. Cursed Technique: Immortal Mad Thunder. Skill: Reverse Curse Technique. Evaluation: whether it is Cursed Technique or Cursed Energy, both are top tier among the top tier. An absolute special grade combat power, capable of satisfying Sukuna in extreme situations. Ho 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 ho. Jia Jian couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the version of himself he had imagined. He couldn't wait a second longer and immediately turned his gaze to his first cursed technique, Immortal Mad Thunder. As Jia Jian focused his attention in his mind, information regarding Immortal Mad Thunder began to emerge. Since the cursed technique rewarded by the system was related to the Jujutsu sorcerer he defeated, the Immortal Mad Thunder technique had a high degree of similarity with Kashimo Hajime's lightning attribute cursed technique. Immortal Mad Thunder gave Jia Jian's cursed energy a lightning attribute as well. His lightning attribute cursed energy came with an augmentation ability. After performing consecutive attacks, it would stimulate his body, increase his speed, and simultaneously form a lightning force field within a certain range. At this point, the lightning would automatically pursue enemies along the force field, and every attack would deal lightning damage to all enemies within range. His lightning attribute cursed energy would also automatically envelop his body, significantly increasing Jia Jian's speed, strength, and defense. At the same time, he could actively activate the lightning attribute cursed energy to stimulate his body, further increasing this enhancement, and wrap the lightning attribute cursed energy around his palms to significantly increase the damage of his next attack. Similar to how Kashimo Hajime's attacks would apply a positive charge to enemies upon impact. When his attacks hit an enemy, it would apply a special lightning mark to them. When he dealt lightning attacks again to enemies with a lightning mark, the lightning and the mark would combine, dealing additional damage to the enemy. At the same time, this attack would plunder the cursed energy within the enemy and automatically cast the reverse curse technique to heal his wounds. Immortal Mad Thunder could also additionally summon lightning from the sky. Under a cloudy sky, he could resonate with the clouds, causing them to bring down lightning and launch attacks within a range. Furthermore, due to his own cursed technique, he was inherently immune to lightning attacks. This descending lightning would not only not harm him, but would also replenish his cursed energy while applying a lightning shield to his body. Finally, just like how Kashimo Hajime possessed the cursed technique release, mythical beast Amber. Jia Jian's Immortal Mad Thunder also possessed an ultimate move. He could use lightning to augment his body and completely liberate the cursed energy within him. Afterward, his body size would increase significantly, and he would transform into a lightning giant. During this period, his body would continuously release a massive amount of lightning attacks, striking all beings within range. At the same time, all his attributes would increase significantly, his attacks would carry large area lightning damage, and his output would reach its maximum. However, the aftereffects of this skill were also immense. After using this skill, his body would be completely damaged. Under normal circumstances, he would die the moment the skill ended. However, this death was not impossible to defy. After the skill ended, he could use the reverse curse technique to quickly repair his body. As long as he could repair his brain and main torso before death, he could survive. The moment he finished reading through his cursed technique, Jia Jian couldn't help but gasp. It really is, Immortal Mad Thunder. I thought it was just the name that was the same. Nothing else. The sense of deja vu from this cursed technique was too strong. Just by reading it once, Jia Jian remembered where it truly came from. Isn't this just the skill set of the Immortal Mad Thunder, Volibear, from the Alliance system? You really didn't change anything at all. Complaining aside, Jia Jian still accepted this cursed technique. No choice, this cursed technique looked like it required a lot of skill. He hated stat check monsters like Sukuna the most. There was no skill involved at all. Abilities like Immortal Mad Thunder, that require skill are the real way to go. Sukuna, if you have the ability, come and spar. Then I'll show you the strongest skill-based monster in the entire Jujutsu world. Jia Jian now felt as if his entire body was bursting with power. System, can I test my own abilities here? I want to try out my cursed technique. You can, but time will not reset here. If the host meets with an accident here, there are no do-overs. It is recommended that the host conducts experiments during challenges. Jia Jian's face lit up with joy, and the cursed energy he was about to circulate came to an immediate halt. It's got to be you, brother. So thoughtful. The system's response remained emotionless, showing no reaction to Jia Jian's praise. Would the host like to start a new challenge? Start it, start it. Jia Jian waved his hand grandly. The 12th challenge begins. Good luck, host. A familiar white light flashed, the sensation of weightlessness returned, and Jia Jian felt himself flying once again. But this time was different, he was no longer the same weakling he once was. Looking at the ground 100 meters away, a disdainful smile curled on Jia Jian's lips. In the next moment, his unique lightning attribute cursed energy was activated, and bolts of electricity danced across his body. A massive amount of lightning cursed energy enveloped Jia Jian's body, directly stacking his physical defense to an unimaginable level. At this moment, Jia Jian didn't even curl his body into an impact-resistant posture. He simply stood straight in the air, like a sword of Damocles, crashing straight down toward the ground. Seconds later, Jia Jian's body slammed violently into the earth. With his body as the center, a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Beneath Jia Jian's feet, a circular crater several meters wide was smashed directly into existence. Jia Jian tossed his hair, patted the dust off his clothes, and spoke to himself with an expression of admiration. As expected of me, this landing method is truly high level. Of course, this was only Jia Jian's self-perceived perfection. If any proper jujutsu sorcerer were on the scene, they would have criticized his landing style. It's just falling from the sky, isn't it? You're wasting way too much cursed energy. A trained jujutsu sorcerer would be perfectly capable of landing lightly on the ground, they wouldn't act like a missile the way he did. But none of this mattered to Jia Jian. As a fledgling jujutsu sorcerer, he didn't understand all these intricacies. Conserving cursed energy. Why would anyone need to conserve cursed energy? Isn't this stuff basically inexhaustible? After indulging in his own power for a moment longer, Jia Jian began to observe his surroundings. The respawn point this time was an amusement park, he hadn't respawned here before. Eager to test his cursed technique, Jia Jian had no intention of hiding himself like he did previously. He spread his arms and shouted heroically. Hey, hey, hey! Any spawn campers out there? Come out and spar with me. Jia Jian's voice echoed through the empty amusement park. Unfortunately, no voice responded to his call. He scratched his head somewhat helplessly. Is nobody here? That shouldn't be right. How can there be no one camping the respawn point? Jia Jian's logic was sound. There were indeed people who camped respawn points, just not right now. Today was only the first day of the culling game, and many jujutsu sorcerers were still in the exploration phase. Aside from a few specific respawn points, most were not actually being watched by jujutsu sorcerers. Just as Jia Jian thought the amusement park was empty, a shout came from a corner. Hey, stop shouting. Aside from me, there's probably no one else in this amusement park for now. Jia Jian felt a surge of joy and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a foreigner wearing a suit standing not far away. Oh, it's a foreigner. Jia Jian's reaction didn't cause any dissatisfaction in the foreign man, or rather, he was long accustomed to being stared at because of his face. He pointed to himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Charlie Bernard. Charlie Bernard. Jia Jian muttered the name under his breath instinctively, he felt the name was somewhat familiar. A moment later, he suddenly remembered. Ah, it's you. You're the manga artist Charlie Bernard. The person before him was none other than the modern jujutsu sorcerer who had fought Hikari Kinji in the original story, Charlie Bernard. Hearing the other party call him a manga artist, a flash of astonishment crossed Charlie's face. You've read the manga I drew. Charlie knew very well that although he considered himself a manga artist, he hadn't actually officially published any of his manga yet. Strictly speaking, he didn't even count as a rookie manga artist, he could only be considered a manga enthusiast. Logically, this person shouldn't know who he was. Naturally, Jia Jian couldn't say he knew him through the plot. He took a few quick steps forward and arrived in front of Charlie. No, although I haven't read your manga, the words, manga artist, were written all over your face. Charlie instinctively touched his own face. Do I really look like a manga artist? You don't just look like one, you are a manga artist. Really? Jia Jian's words brought a wide smile to Charlie's face, this was the first time he had received such high recognition from someone else. Seeing the overjoyed Charlie, Jia Jian quickly proposed his goal. Since we're both here, if you've got nothing better to do, let's have a spar as jujutsu sorcerers. Jia Jian's words woke Charlie from his dream of being a manga artist, and he scratched his head, looking a bit troubled. A spar. But I don't really want to fight anyone. Charlie wasn't like those jujutsu sorcerers who loved to fight everywhere, he had only joined the culling game because the rules forced him to. If possible, he didn't want to participate in this battle royale game at all. Unless there was a special circumstance, Charlie didn't want to fight. Especially since the person in front of him was one of the few people who recognized his identity as a manga artist, Charlie wanted to fight him even less. Charlie's refusal made Jia Jian feel a bit stiff. He wasn't a fool like Kashimo Hajime, who would just rush in and fight people regardless of whether they were willing or not. At the start of the challenge, Jia Jian had decided to only fight those who looked for trouble with him. If Charlie didn't want to fight, it would be hard for him to just attack. Jia Jian scratched his head and thought for a long time before asking curiously. Charlie, you became a jujutsu sorcerer after the culling game started, right? Don't you want to try out your curse technique? Jia Jian's words made Charlie fall into thought, and he spoke with some hesitation. I do have that thought, but I really can't think of a reason to fight you. Seeing that his words were having an effect, Jia Jian struck while the iron was hot. I also just obtained my curse technique and want to find a place to test its effects. Just treat it as fulfilling the wish of a future fan, how about a spar? The word, fan, completely broke through Charlie's mental defenses. What are you saying? If you're already my fan, then what else is there to say? Let's just spar. Aha, you're a real one, brother. Let's do this. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Curse returns. I'm going to kill Su Nuo, the special grade 1. Part 2. After a Freljord-style conversation, the sparring between Charlie and Jia Jian officially began. The sparring hadn't even started yet, but Charlie seemed very confident in his own level. With a wave of his arm, a spear resembling a fountain pen appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Jia Jian couldn't help but ask. Hey Charlie, is this pen spear a part of your curse technique? What pen spear? This is the G staff. Charlie first corrected Jia Jian irritably, then answered his question anyway. Sort of. I don't know how it happened either, it's just a pen I always carry with me. After I poured my cursed energy into it, it turned into this. Jia Jian nodded at this, a hint of envy appearing in his eyes. When he was reading the manga before, he had been very interested in the various cursed tools in Jujutsu Kaisen. After joining the challenge, he really wanted to get a cursed tool, but he hadn't had the chance so far. After seeing the G staff, Jia Jian was also very curious. Because logically, Charlie had only become a jujutsu sorcerer yesterday, so he shouldn't have had the chance to get a cursed tool from anywhere else. That's why he asked where his cursed tool came from. Hearing that this cursed tool was transformed from a pen he carried around, Jia Jian asked curiously. By the way, can only you use this, G staff? This question actually stumped Charlie. He tilted his head in confusion. I don't know about that either. The G staff is related to my cursed technique, so it probably wouldn't work for anyone else, right? Charlie's cursed technique is future sight. Of course, this sight couldn't predict everything, it could only predict the enemy's movements. When Charlie uses the G staff to activate his cursed technique, the pen nib of the staff begins to accumulate ink. When the ink reaches a certain amount, the nib glows, and then a manga panel appears on his opponent's chest. Through the manga panel, Charlie can see his opponent's movements a few seconds into the future. The initial precognition is 1 second, but if more ink is accumulated, he can even see further into the future. However, this technique has a clear flaw. The future in the manga panel must be seen by Charlie's own eyes to be known. If the enemy hides in his blind spot, Charlie won't be able to see them. Jia Jian looked enviously at the G staff in Charlie's hand. This kind of portable curse tool is so convenient. It's just a pen in your pocket when you don't need it, and it turns into a weapon when it's time to fight. Charlie, can I give your curse tool a try? Charlie nodded casually and tossed the G staff over without much thought. As Charlie's flow of cursed energy was interrupted, the staff reverted to its original pen form in midair. Jia Jian caught the pen with a look of surprise. He hadn't expected Charlie to be so straightforward, lending it to him without a word. No way, brother, you're a real one. You called me brother, so what's there to say? Just taking a look won't hurt. The moment he took the pen, Jia Jian began to pour cursed energy into it. To Jia Jian's disappointment, however, his cursed energy felt like it hit a wall. He couldn't input any into the pen at all. It really doesn't work. I can't get my cursed energy inside. Jia Jian shook his head regretfully and handed the pen back to Charlie. I told you it wouldn't work. It's just an ordinary pen. A flash of realization crossed Jia Jian's mind. It seemed this pen wasn't an actual cursed tool. Its transformation was most likely a result of Charlie's cursed technique. As long as Charlie himself was there, he could turn any pen into the G staff needed to perform his cursed technique. Putting the matter of the cursed tool aside, Jia Jian hopped in place to warm up. Forget it, Charlie. Don't worry about the cursed tool. Let's hurry up and spar. Charlie didn't refuse. He flourished the G staff like a showy spear and said, Sure, I want to test out my cursed technique too. Confirming Charlie was ready, Jia Jian's figure suddenly shot forward, charging straight for Charlie's face. The special lightning cursed energy from Immortal Mad Thunder gave Jia Jian immense explosive power. In just a single breath, he arrived in front of Charlie. Jia Jian's hand was half clenched into a claw. In his palm, a large amount of lightning gathered, making a sizzling sound. Jia Jian swung his claw at Charlie. Just as he thought he would land a hit, Charlie suddenly jumped to the side, dodging the attack at the last possible moment. Huh. Jia Jian was startled. He hadn't expected Charlie's reactions to be so fast. He didn't stop, swinging his palm at Charlie again. However, to Jia Jian's surprise, Charlie dodged his next 3 attacks as well. Not only that, but Charlie also took advantage of a gap in Jia Jian's attacks, thrusting his G staff toward Jia Jian's arm. The angle of this strike was extremely tricky. Jia Jian didn't even see it at first. Only when the nib of the staff pierced his arm did he realize he was the one being attacked. With a slash, a cut several centimeters long was carved into Jia Jian's arm. Jia Jian looked at the wound on his arm in shock. He hadn't expected that with his special grade strength, he would be the first one injured by Charlie. Are there really this many talents in the jujutsu world? He looked at Charlie. Holy crap, brother, you're a real stat monster. Your attack power is huge. Meanwhile, Charlie took advantage of Jia Jian's shock to retreat several meters. Charlie's state wasn't as relaxed as it seemed. He looked at Jia Jian, panting for breath. This is all just the effect of my cursed technique. The cursed technique Charlie mentioned caught Jia Jian's attention. He looked at the G staff and clearly saw that quite a bit of ink had gathered on the nib of the staff. You've been preparing for battle for a long time. The amount of ink on the G staff was clearly abnormal. It was obvious that Charlie had been gathering ink for much longer than he'd thought. Clearly, Charlie had been able to dodge his attacks just now because he had seen the attack paths in advance. Charlie smiled at this. It's because your landing posture was too scary, so I made some preparations in advance. Jia Jian nodded slightly. Indeed, many skills of jujutsu sorcerers require preparation in advance. If one side is prepared, they can often gain a significant advantage in combat. Don't you see? Even the invincible Gojo Satoru, when facing Sukuna, had to fire a 200% power, hollow purple, with the support of Utahime, Aijichi, and the others. Since Charlie had seen him, it was reasonable for him to prepare in advance without knowing if he was friend or foe. At this moment, Charlie's voice came again. Don't talk about me. How are you doing? Do you want to keep sparring? Charlie was naturally referring to the wound on Jia Jian's arm. Jia Jian waved his hand dismissively and laughed a few times. What's a little injury like this? I can heal it in a minute. With that, a surge of cursed energy gathered on Jia Jian's wound. The next moment, under Charlie's incredulous gaze, the bleeding wound began to recover at a visible speed. In just 3 seconds, the hideous wound completely vanished. What kind of move is that? This. Just a common reverse curse technique. You can think of it as a healing skill in a game. Jia Jian's words were nonchalant, but to Charlie's ears, they sounded like gibberish. He looked at Jia Jian with a pained expression. And you call me a stat monster? You're clearly the one with the most broken stats. Jia Jian immediately retorted with a stiff face. What stat monster? I'm not a stat monster. I'm clearly a technical player, okay. After a loud roar, Jia Jian's body pressed forward again. Since Charlie was already prepared, Jia Jian no longer held back. Relying on the future predicted by his cursed technique, Charlie narrowly dodged Jia Jian's next attack. However, something Charlie didn't expect happened. Just as he was preparing to seize the opportunity to attack, he suddenly felt a faint electric shock on his skin. He looked around in horror, shocked to discover that at some point, the air around him seemed to have changed. It wasn't just him who was shocked, Jia Jian himself was also dumbfounded. Because he suddenly realized that he had triggered the initial passive of Immortal Mad Thunder. Jia Jian knew that after performing consecutive attacks, he could form a lightning field around him. At this time, his lightning attacks would bounce between enemies within the field and actively attack all enemies inside it. But Jia Jian remembered very clearly that he hadn't hit Charlie at all. How was the lightning field triggered? Looking at the air in front of him, a thought suddenly occurred to Jia Jian. He tentatively waved his hand at the air. The next moment, a stream of electricity shot out from Jia Jian's hand. The current jumped through the air and accurately struck Charlie, who was 1 meter away. Holy crap! Is this for real? How could Jia Jian not understand now? His basic attacks could actually hit the air. So his cursed technique didn't come from the Alliance, it came from Honor of Kings. Not far away, Charlie, having taken a hit of lightning, looked at Jia Jian as if he had seen a ghost. He hadn't expected that he could get hit even though he hadn't touched Jia Jian. Feeling his paralyzed body, Charlie gave a wry smile. Forget it, I won't fight you anymore. I'm no match for you. Hey, you're not fighting anymore. Jia Jian shouted in disappointment. He hadn't even tested his other active curse technique skills yet, why stop fighting now? He hurriedly tried to comfort Charlie. How could you not be my match? My attacks clearly couldn't hit you, why would you surrender when you have such a huge advantage? Charlie closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He suddenly found the person in front of him quite annoying. He was clearly holding the advantage, yet he was putting on an act to toy with him. If he didn't feel like he couldn't beat him, he would have already turned hostile. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he said patiently. I'm just a jujutsu sorcerer who just had an awakening of my cursed technique. You should go find other jujutsu sorcerers. Actually, I'm also a jujutsu sorcerer who just had an awakening. I feel like we're quite compatible. Huh, you said you just had an awakening. Charlie stared at Jia Jian with wide eyes. Whether it was Jia Jian's domineering landing at the beginning, or the massive cursed energy he displayed during their sparring just now, Charlie didn't believe that Jia Jian was a jujutsu sorcerer who had just had an awakening. Yeah, Jia Jian nodded again. I never lie. My cursed technique definitely only had an awakening today. Jia Jian looked sincere, with no sign of lying at all. He really wasn't lying, because his cursed technique truly had an awakening today. Charlie licked his dry lips. Then how are you so strong? Jia Jian smiled, waved his hand, and said with a serious face. Brother, you're joking. I'm actually not strong, I just have better mechanics. You only see the surface, you have no idea about the sweat and effort behind it. Charlie gave a dry laugh. Hey, I see the effort, but why is the sweat on my face? Jia Jian couldn't hear Charlie's thoughts. Seeing that the other party didn't want to continue fighting, Jia Jian also felt a bit stuck. You have to know that he was famously honest, a good rat who never backstabbed anyone after receiving the code in Delta Force. If they had started fighting right away, that would have been one thing, but they had agreed to spar. Now that the other guy didn't want to continue, it wasn't right for Jia Jian to keep forcing the fight. Forget it, forget it. If we aren't fighting, then we aren't fighting. It was just a challenge, there was no need to stop acting like a human just for some rewards. It would be the same if he came back next time. When he respawned here next time, he wouldn't make an appointment with Charlie in advance. While thinking this, Jia Jian retracted his cursed energy. Fine then, since you don't want to continue, brother, let's spar another day. Let's do it another day, sure. Charlie waved his hand stiffly, the effect of that electric shock on his body hadn't completely worn off yet. Since Charlie didn't want to continue, Jia Jian prepared to find other jujutsu sorcerers to test his curse technique. Well, brother Charlie, I'll be going then. Before Jia Jian finished his sentence, he suddenly saw a shadow attacking rapidly from a blind spot in his peripheral vision, aiming directly at Charlie, who was still paralyzed. Without time to think, Jia Jian blocked in front of him. A bang sound rang out. The cursed energy from the lightning blocked the sneak attack directly. Only then did Charlie realize he had been ambushed. Bridge brother, you. Jia Jian waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. He looked toward a large tree in the distance, the direction the attack had come from. Realizing he had been discovered, a sturdy man walked out from behind the large tree. Hey, kid, you really like meddling in other people's business. Wouldn't it have been fine to just let me take the 5 points and leave? The 5 points the man mentioned referred to the scoring mechanism of the culling game. Here, every time a player kills a jujutsu sorcerer, they gain 5 points, and killing a normal person grants 1 point. Faced with the suddenly appearing jujutsu sorcerer, Jia Jian was not alarmed but delighted. He was just looking for someone to fight, and now that someone had appeared on their own, it saved him the trouble of looking everywhere. Seeing the smile in Jia Jian's eyes, the man's expression darkened. Kid, you're very happy, aren't you? Are you that confident? Jia Jian scoffed. What's there to respect about a sneak attacking dog like you? I hate people who crouch walk to third-party fights and backstab others the most. You deserve to die. The man's face turned completely gloomy. Arrogant. As a jujutsu sorcerer who had lived for decades, he didn't expect to be looked down upon by a jujutsu sorcerer who had just had an awakening. He had to teach this ignorant kid in front of him a lesson. The man looked Jia Jian up and down. Kid, do you think you can do anything to me just with your lightning-based curse technique? As he spoke, he raised his palm, and a stone spiraled and flew in his hand. Your area of effect lightning shock is indeed something, I saw it just now, but... The man smiled confidently, as long as I don't get close to you, what can your electricity do to me? After saying this, the man laughed in place, completely not taking Jia Jian seriously. As a long-range type of jujutsu sorcerer, he didn't need to get close to enemies in battle at all, he could achieve victory from afar. And he had already seen Jia Jian's lightning field from the side. The lightning field had a certain range, as long as he didn't get close, the electricity couldn't lock onto him at all. However, Jia Jian gave a crooked smile, his inner Dragon King taking over. HMPH, do you think I don't have other skills? The man was slightly stunned, not realizing what Jia Jian meant. Jia Jian just raised his hand high and shouted, Thunder God, aid me. The next moment, in the man's bewildered gaze, a huge ring appeared beneath his feet. He immediately understood that this thing was wrong, but it was too late by the time he prepared to run away. It wasn't just Charlie who knew how to prepare skills in advance. Jia Jian had already been preparing to cast lightning strike the moment the man appeared. He silently recited in his heart that he would skip breakfast tomorrow as a binding vow, trading it for a lightning strike with low wind-up time. If it were a true expert, they might have easily sensed the surge of Jia Jian's cursed energy, but this man was clearly not among the ranks of experts. As Jia Jian's words fell, bolts of massive thunder smashed down from the sky, accurately striking the man on the head. The man couldn't even dodge and was blasted pitch black by the immense power of the thunder. Suddenly, the Kogan appeared by Jia Jian's side. Points plus 5, player's current points, 5. That's right, Jia Jian not only won but even killed the man in one hit. Jia Jian shook his hair. Phew, as expected of me. I really have such great mechanics. As the battle concluded, Charlie, who had watched the entire fight from start to finish, raised his hand and pointed at Jia Jian in confusion. He hadn't expected that the person he was sparring with just moments ago was such an existence. Why you? What's the matter, brother? Were my mechanics awesome? Hearing the voice, Jia Jian turned around and looked at Charlie with an expectant expression. Charlie fell silent for 3 seconds. The next moment, the finger he had been pointing with instantly turned into a thumbs up, and his face beamed with an admiring smile. Awesome, truly awesome. Brother, your mechanics are insane. Hey, my curse technique is purely skill-based, I have to rely on mechanics to make up for my stats. There was no help for it, the 5A grade combo was just too demanding. He had to land 5 basic attacks to trigger the lightning force field, it couldn't compare at all to the slashes Sukuna could unleash effortlessly. If he didn't have some skill, how else could he challenge Sukuna? After indulging in some self-admiration, Jia Jian prepared to continue searching for other jujutsu sorcerers to practice his mechanics. He looked at Charlie and extended an invitation. Brother, I'm planning to wander around. Do you want to come with me? Forget it, forget it. Charlie waved his hands hurriedly. I don't really like fighting. I just want to find a place and wait. You go ahead, brother. All right then. Jia Jian shook his head regretfully. Since Charlie didn't want to tag along, he couldn't force him. After saying goodbye to Charlie, Jia Jian once again embarked on his journey to explore the culling game barrier. Counting the time he bumped into Kashimo Hajime earlier, this was his second official exploration of the barrier. The population density inside the barrier was still very low. Apart from a very small number of people who hadn't left due to accidents, most had been sent out after the culling game began. Plus, it was still the first day of the culling game, and many jujutsu sorcerers who had been granted cursed techniques by Kenjaku hadn't even arrived yet. This meant the probability of encountering anyone inside the barrier was even lower. Jia Jian walked along the street for half an hour without running into a single enemy. It wasn't that he hadn't seen anyone, but the few times he did, they had no intention of attacking him. They hid far away in houses, watching him only through windows. Jia Jian wasn't a psychopathic serial killer, so he didn't want to force his way in just to take them out. Furthermore, everything in this world felt very real to Jia Jian, being here was no different from reality. It wasn't like he was playing GTA 5, the pressure of killing was still very real. If it were a game, let alone a person, he'd even scramble an egg until it was completely mixed up. Who should I look for? Why isn't anyone coming to cause me trouble? Just as Jia Jian was wondering what to do, a name suddenly popped into his head. That's right, if others won't come to me, I can actively go find them. In this barrier, wasn't the ultimate killing machine, Kashimo Hajime, currently wandering around looking for fights. Jia Jian was no longer the same weakling he had been during his last challenge. He was now a master of mechanics with extreme skill, he might just be able to take on the likes of Kashimo Hajime. Thinking of this, Jia Jian didn't hesitate and immediately began accumulating cursed energy in his body. Relying on the physique boost from his cursed energy, he scrambled up the sides of the high rises along the street, and in no time, he had climbed to the top of the tallest building nearby. Taking advantage of the height, Jia Jian looked around, and before long, a shopping mall came into view. Although it was a bit far and he couldn't be certain, he vaguely felt that this mall was the respawn point where he had landed last time. And at this very moment, Kashimo Hajime was definitely inside that mall. Kashimo Hajime, wait for me. I'm coming to find you right now. Inside the mall, Kashimo Hajime had just dispatched another weak jujutsu sorcerer and was crouching on the ground, anxiously gnawing on his fingers. Sukuna, where exactly are you? Kashimo Hajime had originally thought that being resurrected by Kenjaku would be for the sake of a satisfying battle, but he never expected to be forced to participate in some fooled culling game. Here, not only had he failed to fight the Sukuna he longed for, he hadn't even had a single decent fight. The jujutsu sorcerers here were weaker than the last, they couldn't spark even the slightest bit of interest in him. Is this what modern jujutsu sorcerers are like? How are they even worse than those from 400 years ago? Just as Kashimo Hajime was complaining in his heart, he suddenly felt a massive surge of cursed energy rushing toward him from afar. He looked up at the sky in confusion and keenly spotted a figure rapidly plummeting in his direction. The next moment, a shout came from the sky. Kashimo Hajime. I've come to challenge you to a duel. Kashimo Hajime's expression changed abruptly, because along with the voice came an extremely massive lightning attack. He quickly leapt backward, and the next moment, a figure slammed fiercely into the spot where Kashimo Hajime had just been standing. As the figure landed, a massive shockwave arrived with it. Huge clouds of dust erupted from the center, and currents of electricity as thick as snakes lashed out in all directions. Lightning cursed technique. Kashimo Hajime was shocked. Because jujutsu sorcerers related to lightning were extremely rare, having lived for so many years, this was the first time he had seen a lightning-type jujutsu sorcerer other than himself. Relying on his own resistance to lightning, although Jia Jian's lightning whip had struck Kashimo Hajime, it didn't cause any substantial damage. As the dust cleared, Jia Jian's figure finally appeared before Kashimo Hajime. Who are you? And how do you know my name? Does it matter? Jia Jian grinned at Kashimo Hajime. During the last challenge, that Kashimo Hajime, just to challenge Sukuna, had simply watched him get possessed by Sukuna. This time, he swore to seal his heart in concrete and be a complete enigma, not revealing any information to Kashimo Hajime. Jia Jian slapped his chest hard, and his massive cursed energy poured out. Under the pressure of his cursed energy, the surrounding mall building even began to crack. He spat on the ground and shouted impatiently. Why are you asking so many annoying questions? We've reached this point, it's not a problem that can be solved with words anymore, is it? Hearing this, the corners of Kashimo Hajime's mouth curled up high. Indeed, Jia Jian had started off with a thunderous landing, it was clear he was here to pick a fight. Even if he answered his question, wouldn't they still have to fight in the end? If Jia Jian died, there was no point in asking who he was. If he died himself, getting the answer would be meaningless. Since that was the case, what was there to ask? Just fight. At this moment, the two people standing on opposite sides of the battlefield. One was a battle fanatic who wanted to die in combat, the other was a novice jujutsu sorcerer who wanted to test the limits of his mechanics. The instant their gazes met, they shouted the same phrase in unison. Duel. Two roars echoed simultaneously over the shopping mall. The jujutsu sorcerer of lightning from 400 years ago and the modern jujutsu sorcerer of lightning began their first formal battle. Almost at the same time, both their figures vanished from where they stood. The next moment, a boom resounded. The fists of Jia Jian and Kashimo Hajime collided fiercely in the center. Excessive cursed energy crashed against each other, erupting into a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding glass one after another. HMPH. Kashimo Hajime felt the force coming from the fist and couldn't help but step back. What is this? How is this guy's strength so immense? But he had no time to ponder further, for Jia Jian's next attack was already upon him. Jia Jian swung his left fist toward Kashimo Hajime again, and at the same time, the cursed energy within his body was actively triggered, elevating his strength to another level. Thinking it was just an ordinary left hook, Kashimo Hajime raised his hand to block it without any defense. But the moment the left fist struck him, he realized something was wrong. It was clearly a left fist, so why was the force even greater than the previous right punch? Not only that, after taking this punch from Jia Jian, Kashimo Hajime felt as if his soul had trembled. He stood there dazed and stunned, as if he were drunk. It wasn't until Jia Jian's next punch landed on his face that Kashimo Hajime finally snapped out of his dizziness. Under the force of this punch, Kashimo Hajime was sent flying. His body rolled repeatedly in the air until it finally crashed into a shop and stopped. Watching Kashimo Hajime being knocked away, Jia Jian laughed, feeling avenged. Like to act cool. Let me show you how to fly. As the saying goes, the left fist deals high damage, and the right fist deals high damage. You should learn this technique of weaving skills into basic attacks, there are so many details to pay attention to. Inside the shop, Kashimo Hajime rose in a disheveled state from the toppled goods. With his rich combat experience, he immediately realized that the dizziness he had just experienced was definitely the result of Jia Jian's cursed technique. It seemed the opponent's cursed technique was not exactly the same as his own cursed technique only granted his cursed energy the properties of lightning. But the opponent's lightning-based cursed technique seemed to have brought him other special abilities. Yet, there was not a hint of fear on Kashimo Hajime's face, instead, a flash of excitement appeared. Omoshiroi. It seems that modern jujutsu sorcerers aren't all trash. Kashimo Hajime raised his hand toward the distance, and the next moment, an iron staff flew over from nearby and landed in his hand. The iron staff contained the negative charge Kashimo Hajime had left behind. He could use the attraction to the positive charge within his own body to perform long-distance automatic retrieval. Just now, in order to test Jia Jian's level, Kashimo Hajime had casually stuck it into the ground. Although he wasn't sure what the conditions for Jia Jian's dizziness-inducing curse technique were, Kashimo Hajime felt it was highly likely to have restrictions. And this condition was very likely that it had to directly strike the opponent's body. To prevent his body from being hit directly by attacks, the iron staff's blocking was crucial. Kashimo Hajime rested the iron staff on his shoulder and walked out of the shop laughing. 400 years, you are the first lightning jujutsu sorcerer to make me suffer a loss. In terms of cursed technique, I, Kashimo Hajime, am willing to call you the strongest. Huh. Jia Jian almost couldn't keep a straight face. Haji Kashimo, you guy, still acting cool at this point. You really haven't seen a real black hand. Kashimo Hajime's face darkened, and without further ado, he flashed and appeared above Jia Jian. The iron staff, wrapped in Kashimo Hajime's cursed energy, smashed down from high above with the force of 10,000 jun. Although Jia Jian considered his physical defense to be decent, he had no intention of standing there and taking it head-on. This high wind-up basic attack was too flashy, so he dodged it with a sidestep. Taking advantage of the moment Kashimo Hajime was at his side, Jia Jian raised his arm and delivered an old big elbow strike. Eat my black flash elbow strike. Man. The words, black flash, caused Kashimo Hajime's pupils to shrink violently. As the strongest jujutsu sorcerer from 400 years ago, how could he not know about Black Flash? When the error between the physical strike and the cursed energy impact is within 0.000001 seconds, it can cause spatial distortion, directly increasing the power of the attack to the power of 2.5. Thinking of the power of Jia Jian's previous punches, if a Black Flash were unleashed, he would likely be dead or severely injured. But at this moment, the distance between him and Jia Jian was too close, and it was too late to dodge. Kashimo Hajime could only hold the iron staff horizontally in front of his chest, praying that he could block this Black Flash from Jia Jian. However, something unexpected happened. The black lightning Kashimo Hajime imagined did not appear. Although the force transmitted through the iron staff was great, it was not impossible to block. After being elbowed back a meter or two, Kashimo Hajime looked at Jia Jian with a dark expression. When he saw Jia Jian's look of regret, how could he not understand that he had been played by Jia Jian? You guy. If you can't use Black Flash, why are you yelling it out? Jia Jian showed no sign of embarrassment. Ha ha ha, isn't an old big elbow strike paired with a Black Flash a basic operation? If I don't yell it, it's a waste. Kashimo Hajime's already dark face darkened another shade. He looked at the unreliable jujutsu sorcerer in front of him, chanting wildly in his heart. Don't get angry, it's not worth getting upset with a fool. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked at Jia Jian with clear eyes. At this moment, there was no longer any anger in his eyes, only the confidence of impending victory. The farce is over, kid. Kashimo Hajime looked coldly at Jia Jian. You can say your last words, I have gathered the equation for victory, and I will strike you down with the whip known as total defeat. Jia Jian narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. What does this old guy mean? Does he have some move I don't know about? That shouldn't be right. But confusion aside, Jia Jian was not panicked at all. If he couldn't beat him, he couldn't beat him, he could just come back next time. He grinned and looked at Kashimo Hajime. Last words. I don't have any, but I can tell you my name, I am Jia Jian. Jia Jian, is it? Kashimo Hajime repeated it silently. A good name, I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life. The next moment, Kashimo Hajime circulated the cursed energy within his body and confidently snapped his fingers. However, 3 seconds passed, and nothing happened. Kashimo Hajime looked at Jia Jian in disbelief and activated his cursed energy again. However, no matter what he did, the scene he anticipated did not occur. Jia Jian narrowed his eyes as he watched Kashimo Hajime perform on the spot, and seemed to understand something. Oh, I get it, old Kashimo, you are trying to activate the positive charge inside my body, right? Kashimo Hajime's cursed energy properties were the same as electricity. He could separate his own cursed energy charges into positive and negative charges, and while striking the enemy, transfer the positive charge to the target. When the positive charge within the enemy accumulated to a certain amount, he could not only use the attraction between positive and negative charges to approach quickly or pull the enemy over. He could also release the negative charge within his own body, allowing it to react with the positive charge within the enemy, directly generating lightning attacks inside the enemy's body. This meant that Kashimo's electric shocks had their own sure-hit effect even without performing a domain expansion. In the previous few close quarters brawls, Kashimo Hajime had already injected a large amount of charge into Jia Jian's body. However, at this moment, this charge seemed to have vanished, completely without a trace. Watching the change in Kashimo Hajime's expression, Jia Jian knew he had guessed correctly. He smiled at Kashimo Hajime. Old Kashimo, did you forget that my cursed technique is also lightning? The charge you just injected into my body has long been assimilated and absorbed by me, where would there be any charge left for you to react with? Ha 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 ha. Jia Jian's unrestrained laughter echoed in the shopping mall, while Kashimo Hajime's face was extremely solemn. He knew very well that he had encountered a cursed technique counter. It was normal for there to be counter relationships between jujutsu sorcerers. Just like the 4 heavenly kings of Sendai, their cursed techniques had severe mutual counter relationships. When a jujutsu sorcerer encounters one that counters them, they often choose to avoid the sharp edge temporarily. His cursed technique did not grant him extra combat abilities, and the only destructive, mythical beast Amber, was something he would never use here under any circumstances. At this moment, running away had become the optimal solution. But Kashimo Hajime not only had no intention of running away, the battle intent on his face became even more intense. Running away when encountering a jujutsu sorcerer that counters you was indeed the optimal solution. But that was the thinking of trash. He, Kashimo Hajime, was determined to personally kill Jia Jian's body while being countered. Kashimo Hajime's gaze changed completely. His many years of invincibility had not dulled his battle intent. At this moment, his long dormant heart began to burn once again. Let's fight to the death. Kashimo Hajime laughed loudly, his cursed energy surging like a rising tide. He raised his iron staff and smashed it violently toward Jia Jian. Jia Jian's expression turned serious, and the hint of a smile vanished from his eyes. He could clearly feel that Kashimo Hajime's fighting style had changed. He was no longer attacking with wide, sweeping motions like he did at the start, but was instead kiting and weaving through the fight. As expected of a veteran jujutsu sorcerer, his experience was undeniable. He had found the most suitable way to fight in an instant. Here I foolish come. Jia Jian responded, refusing to be outdone. The immortal mad thunder within him was fully activated, and pale blue lightning swept across his entire body. Bang! 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 The sound of Jia Jian's fists clashing with Kashimo Hajime's iron staff echoed through the mall. The collision of lightning against lightning emitted bursts of white light, and the resulting shockwaves caused the surrounding walls to crack. After another collision, Jia Jian retreated repeatedly, subconsciously shaking his numbed arm. Although cursed energy had the effect of strengthening defense, Kashimo Hajime had also used cursed energy to increase the attack power of his iron staff. In the end, it was like using flesh to strike iron. Unfair, unfair. You have a weapon and I don't. Even if you win, it'll be a hollow victory. If you've got the guts, let's go bare-handed. Faced with Jia Jian's provocation, Kashimo Hajime ignored him completely. What's unfair about it? You can use a weapon too. Besides, you're using a cursed technique, so why can't I use a weapon? The cursed technique Kashimo Hajime spoke of was, naturally, the passive lightning field of Jia Jian's immortal mad thunder. During the continuous exchange with Kashimo Hajime, his lightning field had long since been activated. But what Jia Jian hadn't expected was that Kashimo Hajime, who also possessed a lightning-based curse technique, had an extremely high resistance to electricity. Jia Jian's electrical attacks barely had any effect on him. Not only that, but the stun effect caused by his reinforced attacks didn't work well on Kashimo Hajime either. Kashimo Hajime's guess was correct. To trigger a stun after actively activating lightning cursed energy, the lightning cursed energy had to be driven into the enemy's body. However, as the owner of a lightning cursed technique, Kashimo Hajime could consciously manipulate his own energy so that the moment Jia Jian's lightning cursed energy entered his body, he could assimilate it just as Jia Jian assimilated charges. In other words, while Jia Jian countered Kashimo Hajime was actually countering him as well. The battle between them could only be decided through close quarters physical body combat. If it has no effect, then it doesn't count. Jia Jian immediately protested, and at the same time proposed, how about this? I won't use my lightning field, and you don't use your weapon. Let's have a real man's fight, fist to flesh. What do you say? Kashimo Hajime looked at Jia Jian with exasperation. Although he acknowledged Jia Jian's strength, for some reason, this man was always joking around during the fight, showing no reverence for battle at all. But there was no helping it. If you were playing a game where there was no penalty for losing but rewards for winning, you would play it with a smile too. I refuse. Kashimo Hajime refused Jia Jian's proposal without hesitation. His eyes scanned Jia Jian's body, and he suddenly smiled. It seems your situation is not the same as mine. Jia Jian looked down and saw several lightning burn marks on his body. These wounds were all caused by the lightning from the iron staff when he had clashed head-on with Kashimo Hajime just now. Jia Jian's technique, like Kashimo Hajime's, was rooted in lightning, but Kashimo Hajime's cursed energy was lightning, possessing the exact same properties as electricity. Jia Jian, however, could only convert his cursed energy into lightning and use it for reinforcement. The two were different in their underlying logic. Therefore, in terms of immunity to external lightning, he was slightly inferior to Kashimo Hajime. Jia Jian didn't care about his wounds. Just small scratches. I can keep fighting you all day. Kashimo Hajime didn't respond, his eyes narrowed slightly as if he were thinking about something. The next moment, Kashimo Hajime's attack came again. Jia Jian sidestepped to dodge, and old Kashimo's iron staff slammed heavily into the ground, shattering the concrete and sending debris flying. After several more exchanges, Jia Jian's brow slowly began to furrow. It wasn't because Kashimo Hajime's attacks had become more fierce. On the contrary, Jia Jian keenly noticed that Kashimo Hajime's accuracy had dropped. Several times Jia Jian thought Kashimo Hajime was going to hit him, but the iron staff struck the ground beside him instead. After another missed attack, Jia Jian looked at Kashimo Hajime with a grin. What's going on, old Kashimo? Are you tired? Want me to let you take a break? Kashimo Hajime did not answer. He lunged in front of Jia Jian with a sudden burst of speed, swinging the iron staff horizontally. Jia Jian sidestepped to avoid it, while simultaneously throwing a lightning-wrapped fist toward Kashimo Hajime's face. However, Kashimo Hajime didn't meet it head-on this time. His body twisted in a strange way, using the momentum to whip the iron staff into Jia Jian's arm from the side. Thud! The iron staff collided with Jia Jian's arm, making a dull sound. Jia Jian frowned. Something was wrong. The force of Kashimo Hajime's attack this time was significantly smaller than at the beginning. Could he really be tired? That shouldn't be right. It hadn't been that long. How could he be exhausted already? Could he be holding back? The thought flashed through Jia Jian's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. That was impossible. This old guy Kashimo Hajime was not the type to show mercy. He must be planning something. Kashimo Hajime's attack patterns suddenly became bizarre. His attacks were constantly missing, hitting the ground and walls from time to time. What exactly are you doing? Jia Jian couldn't help but ask. Kashimo Hajime didn't answer. Using another collision with Jia Jian, he used the counterforce to leap backward. He rested the iron staff on his shoulder, a winner's smile on his face. Look around you, kid. Jia Jian looked down at his surroundings, and he suddenly realized something. On the ground and walls all around, there were traces of electric charges left by Kashimo Hajime everywhere. He understood now. Kashimo Hajime indeed couldn't drive charges into his body, but that didn't mean charges could only be driven into him. His charges could be injected into any object, which naturally included the ground beneath their feet and the surrounding walls. And all of Kashimo Hajime's seemingly missed attacks just now were actually spreading charges across the entire battlefield. You've only realized it now. Too late. Kashimo Hajime raised his right hand high, and a dazzling sphere of light lit up at his fingertips, the precursor to activating the positive and negative charges. At the same time, Jia Jian felt the surrounding space begin to glow. He looked around and saw dense clusters of blue light dots appearing throughout the mall. Those were all Kashimo Hajime's charges. Kashimo Hajime was going to set off a massive lightning storm bombardment throughout the entire mall. Jia Jian's face changed. He wanted to flee the area, but it was already too late. 1 second before the lightning storm occurred, Kashimo Hajime's chant rang out in Tokyo once again. Positive charge. Negative charge. Return stroke. At that moment, the positive and negative charges responded in front of Jia Jian's eyes. Jia Jian knew he no longer had any chance to stop the collision of the charges. An unlimited lightning storm, like a nuclear explosion, erupted in the mall with a deafening roar that reached the heavens. Jia Jian's clothes were reduced to ashes in the storm. The location of the lightning storm was obliterated, leaving behind a massive crater. The mall, a symbol of human civilization, collapsed directly. Amidst the ruins, Jia Jian, who had exhausted all his strength to protect himself, leaned weakly against a broken building to support his body. His entire skin had turned charred and black under the roar of the lightning storm, and the smell of burning flesh wafted from his body. Kashimo Hajime, also covered in wounds, appeared before Jia Jian. Jia Jian immediately forced himself to stop leaning on the wall and stood upright before Kashimo Hajime. The so-called unlimited lightning storm was non-targeted. It was an indiscriminate attack on everyone in the area, and even the caster himself was no exception. However, due to the influence of having the same cursed energy source, the damage Kashimo Hajime sustained was greatly reduced. His injuries were clearly fewer and his condition was better. He was fully capable of continuing the fight, but Jia Jian seemed to be at his limit. In other words, yes, Kashimo Hajime had won. The strongest god of thunder, engraved in Tokyo. Kashimo Hajime looked at Jia Jian, who was staggering amidst the ruins, and smiled weakly. Since the electric charge cannot enter your body, I will simply incorporate the entire shopping mall into the charge. Although it was a bold attempt, it serves as a decent template. To ensure the power of the lightning storm, Kashimo Hajime converted most of his cursed energy into positive and negative charges and injected them into the shopping mall. At this moment, he had very little cursed energy left in his body. Just as he was preparing to completely crush Jia Jian and secure victory in this battle, something unexpected happened. Before the smile on Kashimo Hajime's face could fade, his pupils suddenly constricted. A fist wrapped in immense cursed energy appeared right in front of him. The person before him was none other than Jia Jian, whom he had just severely injured. Jia Jian, who had been charred black just moments ago, had already returned to his original state. His body was so perfect that there was not a trace of injury to be seen. Reverse curse technique. Kashimo Hajime had no time to verify it. The instant the fist was about to strike his brain, his past self suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was his elderly self from 400 years ago, before he had signed a contract with Kenjaku. After a brief moment of shock, Kashimo Hajime realized that he had entered his pre-death flashback. He remembered what his senior had told him when he was young. The soul of a powerful jujutsu sorcerer is stronger than that of an ordinary person. In the instant before death, their soul perceives their demise even earlier than their physical body. At this moment, the jujutsu sorcerer's soul brings them back to the place they most want to go, to see the person they most want to see one last time. Looking at his surroundings, Kashimo Hajime suddenly scoffed. I thought the person I most wanted to see was Sukuna. Who would have thought it would be here instead? Kashimo Hajime was standing in a silent forest. He recognized at a glance that this was the place where he had agreed to sign the contract with Kenjaku. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It was Kenjaku's voice. How does the culling game feel? Are you satisfied? It's truly very interesting. The corners of Kashimo Hajime's mouth curled up involuntarily. After the memory, he looked at Kenjaku with surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that the person I most wanted to see before I died would actually be you. Yes, I am also very surprised. The Kenjaku appearing in Kashimo Hajime's flashback at this moment was not the real Kenjaku. He was a remnant in Kashimo Hajime's memory, a false existence conjured by his imagination. Kashimo Hajime did not speak to Kenjaku. He looked up, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. But it is a pity, the opponent doesn't seem to be truly satisfied. He is truly super strong, and it seems he didn't even use his full power. I even doubt that even if I had used mythical beast Amber, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Kenjaku spoke with surprise. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly. Yes, I even feel a bit sorry for him. Oh. Kenjaku looked at Kashimo Hajime with confusion. What makes you say that? I apologize for not satisfying Lord Jiajien. Kashimo Hajime's flashback extinguished completely at this moment. In reality, Jiajien looked with panic at Kashimo Hajime, who had fallen to the ground, completely done for. Oh old Kashimo, are you okay? Can you still hear me? Although old Kashimo was a bit of a pervert, Jiajien had never really intended to kill him just like that. Jiajien still wanted to see Kashimo Hajime's cursed technique, mythical beast Amber, with his own eyes. He really hadn't expected that after throwing just one punch, Kashimo Hajime would just kick the bucket. Jiajien did not know that to release a lightning storm with enough power, Kashimo Hajime had consumed most of the cursed energy in his body. Combined with the fact that he had consumed a significant amount of his remaining cursed energy to defend himself against his own lightning storm, his condition had reached an all-time low. During the previous battle, Jiajien had never shown that he could use reverse curse technique, and Kashimo Hajime had not expected Jiajien to recover so quickly. Unprepared, Kashimo Hajime could not even muster cursed energy for defense when facing Jiajien's sudden attack. A body without cursed energy defense is, to a certain extent, not much different from an ordinary person's. Therefore, after Jiajien's single strike, Kashimo Hajime was completely done for. Jiajien's Kogan jumped out with a pop at this moment. Points plus 5, player current points, 10. Seeing that his points had increased, Jiajien finally confirmed that Kashimo Hajime had truly fallen. Sigh. Jiajien let out a sigh. Old Kashimo, next time. Next time I definitely won't hit your head. He scratched his head awkwardly. Since things had come to this, Jiajien had no time to mourn for Kashimo Hajime. Having just been hit by Kashimo Hajime's lightning storm, all his clothes had been destroyed. Now he needed to hurry and find a new set of clothes to change into. As for Kashimo Hajime, since he was dead, there was no need to collect the body. Just as the battle between Jiajien and Kashimo Hajime had just ended. Kenjaku, who was hiding in the gutter, suddenly looked up in surprise toward the direction of the Tokyo number 2 colony. Huh. To think it's the Tokyo no. 2 colony. What's wrong? Beside Kenjaku, Uraum frowned and looked at Kenjaku. Kenjaku smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, just that I suddenly sensed that a very powerful jujutsu sorcerer has died in the barrier. Although the current culling game barriers have not yet added a rule that allows for checking all players at will. But as the administrator of the barrier, Kenjaku still has some additional special permissions. One of the functions of the culling game barrier is to absorb the cursed energy released when jujutsu sorcerers within the barrier kill each other. Just now, Kenjaku suddenly felt a very massive wave of cursed energy increase within the Tokyo number 2 colony. After a moment of thought, he immediately realized that a very powerful jujutsu sorcerer had died in the barrier. Very powerful. Uraum sneered, not caring at all. In his view, apart from Lord Sukuna, there are no powerful jujutsu sorcerers in the world. Even if there were, how could a dead jujutsu sorcerer be qualified to be called powerful? Kenjaku shook his head helplessly. He knew that Uraum's mind was full of Sukuna, so he simply stopped talking. However, deep down, he was subconsciously curious about who the dead jujutsu sorcerer was. You have to know that today is only the first day of the culling game, there are few people in the barrier to begin with, and powerful jujutsu sorcerers are even fewer. Kenjaku remembered that he hadn't placed many ancient jujutsu sorcerers in the Tokyo number 2 colony. The only one he remembered clearly was Kashimo Hajime. But the moment this thought emerged, Kenjaku laughed at himself. He knew Kashimo Hajime's strength clearly, he was considered a relatively strong existence among all the ancient jujutsu sorcerers he had reincarnated. And in the Tokyo number 2 colony, Kashimo Hajime was absolutely the strongest one. In his view, the probability of a jujutsu sorcerer in the barrier defeating Kashimo Hajime approached zero infinitely. After thinking for a long time and not understanding, Kenjaku decided to stop thinking about it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what, the outcome is the same. In front of Sukuna, they are just a slightly more powerful toy. After all, no matter who it is, the final outcome is just spewing a few words of trash talk in front of Sukuna. And then being killed by Sukuna with a single space-cleaving slash. The death of Kashimo Hajime did not bring any major changes to the culling game. If one had to point out a change, there was one. That is, with Kashimo Hajime, the battle-hungry maniac who went around looking for death matches, gone from the Tokyo number 2 colony, the barrier became much more peaceful instantly. Time flew by, and soon it was November 8th. In the ruins of the underground tunnel, Fushiguro Megumi stood with his back to Itadori, gritting his teeth as he made his request. I'm begging you, Itadori. We need your strength. His sister, Sumiki Fushiguro, had also been chosen as a player in the culling game. Fushiguro Megumi had to find a way to save her, as well as the other ordinary people inside the barrier. He needed Itadori's strength. Itadori's heart, which had been deadened after passively killing a large number of ordinary people in Shibuya, began to thaw at Fushiguro Megumi's request. To help his brother Fushiguro Megumi, and to atone for his own sins. Yuji Itadori officially decided on November 8, 2018, to join the culling game. November 9, Tomb Chamber. Itadori and his group successfully met with Tengen and learned from him the true identity of Kenjaku and the method to unseal Gojo Satoru. In order to unseal Gojo Satoru, Itadori and the others decided to find the ancient jujutsu sorcerer who possessed the cursed technique to extinguish everything, the angel, Kurusu Hana. To achieve this goal, Itadori set off to find help. November 10, Utsunomiya City. Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi arrived at a secret underground parking lot. Here, Hikari Kinji, a senior from Jujutsu High, who Yuta Okatsu claimed was stronger than himself when in top form, was hosting an underground fight club for jujutsu sorcerers. Itadori's goal was to persuade Hikari Kinji to join the culling game and help them. November 11. By framing it as assistance for Jujutsu High, Itadori successfully persuaded Hikari Kinji. With this, the forces that Itadori's group could gather were fully assembled. In a makeshift war room converted from a small room, Itadori, Fushiguro Megumi, Panda, and Hikari Kinji gathered together. At this moment, they were gathered to discuss tactics for participating in the culling game tomorrow. Every one of them wore a grave expression, for they had encountered a problem. Hikari Kinji looked at Itadori beside him and suddenly asked. So, how are we going to act tomorrow? This question didn't just silence Itadori, even the usually clever Fushiguro Megumi fell silent, because they really didn't know how to answer. Due to the special nature of the culling game barriers, once you enter, you cannot leave. Therefore, they knew nothing about the situation inside the barriers. According to the initial plan, they needed to seize enough points to add additional rules to the culling game. This was the only way to save Fushiguro Megumi's sister, Sumiki Fushiguro, as well as other ordinary people. But now, a major problem lay before Itadori and his group. That is, because Kashimo Hajime, the troublemaker, was gone, no one had added a rule to the culling game that allowed viewing the information of all players. Therefore, Itadori and the others had absolutely no idea who had many points and who had few inside the barrier. They would have to explore all of this information themselves after entering the barrier. Seeing no one answer, Hikari Kinji shook his head and continued. Our first goal is to find someone with 100 points. Then persuade them to add a rule that allows free transfer of points, right? Itadori and the others nodded. This rule was the core of the entire plan. Only by adding this rule could they quickly gather enough points without killing anyone. So now, the critical question arose. Which barrier should they go to in order to find someone with 100 points? There were actually 10 barriers in the entire culling game. Among them, the Tokyo First, Tokyo Second, Sendai, and Sakurajima barriers had appeared in the plot. But outside of those, there were 6 other barriers: Gosho Lake, Aomori, Iwate, Miyagi, Niigata, Nagoya, Kyoto, Osaka, Hiroshima, and Fukuoka. Although they hadn't appeared in the story, they definitely existed. And with only a few people in Itadori's group, they couldn't possibly cover all the barriers. Plus the mechanism that you couldn't leave after entering a barrier, once they chose a barrier where they couldn't find someone with 100 points. They would be forced to kill enough to get 100 points themselves. Seeing no answer, Hikari Kinji scratched his head in frustration. He turned his head to look at the cross-dressing boy, Hoshi Karara, beside him. Hoshi Kira. Help me get some paper and a pen. Okay. With just one sentence, Hoshi Karara understood what Hikari Kinji wanted to do. He pulled an A4 sheet from a drawer in the corner and tore it into 10 pieces. Then, he wrote the names of the 10 barriers on the 10 slips of paper and rolled them into small balls. At this moment, the corners of Hikari Kinji's mouth curled up high. Let's gamble. Gamble. Itadori looked at Hikari Kinji in confusion, not understanding what he meant. But Panda, who was an old friend of Hikari Kinji, vaguely understood his idea. He said uncertainly, Hikari, are you planning to draw lots? That's right. Hikari Kinji chuckled and nodded excitedly. There are 10 barriers here, we'll just pick one at random, and whichever one we draw, we go to. That method is too casual. Fushiguro Megumi instinctively objected. But Hikari Kinji's next sentence left Fushiguro Megumi speechless. Then do you have any better ideas? Fushiguro Megumi indeed didn't have any better ideas, but wasn't drawing lots a bit too casual. Hoshi Karara saw Fushiguro Megumi's hesitation. He leaned intimately on Hikari Kinji's shoulder and said with loving eyes. Don't worry, Hikari-chan's gambling luck is very good, he has never lost. Hikari Kinji laughed heartily at this. Indeed, I have a lot of faith in my gambling luck. He looked at the pile of paper slips. Inside the barrier, there must be a player who has gathered 100 points, and I feel like I will definitely draw it. After saying this, Hikari Kinji stopped caring about Fushiguro Megumi's opinion and reached out to pull a slip of paper from the pile. The paper was unfolded, and everyone looked over with curiosity. Tokyo number 1 colony. Hikari Kinji's eyes lit up. Looking at the name on the paper, he suddenly got a feeling. It's decided, I'm going to the Tokyo no. 1 colony. I have a premonition that there's definitely someone in there who has gathered 100 points. Seeing Hikari Kinji finish his draw, Itadori, who already liked playing pachinko, felt an itch in his heart. Then I'll draw one too. Saying this, Itadori directly pulled one from the remaining pile, not forgetting to urge Fushiguro Megumi to do the same. Fushiguro, you hurry up and draw one too. Watching the drawing ceremony that felt like a game, Fushiguro Megumi felt a headache coming on. But since Hikari Kinji and Itadori had both participated, he had no choice but to get up and draw one. Panda, nearby, also raised his paw with great interest. Hee, I'll draw one too. However, before Panda could draw, he was interrupted by Hikari Kinji from the side. Panda, don't bother drawing, you go straight to the Tokyo no. 2 colony. Panda felt a bit uncomfortable, everyone else drew, and it felt weird that he didn't. Why do you want me to go there? Hikari Kinji answered Panda's question. Aren't we still looking for the angel, Kurusu Hana? Didn't Tengen say she was in the Tokyo no. 2 colony? Panda, your nose is good, so you go to the Tokyo no. 2 colony, to find the angel, Kurusu Hana. The angel, Kurusu Hana was the key person to unseal Gojo Satoru from the prison realm. So, someone had to be assigned to find her. And Panda, with his keen sense of smell, became the most suitable candidate. However, at this moment, Itadori raised the slip of paper in his hand, feeling a bit awkward. Well, I drew Tokyo no. 2 colony. Should I swap for another one? The group led by Itadori simply didn't have enough people to assign someone to every barrier. They were already short-handed, and now putting one person and a panda together in a single barrier didn't seem ideal. Thinking this, Itadori immediately refolded the slip of paper in his hand. Let Panda go to the Tokyo no. 2 colony. I'll draw another one. However, this action drew Hikari Kinji's displeasure. He shouted, directly interrupting Itadori's movement. Oi, kid, there's no taking back your bet on the gambling floor. Itadori's hand stopped midair. True, it wasn't like he'd never played pachinko before. Going back on your bet after playing pachinko isn't something a proper gambler does. Fine, then I won't change it. Itadori withdrew his hand, deciding to go to the Tokyo No. 2 colony, with Panda after all. Nearby, Fushiguro Megumi turned his head away helplessly. He really couldn't bear to watch. What were these two treating the culling game as? Some gambling game in a pachinko parlor. Fushiguro Megumi forced himself to accept these two idiots. He repeated silently in his heart. Forget it, forget it. Itadori isn't suited for acting alone anyway. Having Panda Sr. accompany him might not be a bad thing. Panda raised a paw towards Itadori. Itadori, then we'll head to the Tokyo No. 2 colony, together tomorrow. Yes. I'll be in your care from then on, Panda Sr. No problem. Stick with me and I'll guarantee your safety. Panda Sr. is so cool. Ha 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 ha. Of course I am. Panda and Itadori's cheerful voices echoed in the strategy room, devoid of any anxiety about the impending culling game. Fushiguro Megumi also chuckled softly, a fraction of the gloom in his heart dispersing. And for some reason, seeing Itadori about to head to the Tokyo No. 2 colony gave him a strange sense of relief. At that moment, Itadori turned his head towards Fushiguro Megumi. Fushiguro, which barrier did you draw? Me. Let me see. Fushiguro Megumi hadn't looked at his draw yet. He slowly unfolded the paper slip in his hand. The words, Kyoto Barrier, appeared on the slip. Seeing everyone had drawn, Hoshi Karara, who had been nestled in Hikari Kinji's arms, sat up. Then it's my turn. However, Hikari Kinji grabbed Hoshi Karara's arm. Kira Ra, you stand by outside. Huh. Hoshi Karara pouted unhappily. Excluding me. Hikari Kinji spoke unhurriedly. That guy Okatsu went to Sendai, right? The fact that there's still no contact means phones definitely can't be used inside the barriers. In this situation, it's best to leave one person outside to keep track of the overall situation. Listening to Hikari Kinji's words, Hoshi Karara couldn't tell if she was happy or not. Fine, fine, I'll stay behind then. Seeing everyone had confirmed their assignments, Hikari Kinji nodded in satisfaction. Alright, everyone get some rest early. Tomorrow, we officially participate in the culling game. November 12th. Today was the 12th day since the culling game officially began. After this period of development, the situation within each barrier had largely become clear. Different barriers had different circumstances. Some had multiple powers in a standoff, some had one superpower and several strong ones, and others were dominated by a single powerful jujutsu sorcerer. But among all these barriers, there was one basic common characteristic. That was, within the barriers, the remaining ordinary people and jujutsu sorcerers with weak abilities lived in great hardship. Because that old Kenjaku hadn't just thrown players into the barriers, he'd also released the horde of cursed spirits controlled by the cursed spirit manipulation that originally belonged to Suguru Geto. These cursed spirits were nothing to powerful jujutsu sorcerers. But for ordinary people trapped or who wandered into the barriers, and for those awakened jujutsu sorcerers with weak techniques, they were undoubtedly a catastrophe. Without combat abilities, encountering even a single cursed spirit could be a life or death situation. And since cursed spirits actively seek out humans, most people of this type in the barriers had gradually fallen prey to the cursed spirits' hunts. However, there was one exception. Inside the Tokyo No. 2 colony. In the southeast corner of the colony, there was a cluster of luxurious villas. At that moment, in the garden of a grand villa at the center of the cluster, discarded liquor bottles and food packaging were scattered everywhere. Right in the center of the garden, there were the remnants of a massive bonfire. It wasn't hard to tell that a bonfire party had been held here the previous day. Judging by the bottles left on the ground, the scale of this party wasn't small, and the number of participants must have been considerable. Even on the grassy lawn of the garden, a few people who had overindulged still hadn't woken up. If an uninformed person saw this, they would never think this was a colony of the culling game. They seemed completely unconcerned that they were in the perilous culling game, lying unconscious on the grass like this. If people from other barriers saw this now, they'd probably lose it on the spot. Bro, are you here for the culling game or a vacation? How come we're running all over the place from cursed spirits, while you can sleep soundly here? Even now, though it was only 10 a.m. By a nearby pool, a few energetic young men and women were still drinking, dancing, and having a barbecue. On a lounge chair by the poolside, Jia Jian sipped his drink while secretly glancing at a scantily clad girl not far away. At that moment, a figure approached and blocked his line of sight. Looking up, Jia Jian recognized him as his first opponent in this challenge, Charlie Bernard. Seeing Jia Jian's disheveled state, Charlie looked at him with a mix of disappointment. Have you fallen, Jia Jian? Jia Jian set down his glass, slicked his hair back, and looked at him with a cold, stern expression. You are too arrogant, Charlie. No one has ever stood in the heavens from the beginning. You are. However, before Jia Jian could finish, Charlie interrupted him. Just stop right there. Are you about to say, I will stand in the heavens? Let me tell you, that's copyright infringement. Be careful, Eisen might come after you for royalties. Jia Jian chuckled. Hee hee, and corrected him. There's a problem with what you're saying. Even if it were about royalties, it should be Kubo-sensei. What does Eisen coming after me have to do with anything? Charlie shook his head helplessly, not bothering to argue the point. Anyway, what are you really thinking? Do you plan to just drink and dance with girls every day like this? What's wrong with that? Jia Jian immediately retorted, puffing out his chest. Drinking and dancing with girls is great. Don't you want to hang out with young ladies every day? Charlie nodded subconsciously. Being able to play with pretty girls every day was indeed his dream. But the next moment, he snapped out of it and looked at Jia Jian anxiously. We're still in the culling game. We have to follow the rules of the game. Jia Jian pressed his hand downward toward him, signaling him not to be anxious. He knew what rule Charlie was referring to. Are you talking about the 8th rule of the culling game? The culling game has basic rules, and the 8th rule states that if any player participating in the game has no change in their score within 19 days, their cursed technique will be revoked. Cursed techniques are stored in a person's brain. Once a cursed technique is revoked, the jujutsu sorcerer will undoubtedly die. Charlie nodded. I don't really care, I just gained 5 points a few days ago. But what about them? The scores of those hundreds of people haven't changed at all. There isn't much time left before the 19 days are up. Once the time is up, they'll all be dead. Them Charlie referred to were not just the people by the pool. In the villa area behind Jia Jian, there were still many people who hadn't woken up. Ever since Jia Jian defeated Kashimo Hajime that day, he had been thinking about looking for other jujutsu sorcerers. However, the level of jujutsu sorcerers in the Tokyo No. 2 colony was truly mediocre. After searching around, he hadn't even had a single serious fight. Bored, Jia Jian simply gave up searching and moved into a villa area, preparing to wait for the plot to progress so he could aggressively show Sukuna his immortal Mad Thunder. However, before Jia Jian could wait for Sukuna, he ended up waiting for a large number of ordinary people instead. By chance, an ordinary person being chased by a cursed spirit fled into the villa where Jia Jian was staying. After he casually dealt with the cursed spirit, the person saw how powerful Jia Jian was and wanted to live nearby to seek protection. Jia Jian himself didn't mind. The villa was big enough that having a few more people wouldn't make a difference. However, one thing led to another. As the first person moved into the villa area, more and more ordinary people received the news from somewhere and arrived one after another. In the end, nearly 100 people were living in this villa complex. Most of them were young, ordinary people without cursed techniques. Jia Jian considered himself to have a lawful good personality, so since he had the opportunity, he took the initiative to provide them with protection. In return, this group of people began to take care of Jia Jian's daily needs. To facilitate management and protection, Jia Jian also brought over the manga artist Charlie Bernard, whom he had met at the very beginning. Under Jia Jian's powerful cleanup, all the cursed spirits around the villa were eliminated, and all the ordinary people living nearby were no longer in danger. Once they were no longer in danger, the group's daily job was to stay in the villa and do absolutely nothing. As the saying goes, a full belly makes for lewd thoughts. I don't know when it started, but one day, someone in the bored crowd suddenly suggested, why don't we host a party? As a wage slave of the new era, Jia Jian had never actually attended a so-called party. Curious, he immediately agreed to the proposal. Before this, Jia Jian had always thought of himself as someone who didn't like to have fun. Bars, parties, and evening galas were all a waste of time. But after that day, he realized he was wrong. It turned out that parties were actually so much fun. Especially when you become the focus of the party, it's even more interesting. Surrounded by one young girl after another, Jia Jian immediately fell into the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism and began hosting parties on a large scale. Eventually, with Jia Jian's conscious promotion, it evolved into the current state of drinking and dreaming life away every day. The people living in the villa area had no other tasks. Their job was to clean up the scene during the day and prepare for the evening party at night. As for Jia Jian, he would go out every day to bring back the necessary food and drinks. Fortunately, there was a large shopping mall nearby with plenty of drinks and food. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to keep up with the daily consumption of so many people. Charlie looked at Jia Jian again, a flash of worry in his eyes. When are you planning to add the rule that allows free transfer of points? To solve this rule, Jia Jian had previously told Charlie that the die if points don't change rule could be circumvented by adding a new rule for free transfer of points. As long as there is 1 point, it can be circulated repeatedly among the crowd, achieving the fact that everyone's points change. However, Jia Jian had not added this rule yet, which made the people in the villa area a bit anxious. But they were too embarrassed to approach Jia Jian directly, so they could only turn to Charlie and ask him to help check on Jia Jian's progress. No need to rush on this, isn't today only the 12th day? Jia Jian waved his hand indifferently, signaling Charlie to rest assured. At the same time, he shrugged helplessly. Besides, I only have 96 points right now, which isn't enough for the 100-point cost to add a rule. Tell them not to worry. During his days in the barrier, Jia Jian had occasionally encountered quite a few jujutsu sorcerers who challenged him or ordinary people who wanted to do evil. Jia Jian did not show mercy to these people. With their friendly contributions, Jia Jian had currently successfully accumulated 96 points. Alright then. Charlie nodded. As long as you still remember, that's fine. Although Charlie's strength as a jujutsu sorcerer was decent, and he could actually hunt for points if you asked him to. But Charlie knew deep down that no one can keep winning forever. If you keep winning, you'll eventually lose everything. The ultimate end of killing each other is surely that everyone will die. Charlie did not want to die now, so if possible, he hoped to find a way to escape the culling game. He had been watching Jia Jian's changes over these past few days. He was a bit worried that Jia Jian had become decadent, only knowing how to indulge in debauchery with girls and unwilling to add rules for the sake of others. It was out of this concern that he came to test his intentions. Since Jia Jian still remembered, he felt relieved. Just then, two young girls came trotting over from not far away. They were carrying a tray with milk and toast on it. Hey, Lord Jia Jian, I've made your breakfast, hurry and try it. The girls pushed Charlie aside and sat on either side of Jia Jian. Charlie looked at the laughing Jia Jian and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, young people these days, they really don't know how to exercise restraint. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the distance. Ah, there's a cursed spirit. The words, cursed spirit, immediately plunged the scene into panic. Everyone ran toward Jia Jian at the first opportunity. Even the girls beside Jia Jian shrank directly into Jia Jian's arms. There's a cursed spirit. Lord Jia Jian, you'll protect us, right? Jia Jian patted their heads casually. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems. Besides, where would a cursed spirit come from in broad daylight? Although cursed spirits don't have an obvious fear of light, under normal circumstances, they are more accustomed to moving at night. He pulled his arms out of the embrace of the two people beside him. You guys wait here, I'll go over and take a look. Just as he was preparing to go over and check the situation, another somewhat aggrieved voice came from afar. Don't run. I'm not a cursed spirit, I'm just a cute panda. Accompanying the voice was a chubby panda. At this moment, he was raising his hands with a grievance-filled face, looking at those who were fleeing, seemingly trying to get them to come back. However, when a normal person sees a talking panda, it's probably impossible for them to think about talking to him. Everyone in the scene had fear on their faces, but only Jia Jian was different. Because he recognized who the panda in front of him was, wasn't he the chubby panda from Jujutsu High? The plot was finally about to begin. However, before Jia Jian could say his next sentence, the appearance of another person left him completely dumbfounded. He saw a mysterious hooded man walk out from behind the panda with a smile. Panda Senior, let me handle it, everyone is a bit scared of you. Having seen him once during a challenge, Jia Jian immediately recognized that this newly appeared mysterious hooded man was the protagonist of this culling game, Itadori. But Jia Jian clearly remembered that Itadori was supposed to go to the Tokyo number 1 colony, so why did he end up in the second colony? Itadori, not far away, scanned the crowd at the scene. He immediately saw Jia Jian in the center of the crowd. From the way Jia Jian was standing, Itadori could tell that the person in front of him was absolutely terrifyingly strong. He must be the leader of this group. Itadori stepped forward and immediately introduced himself. Hello, I am Itadori from Jujutsu High. We were sent by the higher-ups to handle the culling game, and we wanted to ask you some questions. Jujutsu High. Jia Jian subconsciously started being snarky. Why is a student from Jujutsu High here to handle this? You haven't even graduated yet. Couldn't they have sent someone from a Jujutsu university instead? Itadori's words stuck in his throat, and his aura involuntarily weakened by a fraction. As the saying goes, youthful inexperience often leads to unreliable work. Itadori was currently just a 16-year-old dark-skinned athlete, not yet the Tiger Emperor who had been tempered by 68 years of experience. The words coming from his mouth truly lacked persuasiveness. It was hard to make anyone believe he was someone capable of resolving the culling game. This, that. Itadori stammered for a long time before suddenly looking up and pointing behind him. We are the vanguard, here to scout the situation. The higher-ups are coming up behind us. Oh. Jia nodded meaningfully. He had never intended to come into conflict with Jujutsu High, so naturally, there was no need to expose Itadori's lie. Besides, Itadori was the protagonist, no matter how you looked at it. If he were pushed into a corner, he had to be careful that the Tiger Emperor might hit him with a mysterious farmhouse stay, and drag him off to hoe 2 acres of land in a small courtyard. Since you brothers are from the authorities, please come in. We have many citizens here waiting for you. Great, great, great. Sorry to trouble you, big brother. Itadori nodded with a smile on the surface, but behind the scenes, he vigilantly pulled Panda aside and whispered. Senior Panda, is there really danger here? I think this guy is actually quite easy to talk to. Indeed. Panda also secretly glanced at Jia. I don't think this man looks like a bad person either. Itadori and Panda's meeting was purely coincidental. Although the human and the panda didn't land at the same spawn point, it was a coincidence that the two spawn points were very close. Panda's nose was very sensitive. It didn't take long for him to smell Itadori's location and find him directly. They were following their plan within the barrier to search for players who might possess high points. Not long ago, they had met someone. The other party claimed that there was an evil player in this area with a very high score. According to him, this person bullied men and women, acted recklessly, committed all sorts of crimes, and was a very dangerous individual. But when Itadori and Panda arrived, they found that it didn't seem to be the case. The people here looked very happy. When they first arrived, they even saw a few people drinking and dancing. At this moment, Jia, who was ahead, suddenly turned back and looked at them suspiciously. What are you two whispering about? Ha ha ha, nothing, nothing. It's almost mealtime, isn't it? We were just discussing where to find something to eat later. Itadori hurriedly laughed it off, trying to cover up his real purpose. Panda also nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's exactly it. Jia waved his hand indifferently. Guests are welcome here. We have everything we need, we'll prepare some for you later. The human and the panda thanked him repeatedly upon hearing this. But behind his back, they exchanged glances, the meaning of which was clear. That was to be very careful later and absolutely not fall into any danger. The people from Jujutsu High were all acting with great effort. However, not everyone was as smooth sailing as Itadori and Panda. Some people's culling game journey was quite troublesome. Tokyo No. 1 Colony. Hikari Kinji's culling game journey was not smooth. Just after entering the barrier, he found himself becoming a human projectile. Before he could even land, someone who looked like an airplane directly slammed into him in midair. This sneak attack was extremely devious. If they had encountered an ordinary jujutsu sorcerer, they might have actually been finished off directly. But unfortunately for them, they had encountered Hikari Kinji. A moment later, Hikari Kinji stomped hard on Haba's head with his foot, while loosening his shoulders and shouting with a classic Japanese tongue click. Baka Yuru. Do you know how much that hurts? I'm telling you, are you looking to die or what? Haba attempted to challenge the soul of Hikari Kinji's shoe with his own head. But clearly, they had failed the challenge. Not just him, lying on the ground beside Hikari Kinji's foot was Haba's partner, Hanyu. The two of them had not defeated Hikari Kinji, nor had they even caused him any serious injury. After venting for a while, Hikari Kinji finally remembered the real business. He had come to the barrier to look for high-scoring jujutsu sorcerers, and he had to inquire about the situation inside the barrier from these veteran players. He grabbed the unconscious Haba from the ground. Hey, tell me who has the highest points in this barrier. However, Haba had already passed out and was completely unable to answer Hikari Kinji's question. Tisk. Why did you faint? Hikari Kinji threw Haba to the ground in annoyance and looked at Hanyu on the other side. But she had clearly passed out as well and couldn't answer any of his questions either. Hikari Kinji scratched his head in annoyance, his gaze suddenly darting toward a corner. Oi, kid, come out. I see you. Don't attack, don't attack. I'm coming out right now. The next moment, a young man stood out from behind the wall with his hands raised high. The person who arrived was none other than Itadori's former classmate, Kunai Rin, who possessed Theshtar Sugar, curse technique. Hey, Do you know who has the highest points in this barrier? I'm not really sure. Kanai Rin answered subconsciously, but seeing Hikari Kinji's fierce gaze, he immediately changed his tune. I know. I know someone whose points might be very high. Hikari Kinji's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. You don't have to be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. My name is Hikari Kinji. What's your name? Kanai Rin let out two low, agreeable laughs, but the worried look on his face did not disappear. Big brother Hikari, my name is Kanai Rin. Little gone. Hikari Kinji stepped forward and patted Kanai Rin's shoulder. You said you know someone with very high points. Kanai Rin nodded somewhat uncertainly. I'm not sure exactly how many points he has, but I know he has defeated a large number of jujutsu sorcerers. Conservatively, I'd estimate over a dozen. Oh. Hikari Kinji's eyes lit up slightly. One jujutsu sorcerer is worth 5 points, so over a dozen would be 70 or 80 points. If the other party had other battles that Kanai Rin didn't know about, it might add up to 100 points. Lucky. Never before has there been such a wonderful start. My luck is truly on point, to be able to encounter a jujutsu sorcerer with 100 points so quickly. It seems that adding a new rule for point transfer is right before my eyes. Hikari Kinji wrapped his arm around Kanai Rin's shoulder and asked impatiently. Who is he? Do you know where he is? His name is Higuruma Hiromi, and he should be in a theater right now. Tokyo No. 2 Colony, the villa area where Jia Jian was located. Unlike Hikari Kinji's situation, things on Itadori and Panda's side could be described as very peaceful. As soon as they entered the villa area, they were surrounded by hundreds of survivors inside. Hearing that people from the government had arrived, the survivors all rushed out and gathered by the swimming pool. A few anxious people gathered directly around Itadori, asking when the government would be able to save them and get them out. Other younger children surrounded Panda with eyes full of curiosity, constantly shouting, "It's a panda." A few bold children climbed all over Panda without any fear, and Panda was also happily playing games with the children. Even some older women were surrounding Panda, touching him, and calling out the classic, "So cute." Itadori glanced at Panda, who was surrounded by children and women, and then looked at the survivors who were surrounding him and asking all sorts of questions. Clearly, Panda wouldn't be able to provide him with any help now, he would have to do the work himself. Itadori raised his hand helplessly. I know you're anxious, but don't panic just yet. We will definitely save you, but there is one thing I need to ask you right now, who among you has the highest points? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent for a moment. Afterwards, everyone's gaze turned in unison toward Jia Jian. Looking at the person who followed their gaze, Jia Jian grinned. I don't think I've introduced myself yet, have I? Let me introduce myself. My name is Jia Jian. I currently have 96 points and am the person with the highest points in this area. Upon hearing this, Itadori's gaze narrowed slightly. Even Panda, who was playing with the children nearby, paused in his movements. 96 points. One jujutsu sorcerer is worth 5 points, and one non-sorcerer is worth 1 point. This meant that the smiling man before them had killed at least 19 jujutsu sorcerers and one non-sorcerer. Maybe even more. Itadori and Panda exchanged a quick glance, and their cursed energy began to circulate instinctively. After all, no matter how harmless Jia Jian looked at this moment, it was certain that he had killed at least 20 people. The atmosphere began to grow heavy. At this moment, a sensitive girl beside Jia Jian vaguely noticed something. She wrapped her arms around Jia Jian's arm and shouted, Wait. Did you misunderstand something? Lord Jia Jian is not a murderer. Everyone he killed was a bad person. Itadori was slightly stunned upon hearing this. What did she mean by everyone he killed was a bad person? The change in Itadori's expression caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. An older man guessed what was happening in his mind, subconsciously assuming that Itadori wanted to hold Jia Jian accountable for killing people within the barrier. Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted, You aren't trying to hold Lord Jia Jian accountable for a crime, are you? He's a good person. He only killed those jujutsu sorcerers who came looking for trouble and some evildoers who committed crimes. With the first person starting, the rest of the people reacted and chimed in one after another. Seeing that his actions seemed to have caused public outrage, Itadori hurriedly performed a French military salute. You misunderstood. We aren't here to make arrests, we have other objectives. Looking at the crowd defending him, Jia Jian was quite satisfied. It seemed that his efforts in protecting them for so many days were not without reward. He raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to calm down. Itadori, did you hear something from somewhere that caused you to have some misunderstandings about us? Itadori scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing if he should speak. He looked around at the people present. There were nearly 100 people gathered here. If they were all bad people, wouldn't that be a bit too many? After hesitating for a moment, Itadori recounted his initial encounter, including the person who said this place was a den of tigers and dragons. Jia pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Oh, I think I have an impression of the person you encountered. He pointed to a girl not far away. That person tried to get handsy with her during the bonfire party the day before yesterday, and I kicked him out after I discovered it. He must be holding a grudge against us. The girl who was pointed at shrank back embarrassedly and tightened her clothes. Itadori was stunned upon hearing this and shouted indignantly, "That is indeed too despicable, such people must be kicked out." However, Panda's focus was a bit peculiar. He looked at Jia with a face full of surprise. Ah, you can still throw parties in the culling game. Jia nodded indifferently. Why not? He pointed to the edge of the barrier that reached the sky in the distance. It's filled with crises here, who knows when something will happen. In this situation, isn't it better to throw a party and be happy? Ah, Panda was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Indeed. Given the situation, why not be happy? As he spoke, the urge in Jia's heart arose again. He turned his head and shouted, Charlie, friends are here, let's throw another party. Let the music play, let the dancing begin. Watching the crowd around them start to cheer, Itadori hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. Wait. Now is not the time for a party. Jia looked at Itadori with disappointment and scratched his head. Fine, what do you need now? Seeing that Jia was willing to communicate, Itadori breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly spoke according to his original plan. Simply put, we want to end the culling game. The survivors nearby were instantly excited upon hearing this. They had long wanted to leave this godforsaken place, and someone couldn't help but shout, can the culling game really be ended? Itadori hurriedly raised his hand to signal them to calm down. Wait. Don't be hasty. Rather than ending it, it's more like first disabling the mandatory requirement to kill each other. We want to add a rule to allow points to be transferred between different players, so that everyone won't need to kill each other. Speaking of this, Itadori paused and looked at Jia with a serious expression. So, to achieve this goal, we need the points in your possession. Please lend us your points. However, to Itadori's surprise, after hearing his words, the excitement on the faces of the previously excited survivors diminished a lot. They were even a bit disappointed. Confused, Itadori looked at Jia. After all, the points were in his hands, and other people's opinions didn't matter. Jia picked his ear and said without the slightest hesitation, sure, I can give all my points to you. Itadori's face immediately filled with joy. However, just as he was about to say thank you, he was interrupted by Jia raising his hand. Jia looked at Itadori with a smile. But there is a small problem that I must tell you first. Itadori swallowed his saliva. What problem? That is, I only have 96 points right now, which is not enough for the 100 points required to add a rule. Then get 4 more points. Itadori said tentatively. Seeing that Itadori didn't quite understand his meaning, Jia simply stopped beating around the bush and said straightforwardly, if you want me to add a rule, I still have to kill 1 more Jujutsu sorcerer or 4 more non-sorcerers to do it. Jia paused for a moment, then uttered a sentence that shook Itadori's heart. So, may I ask if you have prepared the person for me to kill? Tokyo no. 1 colony. Hikari Kinji walked into the theater with a swagger. Before entering the theater, he saw traces of battles everywhere on the ground. It was obvious that several battles had taken place here. When he pushed open the theater doors, Hikari Kinji thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Because he saw an adult man around 30 years old wearing a full suit, soaking in a bathtub full of water. Seeing someone enter, Higuruma Hiromi, who was lying in the bathtub resting with his eyes closed, didn't even lift his head. Who is it? Hikari Kinji. Hikari Kinji stated his name while walking inside. You're wild, soaking in a bathtub while wearing a suit. Have you never soaked in a bathtub while wearing clothes? Normal people wouldn't do that, right? Indeed. Higuruma Hiromi nodded, scooped up some water, and wiped it over his head. You can try it next time, it's even more comfortable than I imagined. Immediately after, Higuruma Hiromi continued speaking to himself. Speaking of which, I quite liked clothed swimming lessons when I was a child. Recently, I often feel that nothing matters anymore, and I've started to challenge some things I previously decided I couldn't do. I didn't expect that I would only start learning to be bad in my 30s. Do you think it's funny? Hikari Kinji had arrived in front of Higuruma Hiromi by this time. He nodded casually. It is a little funny. He looked down at Higuruma Hiromi from a high position. Before we start, I have something I want to ask you. How many points do you have? 102. Higuruma Hiromi's indifferent voice came. Hikari Kinji's eyes lit up. Oh, that's great. He reached out his hand towards Higuruma Hiromi without hesitation and spoke directly amidst the other party's puzzled gaze. I'm a student, can you give me your points? Higuruma Hiromi stared blankly at the reaching hand of Hikari Kinji. What is wrong with this guy? How can he be so brazen and shameless? Having been a model student since childhood, Higuruma Hiromi had always been a good child in his parents' eyes and a good student in his teacher's eyes. From birth, to getting into the University of Tokyo, and then to becoming a lawyer, everyone he had encountered along the way had been people of high caliber. The only ones with poor character were the clients he defended as a lawyer. But those people all needed something from Higuruma Hiromi, hoping he would defend them. So, their attitudes were always quite reserved and humble. In the past 30 years of Higuruma Hiromi's life, he really hadn't seen many scoundrels or thugs like Hikari Kinji. Higuruma Hiromi's words were stuck in his throat, and for a moment, he was simply at a loss for what to say. He was not a true scoundrel after all, he was only playing the role of one. In front of an experienced old scoundrel like Hikari Kinji, the scoundrel-like words he had prepared to say couldn't come out at all. Higuruma Hiromi took a deep breath. What do you want my points for? To save people. Higuruma Hiromi turned his head in astonishment to look at Hikari Kinji, sizing him up with a strange look in his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious. You say you want to save people. You don't look like it. Are you sure you don't mean killing people? Hikari Kinji didn't mind, he explained the matter of adding rules to Higuruma Hiromi. He also explained that they intended to use the method of gifting points to each other to avoid the rule-based killing in the culling game. After finishing, he looked at Higuruma Hiromi with a threatening expression. Mr. Lawyer, you wouldn't want the people in the barrier to keep killing each other because of you, would you? Higuruma Hiromi subconsciously thought he had come to the wrong set. This wasn't the culling game, but some indescribable, evil movie world. He stared at Hikari Kinji. What you say makes a lot of sense, but I refuse. Higuruma Hiromi lay back in the bathtub, not caring at all. Whether the people in the barrier die or not has nothing to do with me. Why should I give up my points for their lives? What you say makes sense. Hikari Kinji nodded in agreement, but I made a promise to someone that I must help him get points, so if you aren't willing to hand them over voluntarily, I'll have to take action. Higuruma Hiromi looked at Hikari Kinji with some surprise. I can't tell, but a person like you actually helps others. Hikari Kinji laughed embarrassedly a couple of times. Ha ha ha, not really. Someone promised me that if I help him get points, he would help legalize my underground casino. Of course, that wasn't actually the case. This was all Hikari Kinji's own idea. Fushiguro Megumi had not agreed to help legalize Hikari Kinji's underground casino. However, Higuruma Hiromi didn't know that. Upon hearing the word, casino, his gaze turned cold, and the slight hesitation in his heart ceased. He slowly climbed out of the bathtub and slowly walked down from the theater stage. I couldn't tell you were a casino boss. I wouldn't call myself a boss. Hikari Kinji got into a fighting stance. It's just taking a few jujutsu sorcerers to fight in underground boxing matches. It's all the same, you're not a good person anyway. I won't deny that. Hikari Kinji stared at Higuruma Hiromi with great interest. From his conversation just now, he could determine that Higuruma Hiromi was not an ancient sorcerer revived through Kenjaku's incarnation. And since he had never heard the name Higuruma Hiromi before, he could infer that he was a jujutsu sorcerer who had awakened after the culling game began. But to think that someone who had only awakened their cursed technique for less than 12 days could accumulate 102 points in the culling game. How on earth did he do it? Just as Hikari Kinji was curious about what Higuruma Hiromi's cursed technique was, a small gavel used by a judge in trial suddenly appeared in Higuruma Hiromi's hand, and a shikigami appeared behind him. The shikigami's face was pale, its eyes tightly closed, and it looked like it was wearing a mask. The shikigami held a plate in each hand. From a distance, it looked like a balance scale, and it didn't feel like it had much combat power. Just as Hikari Kinji was guessing what kind of offensive means the shikigami behind Higuruma Hiromi had, Higuruma suddenly uttered a sentence he hadn't expected. Domain expansion. Deadly sentencing. What did you say? In the Tokyo No. 2 colony, Itadori stuttered as he asked Jia Jien. He thought he might have misheard. Jia Jien had actually asked him if he was prepared with people to kill. Jia Jien spoke in surprise. Is that hard to understand? My current points aren't enough. I still need a few more people to reach 100 points. I'm not talking about the people. I'm saying, why do you want me to prepare them? Isn't that obvious? Jia Jian looked at Itadori as if it were a matter of course, because you're the one who needs me to kill people, so naturally you should be the one to prepare them. When did I need you to kill? Itadori's words froze in place before he could finish. That's right, it was he who needed 100 points to add a rule. And since Jia Jian's points weren't enough, didn't that subconsciously mean he had to kill a few more people? Seeing Itadori's troubled expression, Jia Jian thoughtfully said, Itadori, you don't need to be anxious. Anyway, it's only the 12th day, there are still 7 days left until the 19-day deadline for point changes required by the rules. But you'd better be quick, otherwise I'm afraid some people won't be able to wait and will go out early to earn points. Looking at Itadori's ugly expression, Jia Jian suddenly remembered something. He raised his finger, pointing at the crowd present, and said somewhat wickedly, how about this, there are quite a few people here, you pick 4 people and sentence them to death, and then I'll be able to gather 100 points. What did you say? Itadori looked at Jia Jian in shock. Weren't the people before him his companions? How could he say such a thing? The crowd also erupted into a commotion at Jia Jian's words. Many people retreated a step in fear, all looking at Jia Jian with fearful eyes. What's wrong with that? Jia Jian looked at Itadori with a smile. Don't you want to save people? Surely the faster the better, right? The small sacrifices now are all for the sake of saving more people later. This. Itadori subconsciously wanted to retort. But he was interrupted by Jia Jian halfway through. Itadori, I don't know if you've heard of the trolley problem. Seeing Itadori look somewhat confused, Jia Jian shook his head helplessly. As expected of a Japanese high school student, this, happy education, is too severe, how could he not even know about something like this? At this moment, Panda, who was on the side, instead spoke up to explain to Itadori what the trolley problem was. Listening to the thought experiment that forces one to choose between saving 5 people or 1 person, Itadori immediately fell into hesitation. Just as Itadori hadn't finished thinking it through, Jia Jian once again issued a soul-searching question to him. Itadori, let's change the question. Suppose one day in the future, your friend, for some reason, endangers the lives of many people, what would you do then? Would you choose to risk people's lives to try and stop him, or choose to ignore him and call everyone to gang up and kill him? Jia Jian's question left Itadori deep in thought. He realized that he didn't seem to know how to choose. After a long while, under Jia Jian's surprised gaze, Itadori suddenly raised his head and looked at him with determined eyes. I will protect everyone. Itadori's tone was exceptionally firm. On the basis of stopping my friend, I will save the lives of all ordinary people. Isn't that a bit arrogant, brother? A cold voice suddenly reached Itadori's ears. Jia Jian was seen impatiently picking at his ear. Itadori, do you think with your current strength, you can achieve what you said? Itadori paused and said firmly. I think I can. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Jia Jian's skeptical voice came over. The next moment, his body vanished from where he stood. After a flash of lightning, he appeared directly at Itadori's side. Jia Jian's leg was raised high, with a pale blue lightning bolt condensed on it. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Jia Jian's lazy voice came from Itadori's side. Immediately after, before Itadori could react, Jia Jian's side kick lashed out, striking him hard in the side, sending Itadori flying. Itadori's body tumbled repeatedly in the air before finally crashing into a distant wall and coming to a stop. Itadori. Panda stood up instantly, transforming into his gorilla mode, which scared the child on him so much that they fell off. He caught the falling child, carefully placed them on the ground, and looked at Jia Jian with a grave expression, ready for battle at any moment. The surrounding crowd also fell into a commotion. How did a fight suddenly break out for no reason? But this wasn't their first time seeing such a scene. Without needing any prompting, they immediately moved away, clearing enough space for Jia Jian. Even the child on Panda was forcibly dragged away by their parent, casting reluctant glances back. A moment later, besides Itadori and Panda, only Jia Jian and Charlie Bernard, who had some confidence in his own strength, remained in the pool area. Itadori climbed up from the ground at this moment. He clutched the spot where he had been kicked, struggling to stand up. You guy, that hurts, hey. Itadori not only felt himself being kicked away by a massive force, but as he flew, a bolt of lightning also entered his body. Now, Itadori not only had pain in his side, but his body also felt numb and tingling. How about it, Yuji? Is my move any good? Jia Jian looked at Itadori with excitement, hoping for a critique. Before Itadori could comment, Charlie, who was standing to the side, gave his own evaluation. That's trash, Jia Jian. Your move is clearly a rip-off of One Piece, right? This, lightning speed kick, move was indeed inspired by One Piece. After his cursed energy was actively activated, it could stimulate his body, having the effect of increasing speed and strength. He accidentally discovered that this amplification was not fixed. It had a certain relationship with the degree of stimulation. The more intense the stimulation, the higher the effect to a certain extent. Jia discovered that if he pushed the degree of stimulation to a certain level, he could push his speed to a very high level. The only flaw was that in this situation, his body would suffer severe damage. To a certain extent, it was a move that hurt the enemy by 1,000 while hurting himself by 800. It wasn't very cost effective. But Jia knew the reverse curse technique. So even if his body was injured, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Hearing Charlie's evaluation of him, Jia looked at him with dissatisfaction. Is it trash? But I think it's sacred. Sacred your thunder. Can't you have some originality? Not far away, Itadori, who had climbed up, watched Charlie and Jia, who were on the verge of arguing again, in a daze. He couldn't figure out what Jia was trying to do at all. Are they going to fight or not? Suddenly, Jia whipped his head around to look at Itadori. Itadori, tell me, was that move I just used sacred or not? Itadori was stunned for a moment. He looked at Jia, then at Charlie. Judging from their positions, Jia was clearly the core of this group, so his strength should be stronger. After thinking for a second, Itadori looked at Jia and decided to play it safe. Brother, your move is indeed very sacred. Having received validation, Jia was in a great mood. Haha, I knew it was sacred. Jia looked at Charlie. See, young people say it's sacred, only you say it's not. Your aesthetic sense is too outdated, no wonder your manga can't get published. Charlie felt like his heart had been pierced by an arrow. His face turned ashen as he took 2 steps back, unable to help but ask himself. Could it be that my aesthetic sense is really too outdated? Watching Charlie's expression, Jia felt great. Good. It was worth participating in the challenge 12 times. Today he had finally become the person who could show off. Have to say, showing off is really exciting. No wonder so many people risked getting sent flying just to show off. After showing off, Jia looked up at the crowd that had retreated. Hey, why is everyone leaving? We aren't going to fight, everyone come back, come back. Let's continue the music, continue the dance. Jia never intended to fight Itadori and the other. If it had been right when he landed, he might have been interested, but after so much time, he had already sparred with quite a few jujutsu sorcerers. Regarding abilities, he had already tested everything he needed to. Now, he was only interested in strong opponents. The attack just now was just to test Itadori's strength. If it were the Itadori who had settled for 68 years, Jia would be interested in trying. He also wanted to go to the farm stay and hoe the earth. As for the current one, forget it. Compared to fighting, he was actually quite curious about another matter. In the plot, wasn't Itadori supposed to go to the Tokyo number 1 colony? But this is clearly the second colony. Could it be that his appearance caused a butterfly effect? Jia couldn't figure it out. He thought he hadn't done anything, so how did he cause a butterfly effect for no reason? Curious, he looked directly at Itadori. Hey Itadori, by the way, you should have other companions, right? Where did they all go? Itadori, who was deep in thought, was stunned upon hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, he said. Yes, we do. We didn't have enough manpower, so we went to different barriers to check the situation, and Panda Senior and I came to this barrier. Jia nodded, pretending to understand. Then did you arrange for someone in the Tokyo number 1 colony? In the plot, Itadori met Higuruma Hiromi in the first colony and used his charm to persuade him to contribute his points. If Itadori is here, then who is dealing with Higuruma in the Tokyo number 1 colony? First colony. Itadori scratched his head, not knowing why Jia was asking this, but still answered honestly. Brother Jia, you might not know him, it's a person named Hikari Kinji. Hikari Kinji. Is it actually him? Jia subconsciously began to ponder. Although Hikari Kinji's strength is not bad, dealing with Higuruma Hiromi is not a matter of strength. If you can't get him to resolve the issues in his heart, it's very hard to get him to give up his points. Jia's contemplative expression made Itadori feel puzzled. From their recent contact, Jia was communicative and shouldn't be an incarnated jujutsu sorcerer from ancient times. Plus, he had never heard of Jia's existence before, so it could basically be determined that the other party was a modern jujutsu sorcerer who awakened after the culling game. But why would a modern jujutsu sorcerer know Hikari Kinji? Brother Jia, do you know Hikari Sr.? I suppose I know of his existence. Jia Jian nodded casually. He looked at the expression on Itadori's face, not knowing whether to ask, and knew that the other party had doubts in his heart. Jia Jian sat back on the chair with a confident look, resting his hands on his knees. Let me tell you, don't underestimate my information network. Although I wasn't part of your jujutsu world before, I know a lot of intelligence about your jujutsu world. Is that so? Brother Jia, you're really amazing. Seeing Itadori's expression was somewhat skeptical, Jia Jian immediately rolled up his sleeves. Don't disbelieve me. You know, the Tokyo number one colony is not like here, there are several strong people over there. However, when it came to strong people, Panda was completely unconcerned. It doesn't matter. That guy Hikari is very strong. I believe he will win. Screw you. Tokyo no. One colony. Hikari Kinji dodged an attack by the skin of his teeth. In front of him, Higuruma Hiromi was holding a giant hammer as tall as a person, frantically unleashing a chaotic hammer technique on him. Hikari Kinji had never experienced a battle like today's. He never expected that things were fine when he arrived, but as they fought, his cursed technique was suddenly confiscated. Hikari Kinji recalled the situation from a short while ago in his mind once again. At the time, he was considering how Higuruma Hiromi would make his move. He truly hadn't expected the opponent to call out domain expansion right away. Hikari Kinji was completely taken aback. Domain expansion is the pinnacle technique of a jujutsu sorcerer, and those capable of achieving it are without exception the strongest among the strong. He truly hadn't expected that a modern jujutsu sorcerer who had only just achieved awakening of his cursed technique talent a few days ago would be able to learn this. However, when Higuruma Hiromi's domain expansion covered Hikari Kinji, he instantly stopped panicking. The world of jujutsu has undergone many changes since its initial legacy, and the changes regarding domains have been particularly significant. In the past, domains were not like they are now, they were a beginner skill for jujutsu sorcerers. Modern domains are exceptionally difficult to construct because they are forced to include a sure kill requirement. Among ancient jujutsu sorcerers, a domain was more like a circle defining the range of battle. They only added a sure hit effect to the domain, so the difficulty was not high. When Hikari Kinji saw the courtroom growing around him, he realized it immediately. Higuruma Hiromi's domain, just like his own, Idle Death Gamble, was a special type of domain that only possessed a sure hit effect and lacked a sure kill effect. Upon confirming that he wouldn't be killed by the rules, Hikari Kinji immediately became interested and prepared to test Higuruma Hiromi's domain. However, it was precisely this test that caused problems for him. Higuruma didn't know where he pulled a file from, claiming he was running an illegal underground casino. After he admitted it himself, the Shikigami behind Higuruma Hiromi opened its eyes and directly found him guilty. Then, it confiscated his cursed technique. Without a cursed technique, Hikari Kinji couldn't even perform a domain expansion. However, since Higuruma Hiromi only sentenced Hikari Kinji as guilty and not to death, Higuruma was unable to pull out the executioner's sword, and could only use his hammer to attack him. Relying on the physical enhancement provided by cursed energy, Hikari Kinji was barely able to hold his own against Higuruma. But Hikari Kinji didn't have much cursed energy to begin with, and with the continuous fighting, it was about to run out soon. Am I going to have to escape first? Just as Hikari Kinji was considering whether to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, the small hammer in Higuruma Hiromi's hand suddenly elongated. Its length continued to extend, catching Hikari Kinji completely off guard. Bang! The hammer struck Hikari Kinji's shoulder, and the immense impact sent him flying, smashing through several theater chairs before he finally managed to stop. Cough, cough, cough. Hikari Kinji clutched his struck left shoulder. Physical pain was a minor issue. What was more troublesome was that he discovered the cursed energy in his body was running dry. If it were under normal circumstances, he would have already recovered his cursed energy by relying on Idle Death Gamble. But now that his cursed technique had been confiscated, he couldn't do that at all. Are you still not leaving? Higuruma Hiromi looked at Hikari Kinji. With your abilities, you should be able to escape. Although Higuruma Hiromi's cursed technique was very strong, it also had its personal drawbacks. That is, if the opponent is not sentenced to death, he might not necessarily be able to defeat them with just his hammer. Even though the opponent had no cursed technique, his own weapon was just a hammer. The hammer didn't provide a very high boost to combat power. Therefore, even without a cursed technique, if a jujutsu sorcerer wanted to run, it would still be very difficult for Higuruma Hiromi to catch up. Hikari Kinji struggled to his feet, placing one hand on his chest. A hero cannot flee from the battlefield. You are a hero too. Why wouldn't I be? I am fighting for the ordinary people inside the barrier right now, and you are the villain. As Hikari Kinji talked trash, he was frantically thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. His brain was spinning at high speed. Cursed technique confiscated, cursed energy bottoming out, and he was injured. Under these circumstances, going head to head with Higuruma Hiromi, the chance of losing was at least over 90%. More importantly, Hikari Kinji still hadn't fully figured out the mechanics of this guy's domain. Deadly sentencing. That courtroom-like domain seemed to deliver a verdict based on the crimes of the person being judged. He was found guilty because he admitted to running an illegal underground casino, and his cursed technique was confiscated. But what would happen if the verdict didn't take effect? Theoretically, even if a person is a murderer, as long as the verdict hasn't taken effect, they are innocent, right? What are you thinking about? Higuruma Hiromi's voice interrupted Hikari Kinji's thoughts. Are you trying to find a way to turn the tables, or are you thinking about how to run away? No, no, no. Hikari Kinji grinned, revealing a smile only a gambler would have. I, for one, really love gambling. Gambling. Higuruma Hiromi raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, gambling. Hikari Kinji loosened his neck. I have an idea in my mind right now, although it's a bit risky. As long as I win the bet, I can win. And if you lose the bet, then I die. Higuruma Hiromi stared into Hikari Kinji's eyes for a few seconds, seemingly confirming if he was serious. A few seconds later, Higuruma Hiromi sighed. I've seen plenty of people like you in casinos. He raised his hammer. In casinos, they are always stubborn, always thinking they can turn the tables, but in the end, they all lose everything. Before he finished speaking, Higuruma Hiromi suddenly stepped forward, the hammer in his hand extended again, and he swept it horizontally towards Hikari Kinji's head. But this time, not only did Hikari Kinji not dodge, but a smile even curled onto the corners of his mouth. Higuruma Hiromi looked at Hikari Kinji, who was standing still, and an absurd thought arose in his mind. Could it be? Just as Higuruma's thought appeared, he saw Hikari Kinji raise a finger. I want a retrial. The moment the voice appeared, the hammer in Higuruma's hand vanished instantly. Not only that, the surrounding environment changed rapidly once again. The original theater instantly turned into a solemn and serious courtroom. And Higuruma Hiromi and Hikari Kinji entered their respective seats. When a suspect is sentenced, they can apply for a retrial. And, deadly sentencing, being a judgment-type cursed technique, also has this characteristic. A jujutsu sorcerer whose cursed technique has been confiscated can get their cursed technique back through a retrial, and Higuruma cannot oppose this process. But what Higuruma Hiromi hadn't expected was that Hikari Kinji's guts were actually this big. He didn't dodge at all when facing his attack. Was he not afraid that he could refuse the retrial? This guy was just gambling. He was betting on the similarity in the programming of his domain, and betting on the existence of the concept of a retrial. And this lunatic really won the bet. But the surprise only lasted for an instant. Although Higuruma Hiromi admired Hikari Kinji's courage, it was all useless. As the owner of the cursed technique, he knew clearly that Hikari Kinji's crime was set in stone. No matter how many times he retried, he was still guilty. The current retrial was just letting him struggle on his deathbed a little longer. He looked at Hikari Kinji and spoke mockingly. Your life is already like a candle in the wind, enjoy your final moments. However, Hikari Kinji just loosened his body, and a dangerous arc curled onto the corners of his mouth. Really? Hikari Kinji's smile gave Higuruma Hiromi an ominous premonition. Hikari Kinji made a strange hand gesture with both hands and shouted with a smile. Domain expansion. Idle death gamble. The next instant, the entire courtroom emitted a burst of intense light. A train, from who knows where, crashed directly into the courtroom, and the environment around the courtroom completely changed. Now, in the center of the area, it was still Higuruma's courtroom. But the outer circle had turned into a subway station. Higuruma Hiromi stood in the center, looking around in bewilderment. And opposite him, Hikari Kinji grinned. Welcome to my turf, Mr. Lawyer. Now, let's place a bet. Higuruma Hiromi hasn't been a jujutsu sorcerer for very long. There is a lot of jujutsu sorcerer knowledge he doesn't know yet, which naturally includes information regarding a domain. In battles between jujutsu sorcerers, if the opponent activates a domain expansion, there are generally 3 ways to counter it. First, use emergency measures like simple domain, falling blossom emotion, or hollow wicker basket. Deploy an incomplete domain to add a protective barrier to yourself, neutralizing the sure hit effect of the opponent's domain. Second, tank it. Use your own tough physique, reverse curse technique, and other recovery methods to forcibly withstand the sure hit attack of the opponent's domain. Both of these are methods of last resort, used only when a jujutsu sorcerer cannot perform a domain expansion themselves. The most orthodox and simplest way to deal with a domain expansion is to activate your own domain expansion. When both sides use domain expansion simultaneously, as long as there isn't too great a gap in strength, the sure hit effects of both domains will vanish. At that point, the battle can return directly to a basic clash of curse technique. However, this method has its drawbacks. That is, you must ensure your domain is of a similar type to the opponent's, and that both sides are close in strength. If one side's domain is a sure kill type within the modern jujutsu sorcerer system, and the other side's domain does not possess this effect, then opening your domain is meaningless. You cannot neutralize the opponent's sure kill effect. At the same time, if your strength is lower than the opponent's, your domain might be directly suppressed and shattered by theirs. In this situation, not only can you not neutralize the opponent's sure kill domain, but you will also fall into a state of cursed technique burnout due to your domain collapsing. In this state, the jujutsu sorcerer's cursed technique will briefly fail. Even if you deploy a simple domain for protection, you will be at a disadvantage because you lack a cursed technique. Therefore, when Hikari Kinji encountered Higuruma Hiromi's domain earlier, he didn't release his own domain immediately. He was worried that if he fell behind in the domain clash, not only would he fail to neutralize the opponent's domain, but he wouldn't be able to use his own cursed technique either. However, after fighting Higuruma for a while, he confirmed it completely. The opponent's domain is of the same type as his. Both are rule-based domains that only have sure hit effects and no sure kill effects. Plus, there wasn't too much of a gap between their cursed energy. After entering the second trial, Hikari Kinji's status changed from a guilty criminal to a suspect, awaiting judgment. As a suspect, he is innocent. His confiscated cursed technique also briefly returned. The moment it returned, Hikari Kinji didn't hesitate and immediately activated his own domain, Idle Death Gamble. Idle Death Gamble and Deadly Sentencing are both closed, rule-based domains. After being deployed simultaneously, both domains appeared on the scene at the same time. Higuruma Hiromi felt a large amount of information appearing in his mind. Even though he had never played a pachinko game in his life. But relying on his Tokyo University degree, which stands above the jujutsu world, he understood the effects of Hikari Kinji's domain in an instant. Gambling in a lottery. It really suits you. Facing Higuruma's evaluation, Hikari Kinji nodded in satisfaction. I think so too. Higuruma Hiromi glanced at Private Pure Love Train, playing around the courtroom and looked coldly at Hikari Kinji. So what if you can play the lottery? Your crimes won't disappear because of that. However, Hikari Kinji smiled contemptuously. Oh, Sorwadu ka na, that remains to be seen. He spread his arms toward the Shikigami behind Higuruma. Come on. Your Honor, state my crimes. Hikari Kinji's thug-like attitude made Higuruma Hiromi frown slightly. The Shikigami behind him stated Hikari Kinji's charges once more. However, this time, Hikari Kinji did not admit them directly like the first time. He suddenly lowered his head, pinching his chin with his fingers. Well, I think I'm innocent. I need to properly defend myself. I think, whether I am guilty or not, that is a very crucial question. And to prove I am innocent, I need to find a crucial issue. So what is the crucial issue? I still have to find the key to the problem. Hikari Kinji babbled a whole bunch of nonsense in place, but if you listened carefully, not a single sentence was useful. Meanwhile, while he was spouting nonsense, the plot playing around the courtroom didn't stop for a second. The lottery in Idle Death Gamble unfolds in the form of playing out a plot. When the plot reaches a key point, it means he has hit the jackpot. At that time, he will gain 4 minutes and 11 seconds of invincibility. During this time, he will possess infinite cursed energy, and his body will automatically perform reverse curse technique. As long as his entire head isn't destroyed in an instant, he can automatically recover. As one plot scene after another finished playing, the originally calm expression on Higuruma Hiromi's face gradually became grave. He finally realized what Hikari Kinji was planning. His deadly sentencing only confiscates cursed techniques. Cursed energy will still remain in the opponent's body. And Hikari Kinji is now preparing to stall for time during the trial, forcibly dragging it out until his idle death gamble hits the jackpot. By then, even if his cursed technique is confiscated, the infinite cursed energy granted by the jackpot will not disappear. After the trial ends, what he will face is a Hikari Kinji who possesses cursed energy. With his small hammer, it is impossible for him to be a match for Hikari Kinji. Higuruma Hiromi looked at Hikari Kinji with a grave expression. This is a tactic that only Hikari Kinji can execute. For other jujutsu sorcerers, once they enter his domain, it is meaningless even if they can perform a domain expansion, because violence is prohibited inside, deadly sentencing. By then, once the judgment passes, the opponent's curse technique will be directly confiscated. And he will strike the opponent hard with his large hammer. But the lottery in idle death gamble does not count as violence, so it is not affected at all inside deadly sentencing. In fact, Hikari Kinji is the beneficiary inside the domain. In the past, when Hikari Kinji fought enemies, he had to worry about being defeated by the enemy before hitting the jackpot. But inside the deadly sentencing domain, this danger does not exist at all, because Higuruma himself is prohibited from using violence against him. Hikari Kinji can completely afford to wait slowly until his jackpot is hit. At this moment, Hikari Kinji's trash talk continued. Mr. Lawyer, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Once I find the key to the problem, I can prove that I am innocent. Suddenly, just as Hikari Kinji was about to continue talking trash, a familiar BGM played in his ears. He looked at his domain in surprise, where 3 identical cards appeared. When this scene appears, it means only one thing. Hikari Kinji has hit the jackpot. The corners of his mouth stretched to the limit, and his excitement was overflowing. Hikari Kinji stopped his self-defense immediately, looked at the Shikigami behind Higuruma, and shouted with a laugh. Judge, I won't defend myself anymore. I am guilty, hurry up and judge me. Following Hikari Kinji's surrender, the Shikigami inside the domain automatically entered the judgment phase. Even Higuruma Hiromi himself could not stop this judgment. He could only watch as the Shikigami spoke slowly. Guilty. Confiscation. The next moment, Higuruma Hiromi's cursed technique ended, the deadly sentencing domain disappeared directly, and the two returned to the original theater. But at this moment, the scene was different from when they entered. Hikari Kinji, who previously had some minor injuries, had fully recovered, and the cursed energy on his body was so full it was almost overflowing. Yes, Hikari Kinji had entered the infinite cursed energy phase. He looked at Higuruma Hiromi provocatively. Mr. Lawyer, the second round of the battle has begun. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.